Hello and welcome to the first episode of the Thieves Guild Questline in Oblivion. In this video, we'll be exploring an in-depth look at every means of joining the clandestine group. Before we begin, this near 6-hour fully narrated story of the Thieves Guild was made possible by your generous support on Patreon. Link is in the description. Despite the Guild's vehement attempts to remain in the shadows, there are surprisingly 3 ways to discover the secretive existence of the Thieves Guild in Oblivion. The first is simply by accident, the second involves some detective work, and the third is by a strange and little-known conversation. Arguably, the easiest or at least most stumbled upon option to join the Thieves Guild is discovered as a byproduct of the Guild's namesake, thievery. Specifically, while in the Imperial City pilfering the goods of the many citizens of Cyrodiil, you may be caught and unknowingly incur a bounty while doing so.
Filthy pickpocket, what did you take?
Which has the unwanted side effect of the Imperial Guards attempting to apprehend you.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
Opting not to pay with our blood, we instead can request to be sent to prison to serve out our sentence in full.
Serve your time peaceably and pay your debt to society.
Shortly after being released, and this may also work if we escape from the jail, we find ourselves approached by an apparent representative of the Thieves Guild, a Dark Elf agent, Mavrina Arano.
Take this. It's from a friend.
A friend? What? Glancing at the note, it simply reads, I can offer you greater rewards and less time in prison. If you're interested, come to the Garden of Dariloth in the Imperial City's waterfront district at midnight. Present this note, and all shall be made clear. The Grey Fox. Attempting to speak to the discreet Dunmer again after she gives us the note, we'll have her claim.
I don't have time to talk.
You can't just hand me some mysterious note and not tell me what it's about. Who is the Grey Fox?
Hey, I don't read them. I just deliver them.
I have things to do.
She then disappears out of sight, and our quest updates reading. I was given a mysterious note by a mysterious dark elf. It offers greater wealth and less jail time. Maybe I should check it out. I have to wait until midnight and then go to the Garden of Dariloth. The second option to join the guild is happened upon while travelling around the Imperial City, in which you may notice a lot of wanted posters around, especially in the market district where thieving is heavily frowned upon.
You have my ear, citizen.
Reading one of the posters will inform us more of this mysterious Grey Fox, his obscured cowled visage accompanying the bounty notice that reads, wanted for theft, embezzlement, forgery, pickpocketing, counterfeiting, burglary, conspiracy to commit theft, grand larceny, tax evasion, slander, fraud, perfidy, and impertinence. Description: wears a grey cloak that conceals his appearance, presumed male and Colovian. Height between 5 and 6 feet, normal weight, hair and eye colour unknown. Any citizen with information should contact the Imperial Watch Captain Hieronymus Lex. Although this Grey Fox's description could be one of any men in the Imperial City sauntering about, this adds a new topic for conversation with the residents of said city. Talking to people, they will inform the beggars are the eyes and ears of the Grey Fox.
Well met, blasted thief. I hope they string him up when they catch him. Oh, he's a slippery one, though. The beggars are his eyes and ears.
And as we learn more outlandish rumours of this supposed Grey Fox, so too do we learn of his apparent nemesis, one Hieronymus Lex of the City Guard.
He's that Imperial Watch captain that's always chasing after the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. Chasing after shadows, if you ask me. The Thieves Guild probably doesn't exist, and it's a sure bet the Grey Fox doesn't either. Take care.
Congruently, the feud between Lex and the Grey Fox has become public, as a crier for the Black Horse Courier advertises.
Don't be the last to read today's Black Horse Courier. Have a copy of the Black Horse Courier. It's the only way to get the real news. Feature story on the Grey Fox.
In their latest publication, it reads, Grey Fox, man or myth? Is a so-called Thieves Guild masterminding all of the thefts in the Imperial City? Captain Hieronymus Lex of the Imperial Watch seems to think so. When asked about the Thieves Guild and its mythical leader, the Grey Fox, the captain was quite emphatic. This one man is responsible for all crime in the city. The energetic and tenacious Captain Lex has therefore devoted himself to apprehending this masked menace. When questioned on the subject, Adamus Philida, Legion Commander and Captain Lex's immediate superior, had the following response. Ridiculous! The Grey Fox is just a fairy tale. There is no such thing as a Thieves Guild, and there never has been. As a quick aside, I guess Adamus Philida was preoccupied with his own nemesis, being the Dark Brotherhood threat, which we covered his violent entanglement with Sithis in full in the video linked at the end of this one. Stories of an unstoppable thief called the Grey Fox have been circulating around the Imperial City for centuries. The stories claim he can turn invisible at will, shrink himself down to the size of a mouse, turn to mist, and seep under locked doors, and perform any number of other truly unbelievable feats. If even half of these stories are true, Captain Lex will have his hands full capturing the Grey Fox. Our next lead seems to be locating the tenacious Lex, vigilantly patrolling the city he introduces.
Hieronymus Lex, officer of the Watch. Every hand is needed to build an honest city, and it begins with you.
Greetings, Captain Lex. I just read the Black Horse Courier. What's your take on this Grey Fox?
The nobility hate him, but the peasants and the beggars love him, especially in the waterfront.
Well, must make your life difficult as a public servant.
Never compromise. Never blink. Never wink at injustice. Never quit trying to make this a better city for everyone. Long live the Empire!
Well, he seems like a nice enough fellow. He also solidified our next best lead to speak directly to the beggars, supposedly the eyes and ears of the Grey Fox. And so we head to the waterfront district as instructed to find some beggars to question. In the midst of ramshackle huts, we locate one yellow tick-riddled puny Ankus.
One more coin, and I can get a pair of shoes.
When questioning him further, we have three options after asking, do you know anything about the Grey Fox?
Are you looking for him?
No, I'm just curious about him.
He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there's a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil.
Or, yes, I want to rid the city of him.
I don't blame you. He's a menace to society. Let me know if you find out anything.
Puny retains his decrepit facade, however, when we switch gears and admit, yes, I want to work with him. Puny shows his true colors.
I think I trust you enough to tell you this secret. To learn more about the Grey Fox, go to the Garden of Dariloth at midnight. Look in the waterfront district of the Imperial City. I can say no more. Blessings of Akatosh upon you.
As another quick aside, when donating to beggars, they use their faux decrepit voice as lambasted by PewDiePie.
Thank you, kind sir.
Here's when you give them coins.
I'm only asking for enough to... Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you, kind sir.
Blessings of the shadow upon you.
For this quest at least, it seems the beggars are not mere peasants, but instead loyal agents of the Grey Fox, proving the Grey Fox may have a much more adept spy network than first realised. Our quest then updates reading. A beggar told me that if I want to find the Grey Fox, I should look for the Garden of Dariloth in the waterfront district of the Imperial City around midnight. The Grey Fox is the only clue I have to the mysterious Thieves Guild. The third and most esoteric way to wander into the Thieves Guild web occurs far from the Imperial City, in the seemingly disconnected swampy town of Breville, where we may hear odd rumors about one of its Argonian inhabitants.
Keep your eyes on City Swimmer. I don't know where she goes when she's not in the canals.
When approaching this teacher of sneak and self-proclaimed city swimmer for the first time, she will introduce herself with the words,
"Does anyone see City Swimmer? Is she gliding beneath the silver water? Is she creeping round a corner, hugging a wall, silent as a shadow in the dark? No, I am here. I stand proud before you, City Swimmer, trainer of the prospective sneaker, the sly sliding unseen."
Despite not being a member herself, she will provide a few useful tips about finding the Thieves Guild, if we ask. With all this sneaking, you'd make a great thief, no?
Ha! Members of the Thieves Guild in our fair town? What makes you think that? Never! Absurd! Such fine law-abiding citizens are we all.
Okay, thanks for straightening me out.
You are most welcome.
If we instead question, gosh, Thieves Guild? What's that?
Then you want to know about the Grey Fox.
Look, just between us, yeah, I'd like to learn more about the Grey Fox.
Want to learn more? Visit the waterfront district of the Imperial City. Find the Garden of Daraloth at midnight. Then ask your questions. Goodbye.
Before we explore the Garden of Daraloth, it's definitely noteworthy to share the developers have tackled a burning question earlier than expected: the surprising identity of the Grey Fox Unmasked, which we'll cover in this section of the video. Now just quickly, this small digression regarding the citizens of the waterfront and the Grey Fox's identity has a rather large payoff throughout the Thieves Guild questline, hence why I made pains to interrogate its inhabitants, as everyone plays a part in the web of narrative, which is, in my opinion, second to none. In fact, the waterfront district is a nexus point linking most of the bad events in Oblivion. Now, I don't want to oversell it, but to me, it puts the writing on a whole other level. Something that you have to see to believe. So, to do so, let's first attempt to ask and answer, who is the infamous Grey Fox? And so logically, we follow our only lead to his identity, the denizens of the waterfront district. When beginning our hunt for the Grey Fox, supposedly a Colovian male between 5 and 6 feet, we find by a makeshift camp for beggars a lone Argonian, Amuse, that greets.
"Greetings, honored friend. Well met."
When asking about the Grey Fox, he admits,
"My cousin says the beggars all work for the Grey Fox. It's rather frightening. Goodbye."
Clearly not matching the description or perhaps necessary mental acuity, we leave the hapless Argonian for now. To the right of the main entrance of the waterfront, we find the first house belongs to one Armand Christophe. Once inside his home, we spy a flawless diamond casually lying on a table to our right. Although not a Colovian, this Redguard seems largely unfazed by our intrusion, casually asking,
"Do I know you?"
Well, we were actually looking for the Grey Fox. Know anything?
He's just a name on a wanted poster. I don't trust you enough to say more than that.
Switching gears, we ask, much work going on in the Imperial City?
A little tip. People who ask a lot of questions around here tend not to be very popular. Somehow I think we will meet again.
We too get the feeling this may not be the Grey Fox, but nevertheless we will happen across Armand's path once more as we see on his bookshelf a telling copy titled Followers of the Grey Fox. Once outside, we note next to Armand's house a quaint shack, totally abandoned, for now at least. It's in the first house to our left we can bump into none other than the note-bearing dark elf, Mivrina Arano. Inside the modest dwelling, her apparent bodyguard looms.
Uzul Grogrulam. I'm courting Mivrina Arano, so stay away from her. I got matrimony on my mind.
When asking about the Imperial City, The serial coos hound continues unfazed.
Hard to find an orc girl in this city like Uma Gramarad. Smart, tough, got a good trade. Nice looking too. So I gotta make my intentions clear.
Funnily enough, Umog Gra Marad is a smart, tough bouncer at the Umbacano Manor, as Azul described.
My name is Uma Gramarad. I'm employed by Master Umbacano as a night guard.
He just left out the part where she lives with her husband, Graman Gro Marad, in the Temple District. Graman being the bouncer of the Bloated Float, with a pretty fierce reputation to boot, as heard in the Dark Brotherhood quest scheduled for execution.
I best be getting back to my watch. Hey, don't forget, we're meeting for drinks later at the Bloated Float.
Oh, I'll be there. How could I miss a chance to see you cower before that big orc bouncer?
So it's honestly pretty ballsy of Azul to attempt to make his intentions clear, though observing the orc couple there seems to be trouble in paradise.
It's you. Hi.
What?
And perhaps why he's moved on to an easier mark, being the cantankerous Mavrina.
Farewell.
Interrupted by our chatter, Mavrina menaces.
I'm Mavrina Arano. I persuade people.
What? Persuade people? How?
People in the city, they get stuff and forget to pay. So I help them remember. You talk to them, lean on them a bit, and they remember right away.
I have things.
But what valuables does this enforcer protect, we wonder? Well, the barrel outside her home, containing gold swapped weekly for a certain dose of outlawed beverage, may be involved. But for now, we continue our search for the master thief across the way in Jer's shack. Inside, we find 2 red guards. The first to our right brazenly introduces.
I'm Jer. I'm a dip. A pickpocket. But relax, you're safe from me. You look like you might take offense. Too risky.
Oh, so there are a lot of pickpockets out here.
You have to watch out for pickpockets in the city. You'd be surprised how many waterfronters earn a good income that way. Farewell.
As we move to meet his roommate, we note another copy of the Followers of the Grey Fox.
They call me Isleaf the Open-Handed, because I'm so generous. Well, don't expect a handout from me. You certainly don't need it.
Hey, don't be so hasty. We could all use a few more coin.
I share my good fortunes with the poor and needy, and you ain't neither. Life isn't easy on the waterfront, but we look out for each other. Good day.
We then leave the clearly affiliated Red Guard duo. Across the road, we enter the all-female Bosma bunkhouse and speak first to its owner, Methridel.
My name is Methridel. I've come to the Imperial City to make my fortunes.
How do you find life in the city?
I think I'll do just fine. I'm a natural. Finders keepers, right? And I'm a pretty good finder. Farewell.
Adenrel then suddenly admits.
Sorry, I'm Adenrel. I'm discouraged.
Why discouraged? Methridel thinks that the city's brimming with potential.
Lots of us on the waterfront are down. We can't do that dungeon stuff like your adventurers. We got no money and no skills. Nobody wants us. You too.
And the final Bosma of the trio, Carwyn, rustles from her slumber on the floor to exclaim.
My name is Carwyn. Remember, I'll be rich and famous one day.
Oh? How does one get rich and famous in the Imperial City?
I'll get mine. Folks in this city got plenty of gold. Take from the rich and give to the poor, if you catch my drift. Farewell.
Oh, we catch a drift all right. Seems like a trio of budding Bosma burglars, but no Grey Fox. Inside the abandoned shack next door, we interrupted Dunma staring into his Redguard roommate's eyes.
Dranus Lethro. I just got back from Solstheim. Boy, was that a mess. And now I'm out of work.
Why did you end up here, though?
I signed on for the Raven Rock Colony. Went there as a builder. Hung round afterwards, but the money ran out.
Have you heard anything about the Grey Fox living in the waterfront?
Oh, he's that wanted criminal. Isn't he a master thief? I hear he's dangerous, too. I've heard that the beggars spy for him. Take care.
He is clearly just a working man down on his luck. But what about this red guard he lives with?
What is it? You can call me Halad the Outlaw, because I'm on the lam.
So you're not a worker like your friend, eh? Come to pillage the Imperials?
I helped build Raven Rock. Had a bad run-in with the law, so here I am. Pretty soon I'll head out for the Imperial Reserve, try my luck there. Good day.
These two are clearly naturally displaced in this squalid residence due to the events of Morrowind, and it's also a testament to Oblivion's writing. As Morrowind fans are aware, Raven Rock is a settlement in Morrowind's Blood Moon expansion, created by the East Empire Company. When you first encounter the colony, it is a bare patch of open snow, but as you progress, buildings are constructed and it becomes a centre for murder and intrigue. And it's also a nice nod about what happens to immigrants from Morrowind some 6 years later. Our final stop in the hunt for the Grey Fox is a hut across from Methredale's house, called the Provincial Residence. Speaking first to the female of the trio of Imperial siblings, she complains.
I'm Bronsula Provincial, and I'm so sick of that Vlanaris I could scream.
What is wrong with Vlanaris?
I've worked on the docks as long as Vlanaris, but he thinks he's the expert. He's always looking over my shoulder. Do it this way, do it that way.
Right. Do you feel safe working the docks under the watchful eye of Hieronymus Lex, at least?
He's that Imperial Watch captain that's always chasing after the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. Chasing after shadows, if you ask me. The Thieves Guild probably doesn't exist, and it's a sure bet the Grey Fox doesn't either. You too.
Her brother then introduces.
I'm Gustav Provincial, and if you listen to that witch of a sister of mine, Bronsula, I'm also a dog and a pig.
Do you work the docks like your siblings?
I do my part on the docks, just like Bronsilla and Vlanaris. Why should I kill myself? They don't pay me anymore. For what I get paid, I work plenty. You too.
Speaking to Vlanaris, he's meant to introduce.
What do you want? Valaris Provincial. Gustav is my brother, all right, but I'm nothing like that deadbeat.
Well, your brother says he does his part.
Castiff says he works. Ha! Flies land on him, he's too lazy to brush them off. I'm sick of taking abuse for him, even if he is my brother.
Right. Ever heard of this Grey Fox?
Oh, he's that wanted criminal. Isn't he a master thief? I hear he's dangerous, too. I've heard that the beggars spy for him. Goodbye.
So now we have questioned all of the waterfront's residents. Although the Grey Fox's identity remains a mystery, it's time to reveal who is the reported Grey Fox. Well, ironically, it is Vlanaris, who, during work hours for the Black Horse Courier...
Here's a copy of the Black Horse Courier. Identity of the Grey Fox revealed.
Divulges the promised unmasking of the Grey Fox reading. Vlanaris Provincial recently admitted to being the notorious thief, the Grey Fox. Under questioning by the Imperial Watch, he also confessed to being the reincarnation of Tibus Septim, the love child of Lord Stendar, a wereshark, and the mother of Hieronymus Lex. Only after he spent a night in the Imperial prisons was it discovered that Vlanaris had recently consumed a near-lethal dose of skooma. Vlanaris is now back home and recuperating from the hospitality of the Imperial Watch and from the close attention he received during his interrogation. He speculates that he might be able to work again in a month or two, so long as it doesn't involve walking or lifting anything heavier than a beer mug. The sometimes dock worker has sworn a solemn oath never to trifle with skooma again, and earnestly warns everyone to stay away from the Aurum gang. Skooma and a fake Grey Fox aside, we've painted a pretty bleak picture of addicts, refugees, thieves, and the unwanted being relegated to the waterfront district, especially as this still mysterious Grey Fox is reported to protect the downtrodden. It's then we decide this grey fox is so well connected, we cannot even begin to pierce his veil of spies and thieves. Perhaps working with the Thieves Guild and not err on the side of the bumbling city watch would be more beneficial, at least until we can see who is under the mask. In this chapter titled, May the Best Thief Win, we will be exploring what happens if you fail the first Thieves Guild quest in Oblivion. Also, where the easily missed, horror-inspired Easter egg is hiding in Amantius Electus's house, and how much is the unseen price of repeatedly failing the quest.
We should not speak of this again until you can pay the blood price.
After learning of the Thieves Guild in the previous episode, we make our way to the Garden of Daraloth in the Waterfront District, where we will be supposedly meeting the mysterious Grey Fox, but instead find 3 individuals we had met prior. The hapless Argonian Amuse to our left, the untrusting Redguard Armand Christoph in the middle, and Methredel, the brazen Bosma to our right. Speaking first to Amuse, he questions.
You wish to join the Thieves Guild too? Oh, maybe we will soon be brothers in the shadow. Only Armand can say.
So, Armand runs the show, but no Grey Fox. Methredel then chimes in.
So, you are looking for the Thieves Guild as well? Armand Christoph will decide who is worthy and who is not. I've been preparing to join the guild for years. If you're nice to me, maybe I'll show you a few tricks.
Taking her assertion under advisement, we then speak to the ringleader, Armand.
A pleasure to speak with you.
Having received a mysterious note from one Mavrina Arano after being caught by the local guards for thieving,
take this. It's from a friend.
We hand said note to Armand as a means of entry, explaining, I was given this note from one of your associates. It promised great rewards and less jail time.
Ah, yes. Another scoundrel who served time in an imperial jail. The Grey Fox is offering you a chance to join the Thieves Guild.
Ah, so he does exist. Can you tell me who is the Grey Fox?
He is the King of Thieves in Cyrodiil. You could think of him as our guildmaster, although he would deny that title.
Seems only high-ranking members may meet this King of Thieves. We then inquire, how do we join the Thieves Guild? Which initiates our induction into the Thieves Guild in earnest.
Everyone is here. Let's begin. Each of you is seeking membership in the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild is not a myth. We are followers of the Grey Fox, and I am his doyen. Merely by finding me, you have passed the first test. It's unusual for us to have 3 potential recruits at the same time. Rather than the normal test of skill, I'm going to make this a contest.
That's not fair.
Methredel, you know the rules. However, for Amuse and the newcomer, let me state them clearly. Whoever brings me the diary of Amantius Electus without killing him will be invited into the guild.
Ha! I'll have it before sunrise!
It's somewhere in the Imperial City. The beggars will help you locate it for a price. I can sell you lockpicks if you need them. One more thing. You cannot kill each other during this trial. We may be thieves, but we're not murderers.
Maybe he lives in the Elven Gardens district.
As Amuse strides off, he declares,
Step aside. I'm going to win the right to join the guild. You can't beat me.
It should be noted, the bumbling Argonian's assertion about the Elven Gardens district is not only false, but we find him later clearly lost and wandering around in the Talos Plaza district and couldn't really be classified as a contender in the quest.
Maybe he lives in the Elven Gardens district.
Turning to Armand once more, he appraises.
Yes, you might do.
Although he sells us lockpicks, as promised,
here you go.
He's already given us as much information as he will for this quest.
Now get out of here.
With Methredel racing off into the night, we then take Armand's advice, waking the nearby peasant Puny Ancus for more information, who begs.
1 more coin, And I can get a pair of shoes.
Say there, puny. Have you heard of one Amantius Electus, perchance?
I've heard of him. What's it worth to you?
I'm a bit short on coin, old boy. You know how it is.
Amantius Electus. I thought you said Amantius Lecus. Sorry, never heard of him.
You know what's funny? I just found 5 coins in my back pocket with your name on it.
Oh, you are most generous. He lives in the Temple District on the Far East Side. He's an early riser, usually up by sunrise.
By sunrise? That's not much time. Thanks, Tiny.
Blessings of Anu upon ye.
Seeing as this is a race and Methridel looks quick on her feet, we pick up the pace, making a beeline towards the Temple District entrance. So, as promised, with multiple paths to succeed or fail the quest, let's first explore what success looks like. Arriving at the Temple District, we see the Bosma quickly outpacing us as we lag behind on her trail to the Electus residence, which she's dashed inside and we follow after. Once inside, Methridel sneaks towards the far end of the room to a desk. We spin on her as she warns.
Don't try to slow me down. I'm going to get that diary before you.
Wrong again, Methhead. We turn to pluck the diary from inside the desk before she can even react, and our quest updates reading, I have beaten Methridel and Amuse to Amantius Electus's diary. Now to get back to Armand in the Garden of Daraloth. I'll have to wait until midnight when he is there. With diary in hand, Methridel skulks out of the house, and we follow behind. Outside of the residence, she breathes.
Get out of my way.
Back in the waterfront, we woefully locate a lost Amuse, who mistakenly declares,
Maybe he lives in the Elven Gardens district.
It's almost sad, especially the fact that when this quest is complete, Amuse will pack up shop, leaving the waterfront.
You've got some nimble fingers. What have you been getting into? What?
We may even hear rumors of our success from him.
Amantius Electus is complaining about crime in the city. Someone actually broke into his house and stole his diary. Stop talking.
The embittered Amuse will then relocate to Leowin permanently. Returning to the Garden of Daraloth at midnight, as instructed, we see the remaining thieves and turn to Methridel, who accuses.
Thief! You stole that diary from me! Now I have to wait to get into the guild!
Armand then questions.
Are you confused?
Look, we have Amantius Electus's diary. Does that mean we've passed the Thieves Guild test?
Congratulations! You have returned with the diary. You have earned the right to join the Thieves Guild. You now owe your loyalty to our guildmaster, the Grey Fox. He has 3 rules you must follow.
What are the 3 rules of the guild?
First, never steal from another member of the guild. Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary. Third, don't steal from the poor. The peasants and beggars are under the personal protection of the Grey Fox, particularly here on the waterfront. Shadow hide you.
Speaking of rules, we've seen what success looks like. But as the video title promises, what happens if we break 2/3 of the Thieves Guild rules and A, steal from another member, then B, kill during the job, and C, fail outright? So, for option 2, thievery, we arrive too late at the Electus residence, finding Methridel has already stolen the diary, and our quest then updates reading. Methridel has beaten me to Amantius Electus's diary. If I can't get it from her somehow, she will get into the guild, and I'll be left out in the cold. It's too bad the competition rules won't let me kill her. However, Armand didn't say anything about stealing from her. The Bosma then gloats as she darts downstairs.
Ha! You're too late! I have the diary! I've got the diary, and I will turn it over to Armand the next chance I get. Out of my way.
Adding insult to injury, following her into the basement, she seems to have vanished entirely, and our quest updates further. Methredel has escaped. If I want the diary, I'm going to have to track her down. I wonder if the beggars can help me. Strangely enough, all we find in Electus's basement are strange plants, smattered with blood atop a table, which we will return to later. Chasing the Bosma, we break our way through the trapdoor below to find rats and goblins aplenty patrolling neath the house, and after trudging through the vast sewers, quickly realise we need aid of the beggars, as Methredel has seemingly vanished into thin air. Climbing topside, we regain our bearings, seeing we're northwest of the temple district, and happen upon a sleeping vagrant named Rag Bag Buntara, who rouses.
I'm so hungry.
Say, have you seen a Bosma happen by? Methredel is her name.
Yeah, I've heard of her. I'm going to need a few coins first, though.
Come on, I'm in a hurry.
And I can't help you.
Fine. How does 5 coins sound? For your trouble.
She lives on the waterfront. She's a late sleeper, though. In bed from sunrise till noon. She hangs out in the bloated float after sunset. Blessings of Anu upon ye.
Casting our mind back to our first meeting, we remember Methredel's small shack and wager, if she sleeps till noon, as the beggar had surmised, it's likely she isn't cuddling the diary at night, and it must be nearby. Back at the waterfront, we break into the Bosma's bunkhouse, where Methredel lies asleep, and dutifully rouse her, attempting to bargain.
Yes?
Look, about the book. Is there any way I could persuade you to sell it?
It's well hidden, so don't even think about trying to steal it back from me. You should drop out now. You know I'm going to win. Out of my way.
Cocky to the last, we pretend to turn to leave the sleeping Bosma, instead slipping our hand in Methredel's chest that is laughably conspicuous. The book now predictably in our possession. Our quest updates. I've stolen Amantius Electus's diary from Methredel. Now to get back to Armand at Dariloth's garden by midnight.
What is it?
Waking Methredel on our way out, she rightly screeches.
Thief! You stole that diary from me! Now I have to wait to get into the guild!
Leaving the Bosma to her impotent rage, we meet Armand Christoph, who welcomes.
Congratulations! You have returned with the diary. You have earned the right to join the Thieves Guild. Shadow hide you.
Unfortunately, Methredel catches the end of the speech and rebukes as we turn to leave.
Can't you see I wish to be left alone?
Unlike her, successfully a member of the gang of thieves.
Stop talking.
Speaking of underhanded, the first way to technically fail the quest is by stealing the diary first. Now, it should be noted that during the quest, we cannot simply murder our competitors, as Emusei and Methredel are classed as essential. However, upon reading the clandestine contents of Amantius's diary, we find a rather dark and disturbing Easter egg and, well, see for yourself, as it reads. I've planted the seeds of the drinkers. Soon I shall know if my theories hold true. The first shoots have appeared. I must make sure to continue the precise schedule of nutrient solutions. Small drinker fronds are clearly visible. This is a critical time in their development. I'm almost out of rat blood. I'll have to catch some more of the filthy beggars. The young plants are juveniles now. I can see them waving as if in a breeze, although the air in my cellar is still as death. I'm having a hard time catching any more cats. I may have to start using dogs. The damn trinket plants have a voracious appetite. One of them cut me today. I'll have to be more careful. My creations are refusing to feed. As an experiment, I offered a drop of my own blood, which one of them drank greedily. The other drinkers are beginning to wither. I collected a bucket of human blood from the healers. I have to pay her an exorbitant amount to keep her tongue still. The drinkers are doing much better. Am I doing the right thing? The benefit of these plants to all of Cyrodiil is beyond doubt, but the price may be too high. It is one of the most difficult decisions of my life. I have destroyed my notes of how to hybridize drinkers. I set the tray on the roof where the sun could strike them. An hour after sunrise, they were all dead. My attempt to create a hybrid of a vampire and plant has failed. They were just too dangerous. 2 parts grave dust, 1 part ash salts, mixed with human blood, exposed to 2 hours of moonlight each night. First off, is this why the Grey Fox targeted Electus? Not to bribe him with the contents of his diary, but to save his beloved beggar's blood.
The peasants and beggars are under the personal protection of the Grey Fox.
Second, if any of this gruesome experiment sounds familiar, it's probably because these insatiable, bloodthirsty plants are most likely a wry reference to the 1986 film Little Shop of Horrors, a darkly comedic musical film about a nerdy florist who discovers a bloodthirsty, talking plant from outer space and must feed it human victims to satisfy its growing appetite, leading to a series of hilarious and macabre events.
A lot of folks deserve to die! Wait a minute! That's not a very nice thing to say, but it's true!
We have tangible proof that stealing the diary is now doing some good in the city, as Amantius seems to have ceased with his horrific plant experiments. How do we know? Well, before his diary's stolen, whenever you speak to Amantius, he will greet.
I think someone is watching me. I see figures in the shadows all the time. I know it's all in my head. I'm spending too much time on my latest project. But enough about me. What can I do for you?
After stealing the diary, he may say,
I'm Amantius Electus, the writer. I'm working on a new edition of Lives of the Saints.
When asked about the Imperial City, Amantius will explain.
I'm here in the city for access to the temple libraries and for the bookstores, especially the first edition in the Market District. You too.
His wife, Kola, is evidently dedicated to her husband, as she will originally greet.
My poor husband is getting no sleep. He's awake all night taking care of those stupid plants.
Although post-stealing the diary, she will sometimes use the greeting.
I'm Calla Electus. My job is making sure my husband, Amantius, doesn't go out with his clothes on backwards. It's cute, really. Such a genius and can't find his own socks. It's a full-time job keeping him in matching outfits.
And when asked about the Imperial City, she replies,
I find things to do. I manage the house, make sure Amantius doesn't starve or run out of ink. Good day.
However, if we feel Amantius must pay for his crimes personally, we can head upstairs to find Electus and his sleeping wife. Luckily for us, they sleep separately. Our quest then will update reading. It may have been a mistake to kill Amantius Electus. I seem to recall Armand telling me that I couldn't kill anyone while retrieving his diary. I'll have to pay Armand a hefty fine. Unfortunately, he will only talk to me after midnight in the Garden of Daraloth. Killing them will grant us the Electus house key of their corpses, although admittedly we could have just stolen it off them. I mean, we want to be Thieves Guild members. But it will allow us to pilfer the contents of their personal chest, containing a pittance of gold and various junk barely worth its weight. Exiting the crime scene, we return to the soon-to-be disappointed doyen, Armand, who greets.
Are you confused?
We, have the diary. Don't mind the blood. That fiend Electus, though, won't be bothering anyone anymore.
Congratulations! You have returned with the diary. Unfortunately, you were stupid enough to kill Amantius Electus in the process. Now you must pay his blood price to enter the guild. However, because you are not yet a member, it is only half of what it would normally be.
If we're unable to purchase forgiveness, we say, sorry, I cannot pay it yet.
We should not speak of this again until you can pay the blood price.
Otherwise, to progress in the Thieves Guild questline, I'll pay the blood price.
Your generosity restores your honor within the guild. You may now seek membership. As a new member, you now owe your loyalty to our guildmaster, the Grey Fox. He has 3 rules you must follow.
The price of failure, this time, is a hefty 500 gold for the bungle, and a promised 1,000 in the future. Interestingly, after completing the quest, May the Best Thief Win, in an underhanded manner, we can start to hear the rumor.
Amantius Electus was killed during a burglary. They say the house was ransacked.
Our second fail state and price of failure comes if we allow Methredel to steal the diary, but do not intercept her as she returns to Armand, and she'll pass us by and begin to gloat.
I've won the competition. My membership into the guild is assured. Out of my way.
Trailing behind and with no opportunity to reclaim the diary, our quest updates reading. The word on the street is that Methredel delivered Amantius Electus's diary to Armand. I hope Armand has something else I can do to get into the Thieves Guild. I should go see him at midnight in the Garden of Daraloth.
I have the diary.
Methredel, you have earned the right to join the Thieves Guild.
As Methredel saunters away victorious, we return to the Red Guard and he questions.
Are you confused?
Guessing you already know the test didn't go in our favor.
Methredel has delivered the diary to me. She has earned her place in the guild. You did not do so well. Since we rarely get 3 potential recruits at the same time, I'll give you one more shot. Amuse is a bungler and won't get this offer. The first one to bring back Rossen's sword will become a member. But this is the last chance. The loser gets nothing. Do you accept?
Remarkably, we can tempt the guild's wrath, saying, you know what, I don't think this is for me. Maybe some other time.
You walk a dangerous path. Keep the secret of the guild, or else. If you change your mind, I'll be here.
Otherwise, if I want to get in, I don't have much choice. I'll join your competition.
Good. Remember, you may not kill anyone while doing this. If you need any lockpicks, I can sell you some. Be seeing you.
Once again, our journal updates reading. Armand is giving Amuse and I one more chance. We have to steal Rosan's sword from somewhere in the Imperial City and bring it back to him. The first one of us to do that will also be admitted into the Thieves Guild. And so again, we rouse the slumbering pygmy Anchors.
Please be generous, kind sir.
Evening, Anchors. Can you tell us about a local lady, perchance? One Rosan.
I've heard of her. What's it worth to you?
Come on, I already gave you money yesterday.
My memory is playing tricks on me. I can't seem to remember where she lives.
Oh, so you do know. How's 5 coins sound, you little lech?
I will sing of your charity. She runs the Fighting Chance Armory on the far east side of the Market District. Blessings of Julianus upon ye.
Now, with her location and Amuse nowhere in sight, we take our time, making our way to the Market District and attempt to enter during daylight hours to avoid any unnecessary attention from the guards. Once inside the Fighting Chance, we see an aging Red Guard in heavy armor standing over a counter displaying 3 swords, none of which appear to be the coveted cutlass. Speaking to Rosan, she greets.
Welcome to a Fighting Chance. I'm Rosan, proprietor. I sell the best swords in the city, and I offer advanced training for armorers.
And casually, we inquire, "So, what do you think of the Grey Fox? Lots of news kicking up about him lately."
Blasted thief. I hope they string him up when they catch him. He's a slippery one, though. The beggars are his eyes and ears. Goodbye.
Guess she made the wrong enemy. Although after searching the shop and her wares, we divine the sword must be in her personal quarters. All the while, Rosanne keeps a close eye on us, wandering her shop. And so we wait until nightfall, when Rosanne goes on her evening constitutional to break into the store and avoid any unwanted bloodshed. As the blood price is a hefty amount of coin, forgoing the urge to burgle the bottom floor, lest the authorities are prematurely alerted to our presence, we instead sleuth our way upstairs. It's there Rosanne's unnamed dog is located in her private quarters, so we will need to either A, kill the dog, although this doesn't feel great despite the jiggle physics, or B, use our sneak, illusion, or better yet, command creature skill to retrieve the sword without alerting the dog. Casting the spell, we have roughly 30 seconds to locate our prize. Searching first inside Rosanne's room, we find her private storage does not contain the sword. Alarmed, we turn to leave to see a lone chest in the southeastern nook of her living quarters. Opening said chest, thankfully, nets us the sword, and our quest updates reading. I have Rosanne's cutlass. Now to get back to Armand in the Garden of Daraloth. I'll have to wait until midnight when he's there. As we turn to leave, her guard dog breaks free of its spell. Caught off guard, we hastily cast a second command spell and burst our way out of the Red Guard shop onto the street, away from the frenzied animal, and out into the night to meet Armand, now successful in our caper. Returning to the waterfront district, we only pause a moment to see the stumped Amuse standing next to the petite Ankus and ask, "Hey, Amuse, you're looking lost there. How's the hunt?"
Ah, it's you. Step aside. I'm going to win the right to join the guild. You can't beat me.
It's just sad at this point. Hopefully he has better luck when he relocates to Leowin. Armand then questions.
Are you confused?
Second time lucky, it seems. Here is the rusty old cutlass.
It took 2 tries, but you finally made it. You have earned the right to join the Thieves Guild. You now owe your loyalty to our guildmaster, the Grey Fox. He has 3 rules you must follow. Shadow hide you.
Funnily enough, the unseen price of failing, then succeeding, nets us 2 infamy points instead of 1. Not that we're complaining about this price, as we are now a newly minted Thieves Guild member. Cyrodiil's coffers are our oyster. In this chapter titled Untaxing the Poor, we will be exploring why was Raven Cameron, Mythic Dawn cult recruiter, supposedly found in the waterfront district early in the game, and, more importantly, what was he doing there? This perplexing question is first posed in the quest Untaxing the Poor, and as such, we'll be first exploring the quest. To begin Untaxing the Poor, we return to the Garden of Daraloth and speak with Armand Christophe at midnight, once May the Best Thief win has concluded, in which he greets.
Ah, our newest pickpocket.
Well, now that I'm officially part of the Thieves Guild, what types of jobs do you have going?
Jobs? We're thieves, not masons or scribes. Look, you're on your own as a thief. Go find a likely-looking house, case the joint to see when the owner is gone. When he leaves, you break in and steal some stuff. You don't need special permission or orders to do that. However, you will find that you can only sell stolen property to one of our guild fences. Most other merchants won't take hot merchandise.
Wait, so we all work alone? So much for guild.
Well, sometimes the guild gets a special commission. You know, guaranteed pay to acquire certain items for special clients. You should check in with your doyen every once in a while to see if there are any commission jobs available.
Okay, but I need to fence some items first, right? Where can I find a fence?
The best fences are only available to the higher-rank Thieves Guild members. Here's a list of who you can use.
It just says Ongar, the fence. It's original.
Ongar lives in Bruma. He doesn't have much money, but he's the only place you can sell hot property if you are new to the Thieves Guild.
Nice. And what is a doyen again?
The doyen are the hands and eyes of the guildmaster. You take your orders from them, you get your favors from them. I am one doyen, and Skriva is the other.
So you do have special jobs. Any major heists we can get into?
You need more experience before I can use you on a commission job. Ongar tells me that you haven't turned in much loot yet. When you've contributed enough to the guild coffers by selling stolen items to Ongar, I might have something for you. Come back then. Shadow hide you.
Leaving the resident doyen, our quest updates reading. Armand told me that he won't have any commission jobs for me until I sell more stolen property to Ongar the Fence. I'll need about 50 more gold worth of stolen goods before he will trust me sufficiently. Congruently, we travel to the northern city of Bruma, where the gate guard sneers.
You're a sneaky-looking sort.
Heading to the nearby drinking establishment of Olav's Tap and Tack, we bump into none other than the tall, bleary-eyed Nord, Ongar, who openly greets.
I see you are with the Grey Fox. Do you need a fence?
Yes. Look, where can I find a fence?
I can handle some types of stolen property. What you got?
Amazed the Nord is so brazen doing business out in the open.
You got some hot property?
We put it down to cultural differences. Plucking a single elven bow from our inventory that we happened to pinch from the blundering Bosma Methridel, we sell the bow to the fence, netting a tidy profit.
I'm glad that's done. I need a nap.
We then ask before leaving, what's life like up here in the frigid cold for a fence?
Bruma is a perfect town for a Nord man of leisure. Bracing mountain air, good food and drink, and lively Nord fellowship. Shadow hide you.
A quest and updates. I've reached my goal. I've fenced over 50 gold worth of goods. I should go see Armand sometime. He might have something for me. Returning to Armand after midnight, he beckons.
I'm glad you stopped by. I have a situation that you might be able to help with.
I'm sure you've heard. We've made the theft quota for the special job you had going.
The Grey Fox has asked me to take care of a problem, and I'm putting you on it. Hieronymus Lex actually collected taxes from everyone living here on the waterfront. Your job is to recover those taxes. Are you up for it?
Taxes? This seems awfully noble for thieves.
The people of the waterfront are very poor. Traditionally, the city has not collected taxes from them, even though by law they could. The money the city would collect would barely cover the cost of collecting. The Grey Fox has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront. He doesn't want to let this injustice stand. It's a matter of principle.
Who is this Hieronymus Lex again? It sounds familiar.
He is a fool of a captain in the Imperial Watch. He's a real law and order type. He has a grudge against the Thieves Guild and the Grey Fox in particular. Lex has made it his personal mission to capture him.
Why does the Grey Fox even care?
Grey Fox has led our guild for over 300 years now. He has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront.
300 years? I thought you said he was a thief king, not an immortal. Guess if he's that powerful, he's not a bad sort to rub shoulders with. Sure, I'll do it.
Good. Find out where he's keeping the taxes and bring them to me. I'll also need the tax records of what each citizen paid so we can return it.
Yeah, before we go. Any other leads on the South Watchtower?
The best source of information are the beggars. Their eyes and ears seem to be everywhere. However, be prepared to spend a little coin. They won't tell you anything for free. At least not anything true. Shadow hide you.
Following Armand's instructions, we rouse the nearby pint-sized Ankus who begs.
One more coin, and I can get a pair of shoes.
Evening, Ankus. Would you happen to know where the guard Captain Hieronymus Lex keeps the tax records, perchance?
You're looking for him? Well, I might be able to help you. For a donation.
Donation? Something tells me that's going to be a little too rich for my blood for a paltry bit of information.
No problem. He has an office on the first floor of the Imperial Palace. Try there.
Oh, Imperial Palace, eh? Very cute. Armand said he's in the South Watchtower. How's 10 gold to tell me where the tax record is?
Sounds like food on the table. Lex has a small office in the South Watchtower, and most of the tower is open to the public. But not his quarters. Blessings of Julianus upon ye.
Our quest and updates reading. I learned Hieronymus Lex has an office in the South Watchtower. That's probably where he keeps the taxes and tax records. I should check it out. Entering the Temple Plaza district, a local guard questions.
What is it, citizen?
Realizing we stick out like a sore thumb, we change into a guard uniform we reappropriated earlier and duck into the southern guard tower by the far wall. Finding the first floor empty, we cautiously scale the ladder to the second off-limit floor. Although we're quickly made...
You're not supposed to be in here.
Let's take a moment to appreciate the hypnotic effect of the lantern on the far wall bugging out.
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll arrest you.
Taking the warning seriously after the lantern has stopped, we then enter the ladder up 2 floors and into the sleeping Hieronymus Lex's locked private quarters. Once inside, we see we're alone with the guard captain and pause to admire his softer, less seen side as an avid painter, as well as harvesting the coveted nirnroot by his bed before resuming our search for the tax records, checking all manner of cupboard and container. Coming up empty-handed. And we even go so far as gingerly slipping our hand into Lex's breeches to find a silver claymore that he sleeps with and keys to the tower as well as a small amount of gold. But no record. Turning to leave, we see Lex's locked desk, and after breaking through the flimsy lock, find the tax records, as well as the correlating gold taxed from the waterfront miscreants. Our journal then updates reading. I found the tax records. Now to get them back to Armand in the waterfront district. Once back on the safety of the street, we pause to have a brief glance to verify the ledger's contents, seeing the usual suspects appear on the ledger, but also a few strange discrepancies. The first is poor Hilod the Outlaw, having reportedly been thrashed by the guards for lack of funds. Second, Mavrina Arano, who was our initial contact for the guild, but was, for some reason, exempted from paying tax. Was this due to her dubious ties to the Aurum gang, being the surreptitious skooma distributors plaguing the waterfront, or some other unknown clemency she has been afforded?
People in the city, they get stuff and forget to pay. So I help them remember. You talk to them, lean on them a bit, and they remember right away.
It should be further noted that, bizarrely, one Raven Cameron also appears on the tax ledger. Despite his name's inclusion, Raven cannot be found in the waterfront district during the game. But who is Raven Cameron, and why does this matter? Well, let's first finish the quest by returning to Armand in the waterfront district with news of our success before delving into the mystery. Returning to Armand, he questions.
Have you recovered those taxes?
Yes, here they are.
Ah, the Grey Fox will be very pleased. We will make sure this gets back to the people. Can you believe that fool even bothered to collect this paltry sum? You can keep it. I merely wanted the Watch to know they went too far. I think it's time to promote you to Footpad. Congratulations. on your new guild rank. Shadow hide you.
Now officially a footpad and 50-odd gold richer, plus gaining 2 infamy for the quest, it should be noted our actions have garnered some notoriety, as after the quest, the latest Black Horse Courier will then read, "The Poor Burdened by Taxes," a Black Horse Courier article regarding the taxation of city folk. Recently, Captain Hieronymus Lex of the Imperial Watch collected the taxes from all citizens in the waterfront district of the city. Although the laws are clear that all citizens of the Imperial City must pay taxes, it has been 53 years since anyone applied that law to the poor and destitute of the waterfront. Although members of the Watch approached by the courier declined to comment on the success of the venture. One of the watchmen, who asked not to be named, suggested that the operation was a complete, what's its name, starts with an F. Right, complete fiasco is what it was. In a related story, miscreants have recently broken into the South Watchtower. An anonymous source reports that a small sum of money was stolen from the office of Hieronymus Lex. By a remarkable coincidence, the sum corresponds exactly to the taxes collected by Captain Lex from the waterfront. The ever-vigilant Captain Lex has renewed his call to capture the infamous thief, the Grey Fox. He's petitioning for a bounty to be put on the legendary Master Thief's head. Now that we've completed the quest, let's look at the mystery of the mythic dawn in the waterfront. Raven Cameron, of course, is the son of the main quest villain and Mythic Dawn leader, Mankar Cameron. Although the waterfront area is home to many undesirables and a port to enter the city, the Mythic Dawn cult, despite being quite prevalent across Cyrodiil cities, has no discernible presence in the waterfront district. Furthermore, the only 2 places during the main quest Raven is specifically found in-game is his father's realm, later known as Paradise, and earlier in the game as the chief recruiter for the Mythic Dawn agents in the sunken sewers neath the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. So why did he mysteriously appear in the waterfront, you ask? Well, as we've covered, there are no Mythic Dawn agents there, and congruently, no Oblivion Gate was opened in the area, which an agent must be present to open an Oblivion Gate under the cult's orders. So for a long time I thought this is just a wry reference, it's a wink and a nod to the main quest. But seeing as how Oblivion's writing is insanely interwoven, I began to explore different lines of thought and motives outside of Raven went for a stroll and was fined 2 septims by the city guards. So, let's see if you can agree with my conclusions. The first possibility is that Raven personally sought permission from the Thieves Guild to operate inside the sunken sewers, all the way over in the Elven Garden district. But why would he travel to the waterfront? Well, it just so happens the 3 houses that are connected to the sewers belong to NPCs that have ties with the Thieves Guild specifically, 2 being active members that have secret doors in their basement near the sunken sewers, which Raven and his lackeys no doubt operate from. However, I couldn't find any evidence of any double dealing between the homeowners and the cult, per se. They weren't agents or had any Mythic Dawn commentaries on their person or in their homes, so it stands to reason there may have been an exchange for amnesty, which is not outside the scope of what a thief would do if offered some coin. I mean, it's hard enough for the Mythic Dawn to exist without the guards on their tails, so it'd make perfect sense Raven made a pact with one of the doyens down at the waterfront district and got snagged on his walk. However, if you've watched my video detailing the lives and schedules of every hidden Mythic Dawn sleeper agent in Oblivion, you know that the recruiters prey on mostly 2 types of people, the disenfranchised and the vulnerable.
Excuse me. I stay to myself. I've always found the wrong sort of friends. Now I do without. You too.
Congruently, we've made the discovery during the last quest, Made the Best Thief Win, that Amantius Electus was targeted for unknowingly breaking the Thieves Guild's tenets for killing the poor, as it was stated earlier in this quest.
The Grey Fox has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront. He doesn't want to let this injustice stand. It's a matter of principle.
The poor fall under the personal protection of the Grey Fox. If he's willing to protect the poor from a paltry 52 gold being taxed, imagine what he'd do if Mythic Dawn agents were trying to recruit them to their cult, to be sacrificed to Mehrunes Dagon's cause. Hence why the waterfront remains suspiciously free of Oblivion gates during the main quest. This is why I believe Raven Cameron was unceremoniously ejected from the waterfront and forced to go underground, figuratively and literally because of his little sewer's lair. If he attempted to hide out in the waterfront or leverage its many disaffected peasants, he would be in for a rude awakening, as the Grey Fox would have the entire waterfront district turn on his operation and could have the Mythic Dawn investigated by the local guard in a heartbeat before their plans of turning Cyrodiil into another plane of Oblivion could come to fruition. Now, obviously the motives are strong, but that's a lot of hearsay and conjecture. But if you don't believe it's all connected in terms of the writing, stay tuned for the next episode as the Oblivion Gates, Thieves Guild, events of Morrowind, even Skooma Trade all come to a head. But I would love to know from you in the comments below why you think Raven Cameron got taxed in the waterfront district. In this chapter titled The Elven Maiden, we will be exploring the mystery of who murdered the Count of Cheydinhall's wife, Lady Lothasa Indaris. Also, why then did the Grey Fox react to this tragedy by callously having her statue stolen? And finally, we'll be exploring undoubtedly the biggest iceberg on this channel to date, involving a familiar political figure from Morrowind that is arguably responsible for Skooma running rampant, the Mythic Dawn cult's revenge, and for an Oblivion Gate outside of Cheydinhall that will possibly kill the Count's only son. However, to untangle this web of seemingly unconnected events, we must first complete the quest, the Elven Maiden.
Speak, Imperial Dog.
To begin the Elven Maiden, we must return to Armand Kristoff in the Garden of Dariloth past midnight, having fenced over 100 gold to proceed.
Good to see you again.
After which, we question, have any more special jobs going?
The Guild has received a request to obtain a unique statuette. It is a bust of Lothasa Indaris, the recently slain Countess of Cheydinhall. You will be paid a modest sum. Do you want this job?
Modest sum. Well, at least he's honest. I'll take it.
Excellent. Bring it back to me once you have it.
Before leaving, we ask, Armand, you previously said the Grey Fox led the Guild for over 300 years. How is this possible?
He's been around for hundreds of years. I've heard tell that he is immortal. I don't know about that, but he sure ain't normal. Shadow hide you.
Huh. As we ponder on the Grey Fox's identity, this is a time to miss a crucial detail in the quest. If we cast the Superior Detect life spell, we would see a figure crouched behind the wall, being our recruiter, Mavrina Arano. Catching out the sleuthy Dunmer, she questions indignantly.
What do you want?
I don't know. Outside of wanting to know what you're doing back here. We were just tasked with stealing the bust of Lothasa Indaris. Do you know anything about it that could help?
Bust? What bust? I didn't overhear any conversation about a bust.
I didn't say you did. Did you hear us discussing the Grey Fox?
He's kind of like a guildmaster for the Thieves Guild. All I know is that the Doyen and other senior guild members do his bidding like trained dogs.
Trained dogs? Maybe not everyone is so lucky to be exempt of the waterfront tax like you, Arano. I saw your name crossed off the ledger. Say, what do you know about Hieronymus Lex?
He's captain of the Imperial Watch. He's pursuing a personal vendetta against the Thieves Guild and the Grey Fox. I heard the Grey Fox personally humiliated Lex years ago when he tried to arrest Armand Kristoff for theft. Lex has never forgotten it. I'm leaving now.
Mavrina then promptly leaves, and we're perplexed at this interaction as something feels, well, it doesn't matter. As we have a task at hand, and our journal has updated, Armand of the Thieves Guild has asked me to steal the bust of Lothasa Indaris from Cheydinhall. They will pay 100 gold coins. And so we begin our journey to the east, entering the dark elf town of Cheydinhall, and see outside the east gate the aging Bruchius, the orphan who begs.
Have pity on an old war veteran. One more coin, and I can get a pair of shoes.
Have you heard of the bust of Lothasa Indaris?
Sure, yeah, I've heard about it. What's it worth to ya?
Worth? Oh, you beggars. Can you just tell me?
Then bugger off.
This is never-ending. 15 coins sounds right, yes?
Count Indaris recently commissioned a bust of Lothasa. They say the elves carved it. He put it near her tomb in the chapel Undercroft. He also posted a guard so that her tomb wouldn't be disturbed. Used to be anyone could visit her, but now it's off limits to the public. There's a rumour going around that the Undercroft may be haunted. Blessings of Akatosh upon you.
We also further hear rumours from the beggars about the Count's slain wife.
It's been 20 years or more since the Count married Lothasa. Oh, she was a beautiful elven bride.
She remained young while he aged. Not too long ago she was found slain. It's all hush-hush. Nobody knows exactly what happened.
Blessings of Anu upon ye.
I learned that the bust of Lothasa Indaris is in her tomb. She's buried in the chapel Undercroft of the Temple of Archay in Cheydinhall. However, feeling for the Count's loss, and a little bad we're about to steal from him, we visit Count Andal Indaris in Castle Cheydinhall to see he even leaves flowers for his poor departed beloved, taken too soon. However, to our slight dismay, when first greeted, he pompously introduces.
I am Andal Indaris, Count Cheydinhall. There is no more generous or just ruler in Cyrodiil, if I say so myself.
Well, seems you're in rather good spirits, all things considered.
Just look around. Is not Cheydinhall the model of civic rule? No, don't bow. I am just a humble servant of the people. I'm done talking to you.
It should be noted we will follow up on the oddly chipper Count's reaction post his wife's passing and divine her murderer's identity after the quest is concluded. Instead, trusting the Grey Fox knows what he's doing, we head to the Temple of Archay by the East Gate. Once inside, we bump into a sizable Nord who welcomes.
Praise Archay and all his little woodland creatures. I'm Hill the Tall, priest of Archay. I'm also a trainer in the arts of alteration. I love magic, too. I love everything and everyone. You too.
Did he get rejected from Anvil's Chapel of Debella? I thought Archay was all business and no necromancy. Say, why did you pick Cheydinhall? You're a Nord.
I came here because I love nature. Because I didn't want to serve as a boot wizard in a mountain legion in Skyrim. Bye.
Well, fair call. Making our trip a short one, we slip down the nearby stairs and break into the western door to the chapel Undercroft. Once inside, we realise we're not alone, as we're forced to endure the blathering of a local priest and Undercroft guard.
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Good.
Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
I understand Daedra worship has become increasingly prevalent in the Somerset Isle.
The Altmer have powerful wizards. It could be a dangerous situation.
Good day.
Once the two have ended their gossip, we gingerly slip past the guard and down the western wing to see at the end of the corridor the bust of Lothasa by flowers, like her husband had laid on her chair. It should be noted, if we attempt to loot Lothasa's tomb, it probably won't be worth the pittance you can steal, as her enraged ghost bursts forth. Having been made, we sprint out of the Undercroft topside to the temple, where Latharsa's sentry taunts.
Ha!
I'll take Latharsa's statue off your cold, dead body.
Only to be finally betrayed by our one-time love, Hill the Tall.
This ends. Greetings to you.
Hey.
Otherwise, stealing only the statue. Our quest updates. I have the bust. Now to get back to Armand. Returning to the waterfront district, we're met with a harsh bark of a nearby guard.
Have you seen Armand Kristoff? Keep moving, scum.
Taken aback, we begin our trek to the shacks and realize something is terribly wrong in our quest updates. The waterfront is crawling with the Imperial Watch. They're all looking for Armand Kristoff. I'm sure he won't show at midnight. Daralos Garden is too hot. I'll need to find out where he's hiding. Maybe one of the other Thieves Guild members knows. I'll have to start asking around for them. Entering the township, we overhear Hieronymus Lex pressure one of the locals.
Can you tell me where Armand Kristoff is hiding?
No, sir. Please don't hurt me. Hello.
Can you tell me where Armand Kristoff is hiding? What do you want? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an investigation?
Investigation for what? The bust of Latharsa and Darius.
You know where the bust is hidden?
Not really. I was joking.
Then you are wasting my time.
And then question us. Perplexed at what's happening and where Armand may be, we see a wandering Hillod the outlaw who questions.
Yes. You wear the shadows well, fellow thief.
The guards have this place in lockdown. Where is Armand Kristoff?
He's in hiding. I hear Methridel is looking for you, though. Shadow hide you.
Heading to Methridel's house, we unfortunately find it empty. And so we choose to regroup in the Garden of Daraloth to see the Bosma jog up to us, exclaiming,
Thank goodness I found you. I assume you know that Hieronymus Lex has issued an arrest warrant for Armand Kristoff.
Yeah, and they haven't been playing around this time. Where is Armand Kristoff? I have the bust.
He is in hiding. Armand is accused of stealing the bust of Latharsa Indaris from Cheydinhall. They say Count Indaris himself filed the charges.
Damn it. What do I even do with the bust, then?
There never was a client that commissioned the guild to steal Latharsa's bust. Armand used you to flush out an informant that infiltrated the guild.
Used is right. So, who is this informant?
Mavrina Arano. Now Armand needs your help to neutralize her. You're going to pin the theft of the bust on Mavrina. She lives in the waterfront.
How?
Plant the bust in her cupboard. Make sure she doesn't see you. Then go tell Hieronymus Lex that she is the thief. He probably won't believe you, so you may have to persuade him. Hopefully he will at least go and check it out. Shadow hide you.
Ignoring the guards, we make our way to Uranus' residence, realizing how the sneaky Dunmer gained clemency from the taxes of the waterfront, which we discovered in the previous episode.
Have you seen Armand Kristoff?
Waiting until nightfall and silently slipping into her abode, we sneak up to her cupboard and place the statue inside as our quest updates. The bust is in Mavrina's cupboard. Now to tell that windbag Lex where to find it. It should be noted, despite being told specifically not to make her aware of our presence or the bust, she doesn't actually react to us intruding, so instead we simply locate Lex and he barks.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an investigation?
Well, actually, it's about the, bust of Latharsa Indaris.
You know where the bust is hidden?
Mavrina Arano has it.
Your credibility is suspect. You'll have to do better than that to persuade me.
Once we've raised Lex's disposition over 70...
For me? Thanks.
He begins to believe our accusation.
Are you sure? That can't be right. She doesn't seem to be the type.
Go on, go see for yourself. It's in her cupboard.
I don't believe you, but I'll have to check it out anyway. If you are right, there will be hell to pay. You will have to come along.
As we follow on our quest updates, I told Hieronymus Lex that Mavrina was the thief. He didn't believe me, probably because she's his informant. Fortunately, his overblown sense of duty will make him check it out anyway. He's insisting I follow him.
Hey,
This
what are you
citizen
doing?
is accusing you of stealing the bust of Lathasa from Cheydinhall. I even found the bust in your cabinet. What do you have to say?
Fool! You've just exposed me to the Thieves Guild! That citizen is actually the guild member that was hired to do the theft!
I have no further use for you. If what I heard is true, you are the thief. If what you say is true, the Grey Fox knows you are my informant. Either way, it's over. You didn't really think I'd trust the likes of you for very long.
But I've been loyal to you. I've reported everything that Armand has done. You can't just toss me aside like a soiled cloth.
Yes, I can. You are under arrest for the theft of the bust of Lathasa Indaris, Countess of Cheydinhall. Come with me.
Our quest and updates. Hieronymus Lex found the bust I planted. Now, all I have to do is report to Armand. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait until the next midnight for him to return to the Garden of Daraloth.
Unless you have word of the Grey Fox, my time is limited. Stay safe, citizen. These are dark times.
Just leave.
And so we exit the house, with Arano in tow of Lex, and his guard contingent, apparently satisfied with the outcome of their investigation, leaves the waterfront for good. As we have some time to kill before we can meet Armand, and in true Oblivion fashion, if we return to the prison, we can find Hieronymus leaving after turning the Dunmer in, and he greets.
What is it, citizen?
Inside the prison, if we speak to the jailer, he dismisses.
Speak. Excuse me, I'm on duty.
Sorry, I just wanted to pop in and visit your latest prisoner. Arano is her name.
Certainly. I'll unlock the door for you. Of course, I have to stay with you in there.
Heading down to the cells, the jailer begins a litany of warnings.
Prisoners may not accept gifts. Don't get too close to the prisoners.
A handy open lock spell.
No touching the locks.
Why do you bother me? Go away.
Ta-ta, you goblin. And so we leave Mavrina Arano to her fate to languish in her cell. Returning to Armand at midnight, as instructed, he welcomes.
With your help, I uncovered the informant that had compromised the Thieves Guild. I know I used you in this matter with Lathasa's bust, but I couldn't be certain that you weren't working with Mavrina. Here is the reward you were promised. Even though the bust is gone, you've earned it. I'm also promoting you to the guild rank of Bandit, which will let you use Ahdarji of Leowin as your fence. Good work. Shadow HEIST.
So, with the quest complete, let's begin to attempt to unravel the mystery of not only who was responsible for Countess Lathasa Indaris' death, but also examine how exactly the sins of Morrowind caused a butterfly effect so vast and pernicious it brought skooma, Oblivion Gates, and even the potential deaths of the Count's wife and son to Cheydinhall. And perhaps most odd, why then did the Grey Fox target a seemingly unrelated and innocent dead noblewoman to weed out an informant all the way over in the waterfront district? Big questions and claims, so let me back them up, because I've been waiting to showcase just how deep this web of disastrous events goes thanks to Oblivion's intricate writing. Fair warning, witnessing the rest of this video is akin to reading an Elder Scroll, so mind your eyes. The first salient point to cover is that the Grey Fox was informed of the following Count of Cheydinhall's indiscretions thanks to his intimate dealings with the Cyrodiilic nobility, as some of the vital dialogue we will soon explore can only be heard from the nobility. The relationship of the Grey Fox and nobles is a plot spoiler, so it will be revealed in future episodes. Although, to be fair, the common folk seem to share a similar sentiment about Cheydinhall.
Take Cheydinhall, for example. Pretty little town. But the Count's a dark elf and it's crawling with orc thugs and gangsters.
So where did things first go so terribly wrong? Well, apparently the rise of Count Andal is thanks to a particularly ruthless ruler from Morrowind, if one were to believe the writings found in the Guide to Cheydinhall, which outlines the Count's questionable rise to power reading. Though Cheydinhall lies in the Nibelline East, its culture is shaped by the Dark Elf immigrants who emigrated here in the past half-century from Morrowind. Many of these immigrants were fleeing Morrowind's rigid society and heathen temple theocracy. In Cyrodiil, they hope to find the stimulating commercial atmosphere inspired by Zenithar's patronage. Zenithar being the divine Aedra of work, commerce and trade, a sentiment shared by many Dunmer, including Devera Romulan, a dark elf publican of Newland's Lodge in the city.
Here you have your chapel-going Imperials and your chapel-dodging dark elves, and never the twain shall meet. The Imperials have the gold, houses, and top spots. Dark elves like me left Morrowind and the whole priest-ridden tribunal nightmare. And we take the whole patriotic imperial mission attitude with a dose of salt.
The guide further asserts, one of these immigrants is now Count Cheydinhall. Andal Indaris was of House Hlaalu in Morrowind, but he came to Cheydinhall searching for greater opportunity. His sudden rise into the ranks of Cyrodiilic nobility is hard to explain, and most old families of Cyrodiil rightly regard him as a presumptuous upstart. Congruently, the aforementioned nobles, notably human in Cyrodiil at the time, will actually share how the upstart Andal came to power, saying,
How did a dark elf become Count Cheydinhall? King Helseth and Berenzia have considerable influence, and Helseth and Indaris are cronies. Get it?
Now, for those of you unfamiliar with King Hlaalu Helseth, who can be found in the royal palace in Mournhold, as he'd recently become king after the death of his predecessor Letharn. After becoming king, Helseth quickly started to cement his hold on power by using the Dark Brotherhood to assassinate a variety of targets, including an attempt to kill the recently reborn Nerevarine, although, according to Helseth, this was a mistake. The truthfulness of Helseth's apology is suspect, as there was another attempt on the Nerevarines' life while guarding his very mother, Queen Berenzia, for the new king. Although ostensibly, Count Indaris may seem like a power-hungry plant for House Hlaalu, it would also be fair to mention the author of the Guide to Cheydinhall and other nobility may suffer from a slightly bigoted perspective. Except for the fact King Helseth oddly tends to play up his habit of assassination, as he was one of the driving forces to publish A Game at Dinner, a book that accuses him of murder. On that note, let's delve deeper and see if you can truly take the Dark Elf out of Morrowind politics but can't take the Morrowind politics out of the Dark Elf. So, who killed the Count's wife? And why? Just quickly, I think it goes without saying that his wife coming back as an enraged spirit is pretty indicative that she's not resting well and didn't slip down the stairs as the rumours go. Furthermore, the developers actually took pains to add a quirk to her ghost and chapel guard after the main release, as Lothar's spirit will not attack you if you're a pilgrim in the 9 Divines, having started the Knights of the 9 quests, which would also indicate her spirit is restless, but also somewhat virtuous, and the Count may personally be desperate to contain her haunting. Also, remember how Helseth liked to leverage the Dark Brotherhoods in his many assassination attempts? Well, the first inkling that the Dark Brotherhood may or may not have been involved in the Countess's death is first seen when entering the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, which reads, "It is said that the Count of Cheydinhall knows of the existence of the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, but bribes and threats of death have done wonders to keep his mouth shut. The inhabitants of the sanctuary also spread unbecoming rumours."
I've heard the Count of Cheydinhall knows about this sanctuary, but he is offered much gold as well as other incentives to keep his mouth shut.
Although this may have been a failsafe from his superior, such as King Helseth, which, let's be honest, forcing the Count to keep a Dark Brotherhood sanctuary in his very city as a reminder that he could be removed from power and Helseth would get paid for the privilege is honestly a stroke of genius. Though it doesn't seem the Brotherhood would have committed such a heinous act without gloating about it to their brothers during that questline, which we heard nothing of. Although, to be fair, the leadership aren't really fond of rumours.
Dear brother, I do not spread rumors. I create them.
Other rumours suggest that perhaps it was a more personal matter, as during the quest Corruption and Conscience, the corrupt guard Captain Ulrich writes of the Count. He's so busy wrapped up in his own affairs, and I mean that literally, that he has no time to pay attention to the daily operations of Cheydinhall. Furthermore, rumours of several infidelities can be found in the Guide to Cheydinhall, which the Count also questionably owns a copy of in his personal chambers, where author Alessia Otis writes, "The discovery of the Count's wife, Lady Lotharsa Indaris, badly battered and dead at the foot of the county hall stairs, immediately attracted scandal, and rumours of the Count's dissipation, rages, and infidelities suggest a darker mystery behind her death. So, the Count liked to cheat and perhaps fell into a vicious rage at his wife's accusations, an assertion the nobility further backs up gossiping.
Andel Indaris may or may not have killed his wife, and it may or may not have been an accident, and I doubt we'll ever know for sure."
So now we have established a possible motive of adultery. However, exploring the depths of the Count's depravity and finding further proof have just begun. So, how do we realistically prove that these slanderous assertions are somewhat based in reality? Well, another saucy claim by the nobles is the following.
Andel Indaris is an intemperate, bibulous philanderer, and a dark elf. Other than that, he is perfectly suited to be a count.
The one word I love in that sentence is bibulous, meaning excessively fond of drinking alcohol. Although I don't think that's quite what they mean in this case. See, if we follow the Count closely, we'll find, without his pesky wife around, on Loridus, he will go to Riverview for the weekly party at 8 p.m, run by a snooty Altmer noble Voronil who greets.
I'm Voronil. I'm guessing you're angling for an invitation to one of my super parties. Well, forget about it. Invitation only, and no invitation for you, stranger.
Asking him about Cheydinhall will have him remind you that we are not invited to any of his parties.
You're not on my list, and that's all I have to say. If you were somebody, I'd know. But I don't, so you aren't.
But why do high-profile guests visit Riverview, which is locked to the public? Well, unsurprisingly, Voronil just so happens to have skooma in his chest upstairs. Congruently, the members of the Aurum gang appear at said party to rub shoulders with the Count and his guests. Now, I've made an entire video breaking down the Aurum gang's complex skooma network, which is distributed all around Cyrodiil, and it appears the Count tacitly, or I'm guessing wholeheartedly, embraces their operation. Furthermore, the supply of said skooma are sent to the Commoner Tong thugs from Morrowind, and the profits are distributed back at Riverview during said party.
If you'll excuse me, I don't have time for you right now, or ever.
Now I'm going to hazard a guess and say the old ball and chain, while still alive, wouldn't appreciate her hubby getting skoomed up before getting down behind some closed doors. The scandal.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Okay, so it's clear the Count is living a pretty licentious lifestyle, free of marital responsibilities, and we've established a clear motive of why he would want to remove his wife, in which her spirit becomes enraged and then had the audacity to play martyr to the city to boot. But before we tackle the delicious repercussions for such an act, and let me tell you, the Count does pay more than he would bargain. Let's look at another perplexing question. Why then did the Grey Fox target the poor Countess's statue? Well, this is where things get extremely interesting. As we know the following. A. The Grey Fox has sworn to protect the waterfront and its residents. B. Vlanaris Conventual once erroneously claimed he was the Grey Fox when interrogated by the Imperial Watch, and it was later revealed he was under the influence of vast amounts of skooma that had somehow permeated the waterfront, which no doubt captured the attention of the Grey Fox. C. The Count is aware of and partakes in super parties with skooma suppliers. And D. Around 8 p.m. every Turdus, an orc named Ogashgra Magal departs Cheydinhall and rides to the waterfront to pick up her supply of skooma from none other than Mavrina Arano's barrel, which the Orms oddly have a key to. Wait, yes, this is the same Mavrina Arano that just betrayed the Brotherhood and is now languishing in the Imperial prison, thanks to the Grey Fox. All in all, this paints a clear picture, to me at least, that the Grey Fox became aware of not only Mavrina infiltrating the Thieves Guild, but then he made a calculated decision to use the bust of Lady Lotharsa as bait. As, in a stroke of genius, the Grey Fox not only threw the scent off himself with Hieronymus Lex and the Guard, but also crippled a large skooma ring which was targeting his beloved waterfront, and, in tandem, sent a pretty clear warning to the Count of Cheydinhall that he knows about said skooma ring, and possibly his wife. A masterful, three-pronged attack, if I do say so myself. Now, obviously the writers have made pains to show it was most likely the Count responsible for his wife's death, but went even further with provable repercussions. The Count would suffer greatly for murdering his betrothed and living the life of a profligate. Speaking of profligates in Riverview, the Count's son, Farwell, and fellow self-proclaimed Knights of the Thorn can sometimes be found standing outside of the establishment, almost peering inside wanting to be a part of his father's big boy crowd. But why? Well, local bookstore owner Mark Nahr discusses.
Well met. Imperials hate Dark Elves. Dark Elves hate Imperials. Imperials hate that a no-name Lalu trader got made into a count. Andal Indorus doesn't help his case by having a prat for a son and a wife that dies in very suspicious circumstances.
Prat for a son, eh? In a previous lore episode, we explored what happens when discovering the Count's only son, Farwell, the well-meaning but hapless idiot, finds himself, in a twist of karma, stranded in an Oblivion Gate. During his stay there, we're inevitably tasked by the Count himself to retrieve his son.
Are you mad? A Knight of the Thorn never returns home until the mission is done. It's our way. Now, in my father's name, as Count Indorus of Cheydinhall, I order you to lead me to that sigil stone. Onward and upward! Huzzah!
And Farwell, if freed, will take all the glory for himself. A much darker option would be to murder Farwell, or leave his lifeless corpse in Oblivion and gleefully report it back to his own father.
You have some nerve addressing me after slaying my son. You're lucky I didn't have you executed on the spot. Now, get out of my sight.
Only someone truly despicable wouldn't pick up a blade on the spot after being informed their only heir was murdered. But that's par for course with Indorus. What is more deliciously ironic is how the Oblivion Gate is also arguably the Count's direct fault for even existing. How, you ask? Well, remember earlier how I said there were repercussions for the Count's actions? Well, it seems the sins of the fathers is a true statement. See, while the Count was out indulging in skooma and harlotry in Riverview, he seems to have a captive audience. Not the elites joining in on the debauchery, but the servants that make the parties possible. One Tanasa Arano states,
I'm the charwoman at Riverview, Tanasa Arano. I clean up after Voronil and his parties.
On the topic of Cheydinhal, she'll give a bit of background information.
Lots of us Dark Elves came to Cyrodiil to get away from the temple. We're sick of living under the thumb of the priests and scraping by on the dole.
Congruently, fellow maid Talisi Girith says,
I am Talisi Girith. I'm a maid at Riverview, and it's no picnic, I'll tell you.
And she's more than willing to share her thoughts on her upper-class employee, Voronil.
He pays peanuts and thinks it entitles him to chew us out 18 hours a day. Sometimes I wonder if I made a mistake coming here.
Unfortunately for the nobility, both Dark Elf maidens hide a volatile secret. They are Mythic Dawn sleeper agents posted in Cheydinhal, which I covered previously in a video outlining every Mythic Dawn sleeper agent's lives before and after being activated. These agents serve a vital function, erecting the local Oblivion gates outside cities during the main quest. We even have easy-to-spot proof that the ladies serve Mehrunes Dagon, as they possess Mythic Dawn Commentaries Volume 2 in their sleeping quarters. Not that any of the partygoers would deign to check. This is also a tidy callback to the previous episode as to why the Grey Fox may have ejected Raven Cameron from the Waterfront District. However, the true irony of the Dunmer Maidens is that if the Count's wife didn't die, it seems he wouldn't be drinking skooma and engaging in debauchery, resulting in the acrimonious maids erecting an Oblivion Gate that, in a delicious twist of fate, was directly responsible for the death of his only son. Hope there's plenty of room down in your crypt, Andal. Even better is the fact that due to the Dark Elf duo being worked so hard, they barely leave Riverview. As such, I like to imagine that they let their Mythic Dawn identity burst forth during one of those super parties as an intoxicated Count Andal Indarius impotently watches on in horror.
Stay away!
Only in his last moments truly understanding he was the author of his own terrible fate, and the act was divine retribution for his wife's passing before he succumbs to a Mythic Dawn agent's summoned weapon raining down on him in the name of Lord Dagon.
Be glad you will not live to see the day Lord Dagon walks the earth.
In this chapter titled Ahdarji's Heirloom, we will be exploring why you should spare the most racist countess in Oblivion. Also, how snitching on a fellow thief can double your reward, and just how does one even kill a countess marked as essential.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
But first, to become embroiled in the Countess's bigoted ways, we must first explore the quest, Ahdarji's Heirloom. When returning to our doyen Armand Christoph, in a bittersweet moment, we find it is our final caper with the Redguard thief asking, "Do you have any special jobs for us?"
Sadly, I don't have anything for you. I only work with the less experienced guild members. You should go see Skriva in Breville from now on. You can find her at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. I wouldn't recommend bothering her at home, unless the door is unlocked.
Skriva, you say?
Are you deaf? Didn't I already tell you she is in Breville? Shadow, hide you.
Something tells us we will miss Armand more than he misses us. As our quest updates, Armand is no longer my primary Thieves Guild contact. My new contact is Skriva in the city of Breville. I can find her either at home or at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. I should ask her if there are any commission jobs for me. Once inside the inner walls of the swampy city of Breville, we find the first residence to our right, next to the North Gate, is that of our new doyen, Skriva. However, as we are warned by Armand, her door is locked tight. Although this gives us the opportunity to stealthily break in and prove our worth as a thief. Unfortunately, as we enter the fellow thief's abode, we find she's absent from the first floor and comes barreling down the stairs to meet our intrusion.
I think you should leave.
We attempt to explain the situation, but she dismisses.
I am busy. Get out. When I am ready to conduct guild business, I'll leave the door unlocked.
Ironically, heading upstairs to her bedroom, she further threatens.
This is your last warning. Get out, or I'll call the guards and have you arrested.
And while we take the threat seriously, the irony thickens as we find on the bottom of a shelf a book titled Thief, increasing our acrobatic skill before wisely departing the cranky Khajiit's quarters. Interestingly, it should be noted, if we speak with Screeva before joining the Thieves Guild, she would formally introduce herself.
Yes, Screeva gives you greeting. Luxury imports, exports are Screeva's fair game.
If you inquire about her home city, she will play innocent.
Well, perhaps yes. One hears such things. What is one to believe? That Screeva collects goods of untestable provenance? Pshaw! Rumors!
Instead, taking Armand's advice, we wait until the cat cools off. At the Lonely Suitor Lodge, however, as we begin to cross town, we're accosted by a local incensed mage.
If you'll excuse me, I don't have time for you right now, or ever. I'm Fathis Aren, Count Bravil's staff wizard. I can teach you conjuration. Anything to relieve the tedium of castle patronage.
Right. You don't seem very home at Bravil here.
Far be it from me to criticize my patron and sovereign. Bravil obviously flourishes under his wise and beneficent rule. Leave me alone.
Fathis Aren. We'll remember that name. Crossing the rickety wooden bridge to the south side of Bravil, we find ourselves at the front of the Lonely Suitor Lodge. Inside, rounding the bar towards the cozy fireplace, Screeva sits and, unlike Armand, seemingly is unafraid of discussing guild business openly and greets.
The blessing of the fox upon you. Ah, you are the new thief. I am your new doyen.
Pleasure to meet on more friendly terms. Tell me, Bravil doesn't strike me as full of valuables. Why are you based here?
Bravil perhaps presents little scope for an ambitious member of our guild. Perhaps you may find the castle entertaining. Little else.
Ah, I see. And what of the ever-elusive Grey Fox? Is he around, or still but a whisper on the peasants' tongues?
We don't talk about him in public. The Thieves Guild follows the Grey Fox. However, we make sure that most folks think he is just a myth.
Which brings us to our business. I was sent by Armand, and I believe I've fenced enough to be permitted a high caliber of special job.
I have a special request from the widow of a former fence in Leowin. As your new doyen, I am asking you to help her. A street scavenger made off with a ring that the widow Ahdarji values highly. She is offering a reward. The guild frowns on freelance thieves. Are you willing to go to Leowin, find the ring, and get it back to Ahdarji?
Pressed for time, we can admit. Well, I'm sorry I can't help right now.
I'm short on skilled thieves of your rank just now. If you change your mind, come back and see me.
Otherwise, I'll help out the poor widow.
This is good. Go to Leowin, speak with Ahdarji, and help her find her ring. Good hunting.
Accepting our quest updates. Screeva has asked me to retrieve a ring that belongs to Ahdarji. She is a Khajiit living in Leowin. I need to go to Leowin and see if I can find her. Finding our way to the southern city of Leowin, we navigate its misty confines and turn to a local Khajiit beggar by a statue of Topal the Pilot, the city's patron saint, positioned by the southern wall. One resting rancid Reddirsha, who stirs from her bedroll.
Please be generous, kind sir.
One of your kin, Ahdarji, is said to live here. Do you know her?
I know of her. What's it worth to you?
Only my goodwill.
I seem to have forgotten where she lives.
Forget no more, for these 5 coins are sure to jog your memory.
She lives on the west side of town. She is fond of the 3 sisters in the evening, but takes her midday meal at the 5 Claws. Blessings of Akatosh upon ye.
Leaving the Khajiit, we search for the furry thief at the Three Sisters Inn during her evening meal the next day. Entering the establishment, we find beast folk aplenty, but no Ahdarji, until we scale the stairs to the second floor and approach our new contact as she assesses.
It looks thievy to this one.
Once seated, she questions.
Why does the prey approach me?
Interestingly, when we meet her for the first time, prior to the quest, she will introduce herself and mourn about her lost husband.
Yes, Ahdarji is the name. Poor Ahdarji, all alone. Now that Kadar is gone, poor widow Ahdarji. Ahdarji trains, yes. Light armor is the skill. Ahdarji must work very hard. Now she is all alone in the world.
Perhaps more interesting is the fact a Khajiit slave by the name of Kadar appears in Morrowind, though it is unknown whether this is the same person to whom Ahdarji refers to in her greeting.
Where is that slave?
Regardless, we say, hello, Ahdarji. I was sent by a mutual friend, Screever, to take care of your misplaced ring.
Yes, a filthy Argonian stole my precious ring. It was a gift from my mate. It has sentimental value. I will pay well. The stupid lizard hunts with the name Amusai. Find him, find my ring. Make him suffer, kill him, and I will be pleased.
Well, you know the guild frowns on killing, don't you?
Stupid guild rules. He is only an Argonian. He is less than human and much less than Khajiit. If you must spare him, at least make him suffer.
Argonian, I take it you're not too fond of the fact Leyawen is brimming with lizard folk?
So many greenskins here. They smell, do they not? Ahdarji won't drink the water. No, the Argonians swim in it. Swift hunting.
Before we hunt down said ring, an interesting character quirk should be noted. If you play as an Argonian, she will hatefully say,
You will not stay in Leyawen. You just visit. Of course, too many Argonians here already. People here don't like Argonians. Too many already. Leave me alone.
Congruently, the townsfolk of Leyawen have also noticed the Khajiit's strong hatred of Argonians in the conversations they can be heard saying.
She's ridiculous. I don't know what her problem with Argonians is, but she's always trying to start something.
I don't know what her problem with Argonians is. She's going to cause some real problems if she's not careful.
Strange to hear such strong anti-Argonian sentiment for a backwater filled with beast folk. But to explain the racial dissonance briefly and give context to the quest and city, somewhat unsurprisingly, Imperial City-based author Alessia Otis agrees with the politics of Castle Leyawen. In her guide to Leyawen, she describes the citizens as, quote, lizardmen and catfolk, while praising the Count's attempts to clean up the raffish rabble of Argonian and Khajiit descent. While most of the Argonians in Leyawen tend to prove her right, doing nothing but telling bad jokes and putting things into barrels for their own amusement.
I'm Darji. I'm a Khajiit in disguise. Want to see me lick my butt? That one never gets old.
The assertions in the guide can also be easily explained according to Leyawen's history. See, at the end of the Third Era, the Transnibbon was annexed back into Cyrodiil and County Leyawen, due to an agreement between the Main and the Empire. Following this, a group of Khajiiti bandits and freedom fighters known as the Renrigira Kryn sought to reclaim all land across the Transnibbon which they believed to rightfully belong to elsewhere. They disagreed with the Main's decision to cede the Transnibbon and actively blamed Count Marius Caro for driving Khajiit from the county's fertile land. The city itself boasted a considerable Khajiit and Argonian population at the time. Racial tensions proved to be a problem between the Khajiit and the influx of Argonians and Dunmer, and Count Caro attempted to encourage Nibbonian culture in the city in order to move towards mainstream imperial society. It should also be noted, similar support can be found among the human populace of Leyawen. As Beto Plotius will say,
Beto Plotius, I'm a faithful servant of Leyawen and the Emperor, God's rest his soul. I've lived in Leyawen all my life, and I must say, the Count has found himself a pretty little bride, and a smart one too. We need some law and order. Bring in the legions. Leyawen for the Imperials, I say. No sense coddling those Renridra Kryn bandits. You too.
His wife Julita backs him up.
Julita Plotius. I'm Beto's wife. Well, I don't know much about politics, but I think Lady Alicia's right. We've got to put a stop to all these bandits and rabble in the Transnibbon. I know the Khajiit are all upset that the Council took away their land and gave it to us, but they just have to get over it. It's our land now. Be seeing you.
Perhaps worse is when we converse with the Nord merchant Margard, who explains of her life and husband.
Heavens forfend that my husband Itar devote a few minutes from his all-consuming hobby, stirring up trouble between Khajiits and Argonians to help me find ingredients. Be seeing you.
As expected, Margard's hubby greets.
I'm Itar. Say, did you hear what that Argonian said? What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. He said any Argonian can kick any Khajiit's butt to breakfast any day of the week. You believe that? I think he's wrong. I know Khajiit can kick Argonian butt. Anytime, anywhere. And you can tell everyone I said so.
And when asking of Leyawen, he further stirs the pot.
I think it's a disgrace that Argonians can swagger around Leyawen, boasting how they whooped this Khajiit silly and beat that Khajiit to a pulp. Good day.
Surprisingly, support can also be found inside the Five Claws Lodge, where the Argonian innkeeper, Witsadutsi, will express her admiration for the leadership of Leyawen, saying,
What is it? We all love Count Marius and his father before him. Arche bless his soul. Such a fine young man. And now his new wife, so beautiful, so fine. And wise? Oh, yes. The new Lady Leyawen is daughter to Countess Ariana Valga, County Coral. And so she knows just how the county should be run. Lady Alicia tells Count Marius exactly what to do, and he does as she says. But listen to me, cawing and chattering like an old fish crow. Just leave.
Now understanding our target and the greater biases within the city. Our quest and updates. Ahdarji is offering 100 gold coins for her ring. The ring was stolen by Amuse. I wonder if it was the same Argonian that I competed against to get into the guild. I'll have to look around for him. But with tension so high, we cannot help but feel this is probably the last place the hapless Argonian should have found himself. Attempting to find a lizard gent that can help us locate his brethren, we happen across D the Scalawag, camping by the well next to the northwestern entrance to this city, who sponges.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Have you seen a fellow Argonian? Amuse is his name.
I might know that, for a price.
Pay for information? No way. I'm trying to help one of your people.
Fair enough. He left town yesterday. I heard he was going to, Anvil. Yeah, that's right. No need to go looking for him. He's gone.
Wow. A real fellow hatchmate you are. I can spare 10 gold coins.
Huh. The poor bugger was arrested. Seems he tried to swindle the Countess. He's rotting in a cell in the castle dungeon now. It's common knowledge that the jailers can be bribed to allow visitors to see prisoners. Blessings of Arche upon ye.
He tried to rob the Countess. Well, I guess it's lucky it wasn't Marius. We've only heard positive rumors of Alessia from the other nobility in our travels.
Alessia Cara visits her mother in Coral regularly. a dutiful daughter. And a dutiful wife, I hear.
Heading to the castle dungeon before Amuse loses his head, we hastily scrawl in our journal. Amuse is in jail here in Leyawen. The only way I'm going to find that ring is to talk to him there. Feeling our way through Leyawen's labyrinthian dungeon, we stumble across its seated jailer who questions.
You look lost. You're not supposed to be down here.
I, wanted to visit an Argonian named Amuse. Is he still here?
Yeah, we got him here. Argonians aren't allowed visitors, though. Countess Alicia's orders. She's the thing about the lizard folk.
We can then reply, I'll just be going then.
You're a smart one, then. I was going to have to arrest you in a minute.
Or, not even for this 20 gold coins I found lying around.
Amuse, you say? I thought you wanted to see Amude. He's off limits. Amuse, though, is just down the hall. Make it quick. I have to get back to work now.
Following the jailer, we head down the stairs and find in the farther cell to the right our old chum, Amuse, who sneers.
Ah, the Thieves Guild's new favorite. What do you want?
Well, last time we saw you said you were headed south. How'd you end up in Leyawen? The jail, no less.
The Thieves Guild refused to take me, so I came here. Leyawen is my home. It is where I was raised. I went to the Imperial City in hopes of joining the Thieves Guild. Now, I am forced to live as a freelance thief.
As fellow thieves, you wouldn't mind sharing Ahdarji's ring location, hmm?
Why should I tell you where it is? Here I sit in Leyawen's dungeon while you are free. What will you do for Amusai if I tell you?
Well, I'll put in the good word for you within the guild.
You mean with the Thieves Guild? Sure. That way I'll be a member in good standing when they put my head on a pole. Are you an idiot? I want you to get me out of here. I don't want a stinking guild membership.
Okay, what if I can cut you in on the profits? Maybe you can buy your freedom.
And what good will money do me when they come to stretch my neck? Find a way to get me out of here, then we'll talk. Besides, you're a thief. You just sell the ring and let me swing.
Okay, what if I give you a lockpick? Surely you're crafty enough to get out of here.
You'd do that for me? Maybe you guild types aren't so bad after all. Okay, it's a deal. Give me a lockpick and I'll tell you about the ring.
Nice. Excellent. Here, take this lockpick.
Sunlit freedom. Yes, I stole that ring from Ahdarji. When I went to sell it, the fence told me I was too hot for him. He showed me an inscription on the inside, to Alessia. That had to be the Countess of Leyawen. The damn ring was stolen property. Well, I figured I would ransom it back to the Countess, except she tricked me. I was arrested for theft, and she kept the ring. The Countess rarely leaves the castle. Good luck getting it back. I owe you a debt of gratitude.
With the lockpick removed, we can help further by breaking the very hard lock for the bungling Amuse. And also tune him up for Ahdarji as a bonus. Although, to be fair, he is still set as essential. A quest and updates. Amuse told me that the ring was inscribed on the inside with the name Alessia Caro, aka the Countess of Leyawen. Apparently he tried to sell it back to her. When he went to deliver the ring, he was arrested and thrown into jail. She kept the ring, and it must be somewhere in the castle, assuming she isn't wearing it. I'll need to find someone who can tell exactly where. This might be a good time to revisit Ahdarji or to see what the beggars know. Heading back to the west gate, we find the slumbering D the Scalawag, and upon seeing us, he complains.
I'm so hungry.
Thanks for the tip on Amuse. Now, We need info on the recovered Caro family ring if you know anything about it.
So, Alessia Caro has recovered her ring, and now you want to know where she keeps it so you can steal it back. My pockets are a little light at the moment, if you know what I mean.
Pay for information again? It was literally hours ago. No way.
Then I got nothing to say to you.
Come on. D, you're really working me here. I can only spare 10 gold coins again, and you're lucky to get that.
I don't know where she keeps the ring, but I know who does. Talk to Ledara Mothril, the Countess's handmaiden. She eats dinner in the castle at the 8th bell. You may have to sweet-talk her, but she knows all about Alessia Caro's habits and schedule. You should know that there are other secrets in that castle.
Speak to her handmaiden. Got it. Wait, what secrets?
I've heard of a hidden torture chamber. They say that Count Marius interrogates Argonian immigrants from Black Marsh. The servants whisper that the Argonians are dragged into the basement and never seen again. You should stay out of there, just in case. Blessings of anew upon ye.
A hidden torture chamber? Oh, that sounds very bad for the case of sparing the Caros. Worse for the local Argonian populace. We then update our journal reading. I got a tip to speak with Ledara Mothril. If I can sweet-talk her, she might tell me more about Alessia Caro and the ring. Before meeting the dangerously bigoted nobles, we happen across our contract giver, Ahdarji, as she ambles out of the Three Sisters after a few bevies.
It looks thievy to this one. Why does the prey approach me?
The prey has information about Ahdarji's stolen ring.
Does the hunter have this one's ring?
Although we can first admit, I don't have it yet.
Well then, it seems you still have a job to do.
Or, interestingly, as promised at the start of the video, to double our reward, we have to be truthful and tell Ahdarji about Amuse's failed blunder, admitting Amuse tried to sell it back to the royals.
Amuse tried to sell it to Alessia Caro. Ah, stupid lizard. Ahdarji uses the ring much more wisely. I use it to collect and sell information. That ring can be used to read private messages the Count writes. Get me that ring. Steal it from Alessia Caro if necessary. Just bring me the ring. I will pay double. Swift hunting.
This leads us to a side piece of very interesting information as our quest updates. Apparently, Ahdarji can use the ring to read missives and other castle documents written by the Count. She sells the information to other Counts of Cyrodiil. Now the cat is out of the bag, so to speak. She has upped the reward to 200 gold coins. Inside the castle, attempting to get close to her advisor, we attend the nightly dinner as a disguised dignitary, and are shocked to see many beast folks at the nobles' table and begin to question the guests. When first meeting the Count Marius Caro, he will politely introduce himself.
Marius Caro, by grace of the Nine, Count Leowin. You are a stranger to me, but well met.
Thank you for the warm welcome to Leowin, my lord.
I am proud of my family's tradition of service to Leowin and its people. We face many challenges, but God's willing, we shall prevail.
Challenges, indeed. I'd heard recently your wife had recovered a very precious heirloom.
I don't think it would be appropriate for me to talk about private family matters with a stranger. So, every little bit helps.
Sufficiently greasing his wheels, he elaborates.
That works for me. Oh, the Countess is very happy to have her ring back. I don't think she's taken it off for days. If you want to hear the whole story, talk to Ledara. Goodbye.
Seeking out Alessia's right hand, the Altma Ledara Mothril, who delights.
Oh, my! Are you an adventurer?
Well, life is one big adventure, am I right? And you are?
I am Ledara Mothril,
Lady Leowyn's chaplain and chief advisor. I assist her ladyship so that her enlightened policies might achieve the greatest possible influence upon the affairs of County Leowyn.
And what policies would Leowyn benefit from, do you believe?
Leowyn is in a state of transition. It has long been a respected county, making moderate cultural and economic contributions to the Empire. However, Leowyn must move toward the mainstream of imperial culture, both in trade and in political affairs.
Sounds admirable. Tell me, how does mainstream imperial culture include the dark secrets I've been hearing about in the bloody bowers of Castle Leowyn?
Some words should be shared only by friends.
I think some gold from my pouch may make us fast friends, my lady.
Shh! It's dangerous to be heard talking about that! The Countess has a secret passage somewhere in the basement that leads to her private quarters. That's where the torture chamber is. Sometimes I can hear the screams of the prisoners when I'm in my chambers. I think I hear Milady calling.
Aghast at the revelation the beast folk are being tortured, we speak next to the castle's chief steward, Onsteia Sundu, the Argonian, who rightly worries.
Onsteia Sundu, Castle Leowyn's steward and chief advisor to Count Marius Caro, in theory. Leowyn has always been a melting pot of races and cultures. Of course, racial and cultural conflicts produce inefficiencies and confusion. I fear Lady Leowyn and Ladara Mothril plan to push the minorities aside and establish a bland imperial-dominated culture here in Leowyn.
Savi, the Khajiit castle mage, agrees with Onsteia and proclaims.
Savi, Count's mage and castle healer, your servant. I have been happy enough in the Count's service, but I am not so happy about his lovely wife and her Nibbanean advisor. Lady Alicia is uncomfortable with Khajiit ways, and Argonian ways, and Dunmer ways. She is only comfortable with pure white-bread Nibbaneans.
It should be noted, it is somewhat ironic that Alessia holds these views, as her mother is the beloved Countess of Coral.
Hello! Welcome to Castle Coral.
And her late father is Count Charis Valga. Before his passing as seen in the tributary statue by Coral's main thoroughfare, he was a staunch defender of the faith and a follower of Stendar, and was said to be a kind and noble individual. Count Valga died in battle against the heathen Nord clansmen of Skyrim, leaving his widow Ariana to rule as Countess of Coral. Despite this, the castle is still full of Nords. And so lastly, we finally meet the now infamous Countess. When approaching her for the first time, provided that you are not Argonian, she will give us a friendly greeting.
Welcome to Leowyn. I'm Alicia Caro, and I have the honour to be the wife of the Count, Marius Caro.
If we approach her as an Argonian, she will hint at her dislike of beast races.
I am Countess Alicia Caro, wife to Count Marius. I think Leowyn would be better off if we removed all the dirty Argonians such as yourself. You wouldn't have a problem with that, would you?
No matter what, when asked about Leowyn, she will reveal her political stance and tell you about her attempt to imperialize the region.
In these difficult times, we must count on persons such as you to secure our borders from bandits and rabble-rousers. We all profit by your lawful pursuit of the unlawful, and we encourage you to attack, burn, loot, and destroy them wherever you can.
Hear, hear, my lady. I even heard you recover the Caro family ring from a filthy Argonian. Should have had him strung up, eh?
I don't answer questions about royal jewellery from riffraff like you. So?
Oh, I'm sorry.
For
Here,
me?
I'm speaking
Thanks.
about a dirty lizard, and you are just looking ravishing in that dress that I added as a mod for the thumbnail and forgot to remove, and now I'm thoroughly embarrassed.
That's just not funny.
So, you were saying about your ring.
Yes. After all these years, I have my ring back. I wear it all the time now. Of course not when I sleep. I am a proper lady after all. Farewell.
She doesn't take it off. So we can't simply steal said ring, and she has a guard in that handmaiden to boot. Now, for those of you sympathetic to the Beast Folks' cause, you may be asking, Dash, why not just kill her now, take the ring and pay the blood price? Well, we'll tackle whether to kill or spare the Countess, as promised. However, right now, it would be suicide, as the Countess is not only heavily guarded, but also an essential NPC.
Take the fine!
Instead, we'll explore the why and how to kill her later, without incurring the blood price. For now, we can catch a conversation before leaving the guests for the night, where Caro can be seen speaking to Ladara, saying,
You're in good spirits today, milady.
I feel so much better now that I have my ring back. That filthy Argonian actually had the temerity to try and ransom it to me.
I'm so happy for you, milady. I'm just so sorry he damaged it. Your finger swells up so when you wear it too long.
It's of no consequence. I'll just have to remember to remove it every night. It's your job to make sure the jewellery box is locked each night.
Don't worry, milady. No harm shall come to your ring if I can help it.
A quest and updates. It seems that Alessia Caro wears the ring all the time, which is going to make it really difficult to steal it from her. However, I learned that she always takes it off at night. I'll have to sneak into her bedroom at night and rifle through that jewellery box. We also remember the morbid tip from a handmaiden noting, it seems there is a secret passage that leads from the basement to the Countess's private chambers. If I can find it, that passage might be a safer way to sneak into her room. Congruently, circling out of the dining hall while the feast is still in full swing, we find in the southern side of the throne room a door to the basement. Down its narrow, winding corridor, we find it leads into a standard musty storeroom, covered in cobwebs from apparent lack of use, but feel a strange draught coming from the southern wall. Approaching the faux fixture, we find a nearby barrel and a lever that opens a square section of the wall. Cautiously ascending the snaking stairs, we break an average lock into the Castle Leowen's secret room. Entering the dimly lit room, we check for any sentries before heading towards a blood-smattered table on the far end of the room. Dodging the shackles swinging from the ceiling, we spy torture implements, ranging from a grim knife and fork, wondering if somebody knows what Argonian tastes like. We then see the brutish silver warhammer, caliper and tongs, and a single skull that looks to have been extracted by the gruesome implements. In the corner of the room is a chest with a steel bow, iron helmet and shield, as if the guards have been testing out their personal weapons on unsuspecting Argonian victims. Perhaps worse than the macabre scene are the 6 chairs encircling the table, no doubt for the Count, Countess, and a cadre of guests to enjoy the horrific scene on a routine basis. Exiting the grisly scene as there is nothing we can do, yet. We make our way down a western corridor, breaking the average lock to find ourselves at yet another lever and exit the dungeon which leads into the Lord's Manor private quarters. A final lever has us find ourselves in an art supply room, and scaling the stairs, we switch out of our noble guise and into, as Ahdarji would say, thievy-looking gear. Opening the door to the foyer, we're nearly made by Count Marius, who looks like he's headed to his chambers. Overcoming a moment of panic, a sentry guard follows him, and we're nearly caught for a second time. Thinking better of the situation. To our right, the Countess fast approaches, and so we quickly force our way into the room in front of us and see, is this handmaiden Ladara's room? A shudder runs across our back as we mentally calculate how far the torture room is, and how loud the screams must be for her to hear them. But we have no time to dwell on that thought as the Ultima strides inside. Casting yet another spell of Detect Life, we sleuth quickly across the open room up the stairs to the Count's boudoir with the guard in tow, fumbling the lock open with the castle key and planting ourselves in the western corner of the room until the coast is clear, silently moving towards the sleeping nobles. We spy Alessia's jewellery box to her right and slip our hand in her dress, fumbling around to find the jewellery box key. It should be noted, although stealing the 1,000 gold off the Countess is extremely tempting, I couldn't get it off her without alerting the Imperial to our presence and reloading a save about 30 times.
Why, you dirty little thief! How dare you touch me!
And so, we keep our focus on the task at hand, gingerly opening the jewellery box and see Ahdarji's claimed ring, as well as a brass pearl ring, weak potion of fire shield, a note on divining the Elder Scrolls worth 50 gold, and a petty soul gem. With the booty in hand, we away through the castle's bowels and emerge onto the city streets, our quest updating. I've got the ring. Now to find Ahdarji and collect my reward. Seeking out the Khajiit thief in her home, she questions.
Why does the prey approach me?
I have this one's stolen ring.
Does the hunter have this one's ring?
It is important again to note, handing over the ring without appraising the Khajiit of Amusei's attempt to steal it back will net 100 gold versus the 200, so the dialogue option is well worth it. With that in mind, we declare, here is your ring.
My ring. Oh, thanks to the claws of the clan mother, you have recovered it. Is that slimy Argonian dead? Did he suffer long? I hope so. You have earned the reward. The Thieves Guild was always good to Ahdarji's dearest mate. I am grateful that the memory is still honored. Swift hunting.
Our quest then updates. Ahdarji was very grateful and rewarded me nicely for the ring. I get the feeling she hates Argonians, though. No wonder Amusei had trouble with her. Now all I have to do is report back to Screever in Breville. Returning to Screever at the Lonely Suitor Lodge, she questions.
You have returned?
Yes, and have returned Ahdarji's stolen ring.
Good work. You are truly an asset to the guild. I will make sure the Grey Fox himself hears about this. I am promoting you to Prowler. Congratulations.
With an extra 200 gold, our journal updates.
Shadowhide the Hunter.
Screever thanked me for my devotion to duty within the Thieves Guild. I guess that means Ahdarji told her I returned the ring. I've been promoted within the guild as well. So, with the quest complete, the question remains, should you kill or spare the prejudiced Countess? Now, ostensibly, the reasons for killing the Countess are quite clear. Although there is an undeniable racial tension between all races in Leyawen, the Countess moved to Leyawen and seems to have exacerbated the Count's torturing and killing of the local beastfolk. However, problematically, the Countess does remain unkillable, despite the Countess appearing as a character that could potentially incur the blood price during this quest. Let's also discuss why to spare her before unveiling how to kill the Countess. Well, I think it stands to reason that all provinces annexed into Cyrodiil are folded into Imperial rule and Cyrodiilic customs. So it stands to reason, while Khajiit and Dunmer are tolerated, the Argonians are still in the breaking in phase. Let's be honest, if the Khajiit actually took over the region, they would probably just wipe them out from what we understand. And although it is a horrible thing to say you have to crack a couple of Argonian eggs to make a good omelette, this integration into the Empire may be on the horizon. And if we killed the Countess or removed the Imperials, it may be replacing one bigoted noble with another and exacerbate the problem tenfold. Also, it would be hypocritical to target the Countess for her racial outbursts, and not our very Doyen or the other citizens of Leyawen, with the open disregard for Argonian life or other races. And I'll go into that just a little bit more, but the more selfish reason to keep her alive is Sanguine's quest will not be able to be performed by the player if she's killed, so it is very important to get that done first. But finally, we are aware, thanks to Skyrim and literature beyond Oblivion, the Argonians, thanks to the history, sensed the Oblivion crisis and quelled Mehrunes Dagon's attacks. And not many other people did, coupled with the Thalmor taking over Cyrodiil, but a far more delicious way for the Countess to perish would be to see the Argonians spring into action, successfully defend their homeland, while she watches her own city burn, helpless, and perhaps succumbs to the Daedra herself. With all that being said, how in Oblivion do you kill the Countess, who is an essential NPC?
Oh my! Are you an adventurer?
Well, unfortunately, Countess Alessia Caro is only set as essential during the duration of this specific quest. So, say when she goes to visit her mother on the 15th of every month, the wiki actually advises to do Sanguine's quest first, as she has a tendency to fall to bandits. And it would be a real shame if a particularly nasty and barbed loose arrow found its royal mark.
Whoa!
Want to hear a Khajiit joke? Why do Khajiit lick their butts? To get the taste of Khajiit cooking out of their mouths. A real thigh slapper, that one, eh? I heard lots others, only I can't remember them.
In this chapter titled Misdirection, we will be exploring what happens if you steal from yourself in Oblivion, also how the modding community handily fixed this conundrum, and how finishing the Mages Guild questline before the Thieves Guild has unforeseen, strange, and deadly consequences. To explore self-theft further, we must first embark on the 5th Thieves Guild quest titled Misdirection, which can only be initiated after fencing 300 gold worth of stolen items. After which, returning to our new doyen Screever in her abode in Breville, during business hours of course, the Khajiit burglar consumed by her book barely looks up to greet.
Amuse sends his regards.
I'm looking for a new job, if you have any special ones going.
I have a small problem that you may be able to help with. The guild will even pay a reward. That buffoon, Hieronymus Lex, has invaded the Imperial City waterfront. Imperial watch guards from all over the city prowl the streets.
How bad is it?
Hieronymus Lex has vowed not to leave until the Grey Fox is in custody. The fox is safe, but the Thieves Guild cannot do business like this. The poor of the waterfront are kindred to the Grey Fox and will not betray him. However, cubs soon get hungry. Soon someone will break. Many guild members could be jailed. Find Methredil in the Imperial City. She is coordinating the guild's response. Shadowhide the Hunter.
A journal then updates. Screever tells me that Hieronymus Lex, captain of the Imperial Watch, has pulled guards from all over the Imperial City to lock down the waterfront. He has vowed to remain there until someone rats out the Grey Fox. If I want to help, I have to find Methredil. She's hiding somewhere in the Imperial City. Seeking out the Bosma thief, we begin our search in the Talos Plaza district and find in a narrow alley behind the main road a sleeping beggar named No Coins Draninus, who rouses to play his questionable trade.
I can eat for a day with a single coin.
Sorry for waking you. I need to find a guild-affiliated Bosma. Methredil is her name.
What's it worth to ya?
Worth? Nothing. This is for the Grey Fox.
Then that's my answer.
Okay, how's the name 15 Coins Draninus work for you? Sound good?
She's hiding in Denari Amnes's house in the Talos Plaza district. She's one of the few that escaped when Lex invaded the waterfront.
Just as a quick aside, there are several beggars who give Methredil's location during the quest, and if you ask about Methredil a second time, apparently the directors told them to do a different and kooky line read.
Oh, she is hiding in Denari Amnes's house, over in the Talos Plaza district. She's one of the few that escaped when Lex invaded the waterfront. Blessings of RK upon ye.
Leaving the alley, we find Fortune smiles on us, as No Coins was seemingly sleeping right behind the entrance to Denari Amnes's house. Entering the thief's abode, she greets.
We need more pressure on Lex. He's a stubborn fetcher.
Turning to the archer, she redirects.
I'm busy now. You need to talk to Methridel.
To which the seated Methridel greets.
Welcome to my hideout. It's good to see you.
You too. Screever has told me you escaped the waterfront invasion.
These are foul times for us. Armand is under house arrest again. Our business in the waterfront is totally shut down. We need to get Hieronymus Lex to lift his siege. I have put together a plan.
So, what is your plan?
You and 4 other operatives will stage high-profile thefts all at the same time. Hopefully that will force Lex to reassign the Watchman. Your target is the Arcane University. We've had our eye on Rormir's staff for some time, but have been waiting for the wizards to be distracted. This is the perfect time. Will you help us?
We can then claim, I can't help now, maybe later.
Don't wait too long. We really need the help.
Otherwise, you know what? I will help.
I knew the Grey Fox could count on you. The staff is in the Archmage's room. He sleeps between 1 and 7 in the morning. Take this note. Leave it in his nightstand. Bring me the staff when you get it.
Before leaving, we inquire. Has the guild told you any more about the Grey Fox, perchance?
I didn't think much about him when I first joined the Thieves Guild. Lately I've been hearing odd things, though. That grey cowl he wears was stolen from Nocturnal herself. Can you imagine having the nerve to steal from a Daedric lord? Shadow hide you.
With that eye-opening Daedric piece of trivia, we focus on the task at hand, noting Methridel has a plan to force Hieronymus Lex to lift his siege of the waterfront. Myself and 4 other Thieves Guild operatives will go on a crime spree. Each of us is assigned a high-profile item to steal. I am to steal Rormir's staff from the Archmage's room at the Arcane University. I have a note I'm supposed to leave in his nightstand. Approaching the imposing mage's tower, we bump into a local Ultima mage who swiftly rebukes.
Yes? Yes, I'm sure you've got something exceedingly important to say. But the apprentices do not teach themselves now, do they? Good day.
Realizing we stick out like a sore thumb, we opt to change into a mage's robe we had, appropriated. When we last encountered a hostile hedge wizard with a sore disposition. Now, of course, if we'd already finished the Mages Guild questline, we could have free entry as the Archmage, but we will explore how, if you hold that rank, will change the quest fundamentally in a moment. But for now, dressed more appropriately, we stride into the Archmage's lobby and are met by one Raminus Polus.
Welcome to the Arcane University.
Keeping up the act, we declare, in our most pompous tone to emulate a mage perfectly. I'm here to join the Mages Guild.
If you wish to become a part of the Mages Guild, seek out the heads of the local guild halls. They will instruct you further.
Thank you, my lord. Oh, while I'm here, have you heard about some guard captain Hieronymus Lex?
He's that Imperial Watch captain that's always chasing after the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. Chasing after shadows, if you ask me. The Thieves Guild probably doesn't exist, and it's a sure bet the Grey Fox doesn't either. Bye.
Funny, not even the mages believe in the Grey Fox, though they soon will. Stepping on the round glyph-laden teleporter,
I think you should leave.
We find ourselves in the Mages Guild council chambers, to which Master Wizard Erlav Jarrell asserts,
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll call the guards and have you arrested.
Indeed, our best bet here is an invisibility spell which allows us to sleuth past. Supposedly a charm spell would also do the trick, but as killing him will make us pay the blood price, and he's quite a powerful mage, it's best to use stealth.
Well, look who we've got here.
The next teleporter takes us right to the Archmage's quarters, where a sleeping Hannibal Traven lies. Sneaking up to the end of his bed, we see the coveted ice staff and gingerly scoop it up, and our journal updates. I have Hromir's ice staff. All I need to do is leave the note in the nightstand. Before doing so, we assume the nightstand will be locked and sneak behind Traven, stealing his personal key, Staff of Corrosion in case he wakes up in a bluster, and 118 gold off his person. Heading around the bed to his nightstand, we slide the Grey Fox's note out of our pocket, giving its contents a cursory glance, and it reads, "It seems that security in the Arcane University is not what it used to be. In fact, that seems to be a problem all over the Imperial City. I would recommend that you get your guards back on duty, unless you want more of your precious artifacts to go missing. The Grey Fox." Our quest then updates. I slid the note into Archmage's nightstand, now to get the staff back to Methredel, escaping the tower unscathed. A valid question, of course, would be, how does being the Archmage affect the quest, as we own that room at the point? Well, if you've already finished the Mages Guild quest, you're the Archmage. That means we would have full access to the Archmage's quarters. We could simply just go there, grab the staff, as it isn't considered theft from the Mages Guild, so we won't be expelled, and leave the note on our bedside table. Though supposedly we can be caught returning the staff, but that's for later. Now, modders have thoughtfully fixed one critical oversight, with the unofficial Oblivion patch adding some journal entries to the quest if you're the Archmage, to help explain the plot hole as to why you steal from yourself, specifically on stage 90, where it originally says, "I have Hromir's ice staff. All I need to do is leave the note in the nightstand." The patch adds the message, "I have Hromir's ice staff." I wonder who put it there when I was away. All I need to do is leave the note in the nightstand. I don't know who from the Thieves Guild is monitoring my progress, so I'd best play along and do so. Once you put the note into the nightstand, it will also read, "I slid the note into my nightstand, now to get the staff back to Methredel," which we're about to do. Regardless, with the staff stolen, we find ourselves back in our streetwear, and safely back at Methredel's hideout, where the thieves greet.
The situation is not good. We have to act now. I'm glad you're here. We have work to do.
Good news. I have Hromir's staff.
You have the ice staff?
We can, to her chagrin, then lie. Well, not exactly.
Don't play games with me. This isn't the time for it.
Or, yes, here it is.
Excellent. Yours is the last item on the list. Now we just wait for the powers that be to pull the plug on Hieronymus Lex's siege.
What will we do while we wait?
Good question. I want you to spy on Hieronymus Lex. Make sure you stay close enough to overhear any conversations. Sooner or later they will order him to return the guards to their original posts. When that happens, come and tell me. Shadow hide you.
Exiting the hideout, we note, I gave the ice staff to Methredel. She says we need to wait for the nobles and wizards to act. She wants me to watch Lex until he's ordered to leave the waterfront. I have to make sure I get close enough to him to overhear any conversations. When he does, I report back to Methredel. Once back at the waterfront, we're confronted with the now familiar scene as the guards swarm, interrogating the citizens once more.
The Grey Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about him?
Slipping out of sight, we break into our former doyen Armand Christoph's house, where he informs.
The Imperial Watch has imposed a curfew. We have to remain in our homes until they catch the Grey Fox.
Likewise, all other residents are bound to their homes, as we see once entering the abandoned shack.
We have to stay in our homes while the Watch searches for the Grey Fox.
A curse on that Hieronymus Lex.
I've told the Watch that I don't know anything about the Grey Fox.
A curse on that Hieronymus Lex. A curse on that Hieronymus Lex.
A curse on Hieronymus Lex, indeed, as when we eavesdrop on Lex's conversation, we stop in our tracks and notice a demonic being approaches.
No sign of him. Begone, mortal! So, the mages send a foul Daedra to deliver a simple note when an honest footman would have done. How typical. All right, men. We've been ordered back to our posts. I smell the dirty hand of the Grey Fox behind this.
We then note in our journal, while spying on Hieronymus Lex, I saw a Dremora delivered a note to him. Lex has begun moving his watchmen out of the waterfront. I think this is a signal for me to report back to Methredel. However, Lex dropped that note. I wonder if I can find it. As Lex stalks off into the night, we dutifully pick up the note and immediately see why he discarded it, as it reads, Hieronymus Lex, your vendetta against the Grey Fox has cost the Arcane University dearly. You commandeered the guards patrolling our property. In their absence, someone stole a valuable artifact from the university. We demand that you return all the guards to their posts immediately. If you do not do this, we'll be forced to bring the matter to the attention of your superior, Raminus Polus, the Arcane University. Oof. Raminus Polus, indeed. It's about to hit the back of Lex's teeth. Returning to Methredel again in a foxhole, she greets.
The Grey Fox protects you.
I'm glad you're here. We have work to do.
Hieronymus Lex won't be bothering us anymore. The Mages Guild unceremoniously ejected him from the waterfront district, and he was not happy.
He's been ordered to evacuate the waterfront? Excellent! I have one last task for you. As a sign of good faith, the Thieves Guild needs to return Roromir's ice staff to the Arcane University. However, the wizards are not to be trusted. I'm sure they are watching for us to put it back where you got it. They would have no qualms about killing you once they had the ice staff back. Instead, I want you to put Roromir's ice staff into Ontus Vainen's safe chest. He keeps one in his home. Ontus is a former university researcher.
Sounds awfully risky. Then you pay me, right?
Greedy bastard, aren't you? I like that in a thief. You'll have to see Scriva about that. I'm just running the scam. Shadow hide you.
Leaving the Bosma's refuge, we find not a stone's throw from Daenerys' house is the Vannon residence. We then remember that he was an ex-mage we met loitering around the Mystic Emporium who once greeted.
Hail. Antus Vannon, retired. Sleep late and read trashy books. I don't keep up with the Mages Guild affairs anymore.
When asked of the city, he shared.
I spent 40 years at the Arcane University. Good years, but I don't miss it. Now I'm completely useless, and proud of it. Farewell.
Knowing the mage is living a laid-back lifestyle and is probably lax in his home defense, we still opt to wait for nightfall and creep into his bedroom, finding the sleeping mage and relieve him of his lesser staff of fireball, steel longsword, key, and 119 gold. Next to his bed, atop a dresser, we also spy a hard-locked jewelry box, which we pilfer a nice silver amulet out of. We then locate on the southeast side of his room a chest and pop Roromir's staff inside as our quest updates. I've planted the ice staff in the chest into Ontus's bedroom. I should go see Scriva and collect my reward. Although we can now simply return to Scriva no fuss, there is one tiny wrinkle to explore in the quest that is incredibly juicy in my humble opinion. See, if we happen to see Ontus Vannon on the street and were the Archmage without the unofficial patch, Ontus would actually take a run at us and either attempt to kill us or potentially we would incur the blood price.
That's twice! You dare on your side! I'm on your side! That's twice! outside. Hit me. I'm on your heart, and I'll kill you. And I'll kill you. This ends.
But what gives? Ostensibly, when speaking to him, he seems like a happily retired ex-member of the Mages Guild. So how do we explain the vicious outburst, or why the unofficial patch removed his aggression? Well, the wiki actually states, Ontas, now being no longer a member of the faction, actually dislikes Mages Guild members, physically. He has a -5 disposition modifier towards Mages Guild members. Since this modifier is multiplied by your Mages Guild rank, when you become Archmage, Ontas will have a -50 disposition adjustment to you. This is generally enough to make him attack you on sight, especially as he has slightly higher aggression than most other NPCs. This can lead to the guards and townspeople coming to your assistance, then fighting and killing each other as a result of accidental hits. Now, couple this with a bit of dialogue when you run into a member of the guild such as Raminus Polus when asking, do you know Ontas Vannin?
Good afternoon. That name sounds familiar. Something to do with the Arcane University. Most wizards live somewhere in the Imperial City.
Seems like real life. An employer forgetting a man who left after 40 years of loyal service left him. Slightly embittered, and I can 100% see why he would balk at the fact some young upstart strolls up to him introducing themselves as the Archmage no less. The utter disrespect. I also see why it is somewhat impractical to have a retired wizard take a run at the player for no reason. I mean, they could have at least had him build a backstory where you met him first. He said, Mages Guild did me dirty and I will kill any one of them on sight. But such is the charm of digging into Oblivion's self-contained quote-unquote logic, though I think it's actually kind of a gem. However, the quirks of being Archmage do not end there. But first, if we alert our Doyen Screever of our success, who is reading seemingly an involved novel when we approach, she asks,
What can a humble Doyen do for a sly thief?
Hieronymus Lex has left the waterfront. Permanently, we think. I'd be surprised if they don't set him up for retirement by the water at this rate.
Hieronymus Lex has left the waterfront? Well done. Methradel's report tells me that you have done well. You have earned your reward. I am promoting you to Cat Burglar, which means you can use Luciana Galena Abreville as your fence. Congratulations on your new rank. Shadow Hide the Hunter.
Now, achieving the rank of Cat Burglar and receiving 300 gold for our efforts, let's further explore the ramifications of our actions as the Archmage. See, after the quest is over, we can go back to the Archmage's chamber and Hromir's eye staff will be back in the same spot where we found it before. Now, this is a great item to steal and fence, but if we are the Archmage, then it doesn't count as stealing and cannot be fenced. We also find the repercussions of stealing and using our own staff is the mages have actually recharged it for us fully, which is always appreciated. Now, this is no doubt to keep up appearances, and congruently, when the quest is over, we can receive a copy of the Black Horse Courier titled Daring Waterfront Raid Fails, a newspaper article on Captain Hieronymus Lex's attempt to capture the Grey Fox. Stymied in his attempts to capture the legendary thief, the Grey Fox, Captain Hieronymus Lex of the Imperial Watch raided the waterfront. Extra watchmen were pulled from duty in other parts of the city to search the slums of the waterfront. A small amount of contraband was confiscated, but the Grey Fox escaped. The Arcane University has filed a formal complaint against Captain Hieronymus Lex for his dereliction of duty. The guards normally posted at the Arcane University were sent to the waterfront during the raid. An attempted break-in at the university was foiled. University spokesmen insist that nothing was taken. They scoffed at the idea that any mere thief could make off with one of their treasures. Although this official report is clearly a byproduct of the Mage Guild's hubris, The humour also becomes bolstered by the fact that we, the player, as a shoddy archmage causing mischief, could be feeding said misinformation down to the Black Horse Courier to help aid the Thieves Guild further. In this chapter titled Lost Histories, we will be exploring Castle Skingrad's oldest Easter egg, how to take revenge on a helpless beggar, and why you should spare this bloodthirsty vampire in Oblivion. Returning to our Breville-based Doyen Screever in her domicile, she looks up from her favourite book and greets.
You are a welcome sight in these troubling times.
Troubling times? Something tells me you have a special Thieves Guild job in mind.
I have need of a very special book, The Lost Histories of Tamriel. The cat burglar Theranos was sent hunting in Skingrad for this book. However, Theranos has not been seen since. The Grey Fox himself hunts for this book. I need you to find Theranos. Help Theranos bring back this book. If Theranos is unwilling or unable, bring back the book yourself. Are you agreeable?
We can then either reply, sorry, now is not a good time. Plus, I'm sure your cat burglar is due to return with book in hand any minute now.
Maybe Theranos will return soon, maybe not. If you grow bored and change your mind, ask me again.
Otherwise, you know what? Sounds interesting. I'll do it.
That is good. Go to Skingrad. The trail starts there.
We can then cheekily inquire. So, any other jobs going?
Doesn't the hunter have prey to follow? Shadow, hide the hunter.
Our quest then updates. Screever of the Thieves Guild has asked me to find out what happened to the thief named Theranos. He was sent to steal a book entitled Lost Histories of Tamriel from the wizard in Castle Skingrad. My job is to recover the book. Screever doesn't care if Theranos delivers it to her or I do. I'm getting 400 gold coins either way. Entering the central city of Skingrad, we turn to the beggars for the missing Theranos' whereabouts and find a lone aging Imperial named Nigideus the Needy, who shares.
I'm so hungry.
Hello there. I'm looking for a thief called Theranos on behalf of the Grey Fox, no less. Care to help?
He is a skillful thief. I seem to remember something about him. Something recent. Something important. Something is missing in my hand.
Missing, eh? By the look of you, I would guess soap and water.
My memory fails me.
Wait, I think I know what your hand is missing. Tell me, would it be these 20 coins, perchance?
Yes, it would. Theranos was drinking in the Two Sisters' lodge. He was bragging about stealing something from the castle. Unfortunately, Captain Dion was also in the Two Sisters' lodge. He arrested Theranos and hauled him off to the dungeons.
Dungeons? How can I get in to see him?
Into the Skingrad dungeons? Not likely. Not unless you got yourself arrested. Of course you're a thief. Just break in. Blessings of the shadow upon ye.
Leaving the beggar to his bedroll, we then note in our journal. I discovered that Theranos was arrested. It seems he was found in a tavern drunk and bragging about stealing something from Castle Skingrad. The captain of the Skingrad guard overheard him and arrested him. I'm going to have to break into the dungeon if I want to speak to Theranos. Now that we know Theranos is in jail, we make our way to the looming Castle Skingrad, an imposing fortress that hangs over the town. And for eagle-eyed viewers, the Easter egg being Skingrad Castle's exterior is a visual copy of Bran Castle in Romania, known also as Castle Dracula. Once inside the dungeon, we attempt to charm the seated guard who comments,
Why do you bother me? Go away. You're new here in Skingrad? Fine. I'll make sure the captain knows we have a stranger in town. Please keep your weapons sheathed and use your best manners. We're a bit suspicious of strangers here. Don't give us anything to be suspicious about, will you please?
We're just looking to sneak a peek at a prisoner and get out of your hair. How's that sound?
No visitors. Count's orders.
Look, I understand. Would the Count be more amenable if I were to give you 50 gold just to creak open that door?
No, but it will earn you 2 years in Skingrad's dungeon. Now get lost before I decide to report you. Just leave.
Our quest and updates. I tried to bribe my way into jail to see Theranos, but the jailer is too honest. Either that or he is terrified of Count Hasseldor. It's too bad I can't get a job in the castle. What does a guy have to do in this town to get inside of the jail? Get arrested? Which brings us to the multiple methods of entry into the castle's dungeon, as the wiki handily states a whopping 5 different ways to access the jail. Some are more interesting than others. The first being, in our best fancy outfit, we attempt to charm the guard.
Visitors ain't allowed down here.
Raising his disposition sufficiently,
I can't argue with that.
And with a charm spell to boot, we can, in front of the dutiful sentry, simply unlock the door to which he knowingly purrs.
Looks like you are in some trouble. Since we're friends, don't worry. I'll look the other way and take care of that fine for you.
Although once inside we have to be quick, as the guard's liable to lock the door again when doing the rounds. The second, slightly less direct method is to carefully pickpocket the guard of his prison key, then simply unlock the door out of his eyeline.
Why do you bother me? Go away!
Third is perhaps the most direct method of causing the guard to straight up throw us in jail.
By the Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Serve your time peaceably and pay your debt to society.
Now, fourth is not my favourite method, as it outlines how you, the player, can circumvent the entire jail section of this quest by finding the wine cellar via a route that begins in the main hall. However, doing so we miss important context as to Theranos' location and the natural flow of the quest. Which brings us to the fifth method of locating Theranos, which is seemingly the way the quest is meant to be played, looking to get into the castle via means of honest work. First, we seek out the guard captain, the beggar mentioned before named Dion, who is skulking around the bridge near the chapel and dismisses.
I'm Dion, captain of the Skingrad Guard.
Hello, Captain. I'm new in town and looking for employment. Heard of any work going in the castle?
I heard that Shumgro Yarag is looking to hire. He's the butler for the Count. Go speak to him.
Heading to the castle, our quest updates. It seems that the butler, Shumgro Yarag, is hiring at Castle Skingrad. Penetrating the castle would be much easier if I had that job. Entering the main bridge to the castle up a winding path, the gate guard brushes us off, saying,
I don't have time for you. State your business.
Hello there, sir. I was told by Captain Dion there was work going in the castle. I was sent to find some Shumgro Yarag, I believe.
He doesn't leave Castle Skingrad often. At 10, he heads over to the Westweald Inn. Then at noon, he goes to the Colovian Trader. Just go away.
Thinking at best we meet the orc on his downtime, especially with how grumpy all of the guards are, we seek to intercept him at the drinking establishment, the Westweald Inn. Once inside, the orc warns.
Hurry up before I change my mind. Sorry, you want me? I'm Shumgro Yarag, the Count's butler.
Yes, sir. I was told you serve the Count. How is the work?
If it's not one thing, it's another. The Count is very particular about his food and drink. Everything must be just so.
Is that so? Tell me, is there any other work going in Castle Skingrad?
I need someone to slop food to the prisoners. I'll pay you 2 gold a week, plus half a loaf of bread and a glass of mead each day. I'm having trouble hiring these days, so if you want the job, it's yours.
We can then scoff. No, such work is beneath me.
I'm not surprised. Nobody wants that job. Let me know if you change your mind. It will probably still be available.
Otherwise, you know what? I could use that half a loaf of bread a day. Yes, I will take the job.
You will? I mean, good. Mind your manners in the castle. Stay out of Count Hasildur's quarters, and don't let me catch you in the wine cellar. The jail guards in the dungeon will unlock the cell block door if you ask them. Feed the prisoners once a day. I don't care when. Get back to work.
Okay, so now we have a way inside, and we might find a fancy wine or two in that forbidden cellar. We then note, I got myself hired as a servant in Castle Skingrad. Only have access to the Great Keep, but that should help. Shum Gro Yarog says that the jailers will open the prison door for me. Now I have to find Theranos. Returning to the dungeon guard once more, he seems unimpressed at our new role and wares.
Out of the way, slop drudge.
We can then cheerily command.
What do you want, slop drudge?
Open the door. I'm the slop drudge.
They ought to just give you guys a key, but no. I gotta keep locking and unlocking the door for the slop drudges. Follow me. Out of the way, slop drudge.
As the door opens thanks to our new position, the guard barks.
No talking. And by the way, we execute escaping prisoners. Just a friendly reminder.
Entering the dark halls, we see a single prisoner to our left and notice the unmistakable copper scent of blood as we see smatterings of the crimson ichor trailing the ground to a dead end. Peering in their nearby cells, we find them empty of blood and inhabitants, a fact that does not bode well for our missing thief. And so we turn back to the first cell, lighting a torch to rouse the sleeping Nord, as we dutifully yell to keep the guard from being suspicious.
Slop drudge!
Get your hot slop! Awakening, the Nord evaluates.
You must be the new slop drudge.
No, I'm actually looking for someone.
Are you here to rescue me?
We can then admit, oh no, you're a criminal.
You bastard! It's not like I killed her. I just roughed her up a bit. Nothing the healers can't fix.
Wow. Despite his disgraceful admission, to gain his trust we say, yes, I'll rescue you.
Just unlock the door. A couple of hours after you're gone, it'll be quiet again and I can sneak out.
Fine, but first, tell me where Theranos is. I heard he was kept here, but the cells are empty.
You mean the thief? He was in the big cell with that Argonian. They were always whispering to each other. The Pale Lady took him days ago.
The Pale Lady?
Every few days, she comes for one of us. Some return, some don't. Those that are taken 3 times never return. This was Theranos' 3rd time.
Where does she take them?
I don't know. She took the Argonian less than an hour ago, though. He put up quite a struggle. He was bleeding all over the place. Don't let the guards catch you.
Curiously, true to his word, if we unlock the cell, Larthiar will huddle in the corner, awaiting his chance to escape the prison. Although where to, we have to find out once this quest is completed. We, however, start searching along the trail of the Argonian's blood and stop to inspect a strange candle. Pulling the candle down reveals a secret door in the heavy wall that slides open, and we begin sleuthing down the rocky passage, following the ever-growing droplets of blood and finding some worrying skeletal remains of what appeared to be the second, more insidious level of the dungeon. Despite our trepidation, we then reflect on what we had noted Larthiar said in our journal, noting, the only prisoner in Castle Skingrad's jail is Larthiar. He told me that the Pale Lady, whoever she is, took Theranos days ago. I don't like the sound of that. There was an Argonian prisoner in the same cell as Theranos. Apparently, He was also taken by the Pale Lady just a couple of hours ago. The Argonian put up quite a struggle and was bleeding. It's the only clue I've got right now. I'd better follow it. Only as we cautiously navigate its treacherous layout do we see the blood leading to the wine cellar. Still in our slop drudge uniform, we silently curse the orc butler, no doubt in on this little scheme and coveting the real reason we're not supposed to be entering the accursed wine stock repository. As the large barrel creaks open, we decide maybe we will take one of the choice Tamika vintage. Some Colovian courage for what lies ahead. Around the final bend of the cavern, we see a Soul Dunmer standing amidst lashings of blood painting the floor neath her feet. This must be the fabled Pale Lady. It should be noted, this is where we're able to fight or spare this Mina. We attempt to approach the Pale Lady without a weapon, and she casts a spell of invisibility and unsheaths her dwarven dagger, all the while taunting.
I will feed the mistress your blood. Ha! This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Blood! I need your blood!
Watch out!
And we hit the deranged Dunmer with a heavy right hook. Getting closer to her, we see her stir and lift her dwarven dagger off the ground, slashing her throat, with it revealing vampire dust that sprays out of the open wound. What foul trickery is this, we think, as we lift the keys off her ashen corpse. Turning to the cell, we realize the Argonian is Amusai, as he warns.
We need to get to safety.
Amusai, you lucky bastard. You are the Argonian prisoner?
That would be me. I am so glad you are here to save me from the vampire. Those Cretan Skingrad guards caught me stealing a fish and locked me up. You have saved my life again. You are a true friend. I will not forget this. I've decided to join the Thieves Guild. No more jails for me.
What happened to Theranis?
Theranis? How do you know about him? He was my cellmate, at least until the Pale Lady took him away.
Did he ever mention a book?
No, but he did give me a message about a treasure to deliver to the Thieves Guild if I was ever to get out. After the first time Theranis was taken by the Pale Lady, he knew he was going to die. Get me out of the castle, and I'll give you his message.
The treasure? That must be the lost histories of Tamriel.
If that's Theranis' treasure, I know where it is. But I'm not telling you anything until we're out of here. Get me out of the castle. As soon as we are out of sight of the castle's main gate, I'll tell you.
Fine. Before we go, what do you know of the foul Pale Lady lying at our feet?
Filthy vampire. She took my cellmate Theranis a few days ago. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been next. Let's go.
As we look around, we see bottles of wine, blood, and terrible torture implements, which we'll explore their appearance soon enough. Strange that the vampire was seemingly so weak. If she drank half of this blood, she should no doubt easily overcome us, especially unarmed, if the tales of vampires' strength are anything to go by. Past a casket to the northeast, we then locate the body of the fallen Breton thief, Theranis. Searching his body, a journal updates. Theranis is dead. I found his body in the secret chamber with Amusei and the Pale Lady. Beginning our escape with Amusei, we further note, the Argonian in the cell with Theranis turned out to be Amusei. Before he died, Theranis told Amusei where he hid a special treasure, which I assume is the book. If I can get him out of here, Amusei will tell me where the book is hidden. Of course, being seen helping a known prisoner to escape is a crime. I'll have to avoid the guards in the castle. As luck would have it, opening the door to the dining hall, we then hear,
"Escaping prisoners!
as the underhanded orc butler must have somehow been alerted to our escape. And so we sneak around him and past the dining hall, out the courtyard, to the safety of Skingrad's bridge, which thankfully, in the early hours of the morning, is in between guards and has our escape covered by the veil of night. Making our way down the path, we stop for Amuse to catch up and our quest updates. Amuse and I escaped from Castle Skingrad. Let's see if he'll keep his word and tell me about the book.
Anything for my savior.
Okay, fair's fair. Where is the book Lost Histories of Tamriel?
He told me to give this message to any member of the Thieves Guild that asked about him or a book. Look under the bush near the well behind the Restoral's house. I was going to take it for myself, but I owe you a great debt. You should take it. Safe journey.
With that, Amuse ambles off into the darkness, and we have the task of re-entering the city walls.
Quickly now. Leave me alone. Yes.
Thankfully, the guards don't seem to recognize us in Theranos' attire, and we note in our journal while searching. Amuse was grateful for being saved from the Pale Lady and told me where to find the book. It's under a bush behind Narastorel's house, near a well. We then locate the tome conspicuously left in the open. We flip through its pages to better ascertain why the Grey Fox himself is in need of such a book, and read one cryptic passage. In an earlier volume, I discussed the vagaries and influences of the Adric prophecies, more commonly known as the Elder Scrolls. Readers wanting to know the history behind the highly inappropriate appellation Adric can refer to chapters 23 through 27 of my previous work for a full explanation, as well as the incompetencies of my good comrade Theron of Mournhold, who named them thus. The influences of the archivally historic Elder Scrolls cannot be understated. Once a prophecy contained in an Elder Scroll is enacted in Tamriel, the text of the parchment becomes fixed. All readers ingest the same divine message. It becomes an historical document declaring the unequivocal truth of a past event. Scholars, even those as dim-witted as Theron of Mournhold, cannot argue the bias of the writer like he has with my earlier works. Not even magic can affect the word written upon those ancient pages. Pondering this, it seems that putting something in an Elder Scroll makes it so, but that doesn't seem feasible. Regardless, we stuff the book in our pack and our journal updates. I have the Lost Histories of Tamriel. Now all I have to do is return it to Screever in Breville. Returning to the Gazette in the swampy city, she questions.
You have Lost Histories of Tamriel?
To which we can lie. Well, not yet.
The prey escapes. Return when you have the book, or know that Theranos will return with it.
Otherwise, Theranos, no, he didn't make it. The book, yes.
Theranos is dead? I grieve for him, but at least you have the book. The Grey Fox has sought this book for many years. You have earned the reward. Here is your payment.
With 400 gold as our reward, we still have questions beyond why the Grey Fox needed said book so desperately. The first to tackle is why bother sparing the evil vampire, the Pale Lady? Well, to even attempt to spare her is a feat in and of itself, as we must possess great stealth capabilities or invisibility/chameleon spells. In fact, she's one of the few characters in the Thieves Guild questline that you're meant to kill. Although the vampire does not have to die to complete the quest. Once we spring Amuse, who doesn't have as good stealth, and unless we cloak him in invisibility spells, he's basically fair game for the Pale Lady, and is only saved by his essential status, plus the fact she doesn't actually give chase far, probably due to her secretive existence even within the castle. Also noteworthy, during combat she'll occasionally announce,
I will feed the mistress your blood. You will be sweet, bloody nectar for the lady.
Now here are a few spoilers for future vampirism-related content on the channel. The Count of Skingrad, Janus Hasseldor, himself is afflicted with vampirism, and while he is technically what you would call a good vampire, aiding the player in ridding themselves of the disease and protecting Cyrodiil against Daedric invasion, he still requires human blood to survive.
Come to me, sweet flesh!
Furthermore, the mistress that the Pale Lady refers to is undoubtedly Countess Rona Hasseldor, who lies in a coma caused by her refusal to satisfy the demands of her vampirism on live victims. The bottles of human blood near the Pale Lady suggest that she collects the blood of her victims to feed the Countess. Furthermore, we know that the Count condones her actions as if, as a slop drudge, we had exited via the dungeon, the guard would warn.
Out of the way, slop drudge. Visitors ain't allowed down here. We have a situation. The Count has sent most of the servants home. You have to leave, sorry, but you ain't working here anymore either. You should get back to work.
Now, getting into the weeds of morality, it's pretty easy to say. Draining thieves and prisoners is not quote-unquote just, but what if she didn't take the blood? Well then, the alternative would be that the Count has to slaughter innocents versus criminals. Now again, it can be argued that the Count has no right, nobody does. However, in the game at least, he is set as essential and cannot be slain, as he is not only pivotal in curing our own vampirism, but also the Mages Guild questline expunging the necromancers from Cyrodiil. The question then remains, is the life of a few criminals potentially worth keeping the masses protected? Now that's something for you to decide.
This had better be good.
A coin for an old beggar?
Back to another juicy conundrum as promised. What happens of the old, broad-bashing beggar bastard Lethard the Laggard? Well, seems the Nord wanted to start fresh and was not fond of being cooped up indoors, now finding himself relocated to the Arboretum in the Imperial City, apparently not recognizing the old slop drudge that freed him from his cell, or simply not caring.
Me children are starving. Please help.
We give the Laggard a promised septum, and he maintains his ruse.
Thank you, kind sir.
Should be noted, if we want some frontier-style justice for the woman he so callously beat, it just so happens his essential status is revoked the minute the quest is over.
Whoa!
In this chapter titled Taking Care of Lex, we will be exploring how greed can stall this Thieves Guild quest indefinitely and how to fix it, plus where to locate some easy-to-miss high-level items to fence, and perhaps most shockingly, how a Bethesda bug actually stopped cousins attempting to sleep together in Oblivion.
This is your last warning.
To catch out this familial affair, we must first complete the quest, Taking Care of Lex, which begins when we return to Screeva inside her home in Breville, where she welcomes.
The esteemed cat burglar honors me.
Esteemed cat burglar? Compliments make me think you have another special job lined up for us.
Hieronymus Lex must be eliminated once and for all. The Grey Fox has asked that you do this personally. It is a most delicate matter.
Eliminated? Doesn't sound good for Lex. What's the plan?
Countess Umbranox of Anvil is hunting for a new captain of her guard. The Legion commander of the Imperial Watch sent her a list of candidates. The Grey Fox wants this list replaced with one that highly recommends Hieronymus Lex. From Anvil, he can do little harm to the guild.
Okay, so where is the letter?
The letter is currently in Steward Darahill's desk. She has lied to Lady Umbranox, telling her that the letter has yet to arrive.
Sounds like a lot of effort. If Lex is such a thorn in the Grey Fox's side, why not just kill him? Bend the rules a little. It's not like the Grey Fox pays the blood price.
We are thieves, not murderers. That is the province of the Dark Brotherhood. For reasons unknown to this one, the Grey Fox has extended his protection to the Umbranox family, and Lady Umbranox in particular. While Lex is a problem for the guild, his unwavering loyalty and resolve make him the perfect protector for Lady Umbranox.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, I think the more we learn about the Grey Fox, the less his motives are clear. So, how do I forge the letter?
You will have to track down one on your own. I don't know of any in Breville. With the forged letter in hand, sneak into the Legion commander's office in the Imperial City prison and seal it with his seal. Darahil cannot be trusted. You must deliver the letter to Lady Umbranox in person. Will you accept this commission?
We can then disappoint Screever by saying, I'm not ready to do this yet.
I am disappointed. When you are better prepared, return to me.
Otherwise, it shall be done.
That is good. Remember, this is a mission of stealth, not blood. Your payment will be higher than normal to cover the expense of the forgery. Shadowhide the Hunter.
Leaving Screever's our quest updates. Screever tells me that the Grey Fox is tired of Hieronymus Lex causing problems. He wants Lex removed once and for all. Countess Umbranox of Anvil is in need of a captain of the guard. She sent away for a list of recommendations from the Imperial Watch Guard. I must create a forgery that recommends Lex and deliver it to her personally. The Grey Fox has a special interest in Countess Umbranox and has chosen Lex to be her protector. Very curious. Riding down the Gold Coast, we find ourselves at the sleepy western seaside city of Anvil and recount the next steps to our mission being: first, I steal the letter from Steward Darahil's desk in Castle Anvil, then get a forgery made. I have to find and pay for my own forger, then seal it with the Imperial Watch seal from the Legion Commander's desk in the Imperial City. Darahil cannot be trusted to deliver the letter. I must personally deliver the forged letter to Countess Umbranox of Anvil. I will be paid 500 gold plus the cost of the forgery. Once inside the city gates, as we make our way to Castle Anvil, we happen across a local guard loitering and looking slack-jawed at a sightly mermaid statue. Seeing our approach, he lazily turns to us, greeting.
Why do you bother me? Go away!
Sorry for disturbing you mid-duty, sir. We need your assistance.
Langley, captain of the Anvil Guard.
I'm looking for one Darahil's office in the castle.
Looking for the steward, are you? Her office is in the private chambers, but she's not there much. You can find her in the audience chamber in the mornings. She dines with the Countess from evening's 8th bell until midnight. I'm done talking to you.
Our quest and updates. I have learned that Darahil's office is in the castle's private quarters, which is off limits. I should look for an indirect way to get there, getting the feeling that we may need some extra unofficial insight into the indirect route into Darahil's office. We see by the Chapel of Debella a decrepit beggar, penniless Olvis, who appeals.
Who will help an old beggar?
One more coin, and I can get a pair of shoes.
Greetings, Olvis. I'm in the service of our mutual benefactor, the Grey Fox. Would you happen to know how I can enter Darahil's office?
To be honest, I couldn't give you directions to any special room in the castle. Anyone in the castle can tell you, though.
However, I'll tell you for free that there are many secrets in that castle. There are secret ways and secret people. Find the blacksmith.
We then give the beggar a gold coin for his troubles, to which he thanks.
Thank you, kind sir. Blessings of RK upon ye.
And our journal again updates as we stroll across the outer bridge to Anvil's Keep. A beggar told me there may be secret ways in the castle. I'm supposed to find the blacksmith. I'm not really sure why. Inside the castle's main hall, we hear to our right the rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer and veer into a western wing. Standing by a counter wearing a sizable club is the castle blacksmith, Oren. Thinking perhaps this is the wrong man, he quickly appraises.
You must be the cat burglar I've been told to expect. Follow me.
The no-nonsense smithy then swings by his forge for something and strides purposefully down the well-lit hall with us in tow, admiring the paintings along the way. Looking around to make sure we're not walking directly into a trap as the Red Guard swings into the wine cellar and our quest updates. Orin has shown me a secret passage within the walls of Castle Anvil. It should let me get closer to Darryhill's office without being seen by the castle guards. The No-Nonsense Thieves Guild affiliate then imparts a final word of advice.
There are guards at the top of the stairs. Be as quiet as you can.
Leaving us to our mission, we sleuth up the stairs through the musty, winding secret passage, pulling an identical pullable pillar that reveals we're inside the castle on another level, and a guard indeed is stationed at the top of the stairs. Creeping past while his back is momentarily turned, we then arrive at none other than the steward's office. After breaking her hard lock into her room, as she is thankfully out at this hour, we see her large U-shaped desk, which we delicately unlock. Inside, we find the list of candidates and 16 gold, taking both our quest updates. I have the letter. Now, I need to find a forger. Momentarily stopping to read the letter, we see the list of recommended captains. Now, as fortune would have it, we'd actually dealt with each of these captains personally, in one way or another, in the latest quest covered on the channel called Imperial Corruption, linked at the end of this video. The list reads of each captain. Idias Hain, loyal but not too bright. My personal recommendation, Carmalo Truand, smart but inexperienced. A good second choice. Hieronymus Lex, overly fanatical, not recommended, and Ordens Avidius, questionable morals, not recommended. Scampering out of the steward's chambers, note in hand, we trace our path out the way we came and come crashing into a stranger who angrily questions.
What do you want?
Oh, sorry about that.
Do I know you?
No, who are you?
I am the stranger. That is all you need to know, that, and I am no one to be trifled with.
With a dismissive sound, he embarks on his way, and we are left to find a forger. Perhaps the beggars can help. As fortune would have it, by the North Gate, we bump into our old friend, Penniless Olav, who explains.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
I know the guards are in earshot, but do you know of a master forger, perchance?
I might know of one. Can you spare a few coins?
Sorry, the guards are watching play along. For you? Not likely, beggar. Begone!
Can't say I know of any.
Okay, the guards aren't looking. Here's 15 gold coins.
That will do. That will do. Look for a man known only as the Stranger. He lives here in Anvil, near the Mages Guild. He's out and about in the morning, so I would wait until afternoon or evening to go visit him. Blessings of Mystara upon ye.
With the guards none the wiser, our quest updates. My sources tell me that there is a master forger in Anvil. He's known only as the Stranger. He lives in a house by the Mages Guild. We can't help but wonder if he was that surly Imperial we bumped into in the castle. What are the chances, though? Heading across the city's main thoroughfare, we find, as promised next to the Mages Guild, a boarded-up house that ostensibly looks abandoned. Waiting for night to fall, we enter the dilapidated dwelling and find the bottom floor empty as a familiar figure races down the stairs glowering.
What do you want?
Actually, we just wanted your help.
You're bothering me.
Apologies, I was told you could forge this recommendation letter.
Yes, it can be done. I can change it to give Lex the highest recommendation. I'll need a full day to properly forge this letter. Return then. And of course, I will expect payment in full at that time.
The stranger then plucks the letter from our grasp and we ask, sorry, did you say 24 hours?
Why are you bothering me? It isn't done yet. Now get out of here and let me finish.
We then have a full day to note in our journal. I delivered the letter to the stranger. He said to return in a day and he would have the new letter ready. It's going to cost 500 gold coins. Returning the next day, we poke around the musty shack to find the forger in his candlelit study, as he commands.
Don't interrupt me. You're bothering me.
Just here for the letter. I hope it went well.
Do you have my fee?
We can then lie. I'm a bit short on coin right now.
Then what are you doing here? Come back when you have the money.
Otherwise, here's your fee, paid in full.
Here is the new list of candidates. Hieronymus Lex has a glowing recommendation.
With a new recommendation and 500 septims lighter, we cannot help but ask the mysterious stranger, what's your role in the Thieves Guild?
I don't have time to gossip about the guild right now.
Fair enough. Look, we'd honestly joined when this grey fox had piqued our interest. The rumours of his exploits as a master thief were, well, too numerous to pass up the chance to work with him. What's your take on our enigmatic leader?
Everyone wants to know about the Grey Fox. Grey Fox this, Grey Fox that. He's just a man, not a Daedric lord. I've heard it all. They say he's immortal because he's led the Thieves Guild for over 300 years. No one ever sees his face, because he always wears that grey cowl. Oh, and speaking of the grey cowl, did you know he stole it from Nocturnal herself? You'd think he was Saint Nerevar, the way they talk about him.
Whoa. So the Grey Fox is a man in a mask, and the rumours of him stealing the cowl may be false, or whatever the case, this stranger doesn't seem to be impressed. Maybe he should spend 5 minutes talking to Lex, then he'd believe in the Grey Fox's mystique. Regardless, we have the new forgery which shows Lex now as eminently qualified and the personal recommendation for the job. And our quest updates. The stranger has forged a new letter for me. Now I have to go to the Imperial Legion compound in the Imperial City. I have to seal the letter using the official seal of the Legion Commander. In the Imperial City's prison district, we begin our search for the seal in the Legion's watch office. Unfortunately, even though we had pilfered a set of keys, just barging our way in has unwanted consequences as we come face to face with the Legion Commander Giovanni Civello.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch! I'm confiscating your stolen goods. Now pay your fine, or it's off to jail.
Unwisely, we can respond. I'm not going to prison today, so up yours, you uppity bald virgin.
Then pay with your blood! Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make. Let's get this over. Take the fine.
Waking up after nursing our wounds in the prison, we decide to take a safer route, opting to wait until the guards have evacuated their dining hall. Eventually finding the mess hall empty, we carefully sleuth to the watch offices to find the Commander Giovanni Civello still at his seat. This is going to be a problem. As we move closer, reaching for the seal, he abruptly stands up and we fall backwards, the door closing on our way back. Bracing for our inevitable confrontation, we hear nothing and cautiously re-enter the room, seeing the commander legitimately left, most likely for his rounds, and didn't even hear us. And so we take the seal in the moment of reprieve, swiftly stamping our letter and our quest updates. I've sealed the letter with the Legion Commander's seal. Now I must deliver it to Countess Umbranox personally. I will take on the role of courier. It should be noted, if you've completed the permanent retirement quest for the Dark Brotherhood, Civello's predecessor, Adamus Philida's finger, will remain in the desk. Also, noteworthy, as we mentioned at the start of the video, the Legion Commander's chest to the left of the desk is easy to miss, but contains some high-quality random loot, which, depending on your level, boasts as much as 1 enchanted weapon, 2 enchanted weapons, or 1 enchanted armor and 2 enchanted armors. These items will be marked as stolen, and fencing them is likely to satisfy any further need to do independent thievery. With the sealed letter in hand and our new role as courier, we depart the Imperial City and make our way to Castle Anvil to finally speak to the Countess. However, before we give her the letter, there's a few extra options for more gold and dialogue, plus hidden familial relations to explore. As curiously, we approach the court and see the stranger, who expectedly barks.
What do you want?
But why he's there remains a mystery, though, perhaps to see if his forgery is accepted by the nobles. Before speaking to the Countess, we can seek out Daryhill, her steward, who originally withheld the note of recommendation, who greets.
I'm Daryhill, steward of Castle Anvil. We do things differently in Anvil, and the difference shows in the comfort and trust of its people.
Well, the city is no doubt a credit to your hard work.
The Countess deserves all the credit. I do things my way indeed, but she gives me the authority and support.
That would take a lot of trust. Speaking of which, I'm here to deliver a letter of recommendation for your new guard captain. I'm sure the Countess will be thrilled to have it in her hands.
You what? But I didn't. I mean, of course. I'll take that letter now. I'll personally make sure that Lady Umbranox gets it.
If we apathetically respond, sure, what do I care who delivers it? She responds.
Smart move. I hold the power in this castle, don't forget it. Here is a small token of my esteem.
And we earn a small 20 gold bounty. Unfortunately for us, our greed means the new note will go back into Daryhill's desk to languish, and we will be forced to steal it a second time, otherwise the quest will stall indefinitely. However, before we deal with the letter and further rewards, this is where we can discover Daryhill's motives for helping the guard captain, as she explains.
Yes, my cousin is in line to take up the position. He is eminently qualified.
The cousin in question is Langley, the current guard captain we caught ogling the mermaid statue for hours on end. Langley, considering his job is easy, says when asked about Anvil.
Pretty, isn't it? And quiet. Not much work for us.
Now this is probably why Countess Umbranox is planning to demote him and receive a new captain from the Imperial City, as it's blatant nepotism at its finest. But where are the, questionable familial relations I spoke of at the start of the video? Well, with some detective work, we can find Langley's daily routine definitely backs up his statement, as he rarely leaves the city watch's barracks and even cancels his minor outdoor duties if it's raining. On weekdays, Maundus de Fredis, he spends the morning strolling lazily around the sleeping area, at times chatting with busy guards.
I'm your relief. My feet are killing me.
At midday, if the weather is dry, he leaves and spends 3 hours patrolling the northeastern part of town, specifically staring off at the mermaid statue. If it is raining, he stays inside, waiting for the weather to clear. He then returns at 3 p.m. and spends the rest of his day inside, and only breaks off his wandering when he sits down and enjoys a 2-hour dinner at 6 p.m. Pretty standard guard fare, really. However, on Loridus and Sundus, he never even leaves the barracks, regardless of weather, and stays inside all day long, eating and sleeping at the usual times. Why? Well, probably to save his strength. As at 12 a.m. on Loridus and Sundus, Langley will receive a nightly visit from Castle Steward and reported cousin, Daryhill. Most people may not have come across this for two reasons. A, it's a very specific window to stumble into the guards' quarters. And B, in the launch version of the game, they were supposed to sleep together until 6 a.m. However, most of the beds at the barracks are single beds, and thus Daryhill would have no other option but to simply stare at Langley as he sleeps. Also, all the beds are owned by the Anvil Guard faction, to which she doesn't belong. But this bug is fixed in the unofficial patch of the game, and now they canoodle all night long. But how exactly a Bosmer and an Imperial are cousins? Well, who's to say if they are related at all? Or just creating a ruse for their work relationship and climbing the ladder in the castle? What I do know is this: Bethesda went out of their way to make this a real relationship.
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll arrest you.
Now understanding Daryhill's personal motive, In pushing Langley's promotion, we could instead say when carrying the letter, "Sorry, Darahil. I think I'll deliver this letter to the Countess personally."
You insolent! Do you know who I am? I'll see that Countess Umbranox knows what kind of a fetcher you are. Stop talking.
We then size up the sole Countess and if she can be trusted.
State your business.
And momentarily remember the rumours of her around Cyrodiil, such as...
I've never heard the Countess mention her husband. I believe it is something of a sore point with Lady Milona.
Malona Umbranox, Ariana Volga, and Narina Carvane seem to rule their counties perfectly well without male assistance.
Milona Umbranox is better off without that irresponsible husband of hers. The most honourable thing he ever did was to disappear and leave her alone.
A few citizens of Anvil have specific comments as well, such as Wilhelm the Worm.
They call me Wilhelm the Worm, because dirt suits me fine. Town lets me live in the warehouse to keep out the rats. Nice, friendly folk in Anvil. Even the Countess greets me in the street. Well, except for that Newheim the Portly. He's a mean old scrote.
Innkeeper Mainlawn.
The Count went missing about 10 years ago. No one knows what happened to him. Lady Milona rules County Anvil. Her ladyship has no intention of remarrying. Liked her first Count well enough, I guess, and doesn't fancy a replacement.
And Laralthir the healer in the Chapel of Debella will say,
Me, I'm just Laralthir. I wish I were the Countess of Anvil, to tell you the truth. That Milona Umbranox, she's got it made.
It's kind of amazing with the amount of debauchery that goes on in this town thanks to the influence of Debella, which I covered a lot of the cheaters of Anvil in a prior video, linked at the end of this one.
The shipmaster, Heinrich Oakenhull, has a wood elf for a wife. I'd rather sleep with my horse.
The Countess herself remains faithful to her lost love years later. When approaching her, she greets,
I am Milona Umbranox, Countess of Anvil. I hope you enjoy your visit. I trust you will give us no cause to regret our hospitality to strangers.
Thank you, milady. Speaking of Anvil, it's a lovely city that you have here.
You can best know Anvil by walking its streets and speaking with its people. My favourite time is the harbour at sunset, the sun and sea to the west.
Thank you for the recommendations. I'm actually here on business. I have this letter of recommendation to deliver.
You have the Imperial Watch recommendation from my new guard captain. Normally these missives are handled by my steward, Darahil. Let me see that. Hieronymus Lex looks like the best choice. I was about to give the position to Darahil's cousin. I have the orders right there. I'll fill in his name, and you can deliver it to Captain Lex. Thank you, courier. My steward will tip you. You are dismissed.
Adding further insult to injury, we can earn extra gold by approaching an embittered Darahil once more, who fumes.
I'm waiting.
Hi there, Darahil, was it? The Countess thought it only proper I was tipped for delivering the letter of recommendation, and pointed me towards yourself being her steward. You wouldn't mind tipping me, would you?
She wants me to tip you? You add insult to injury. You cost my cousin a chance at that job. Take your money and get out of my sight. You'll regret this.
Methinks not. But then again, we're yet to find out how Langley will react to the news and our quest and updates. Countess Umbranox has given me her response. Now I need to deliver it to Hieronymus Lex. The look on his face should be priceless. Inside the Imperial City, we saunter down to Lex's favourite drinking establishment, the Bloated Float. Apparently, still drowning his sorrows about not catching the grey fox, he chooses to drink among thieves.
Hello there.
Somebody help!
Hi
Come quickly!
there.
We've got a burglar!
A brawl then ensues.
down?
You'll never take me down!
I give up.
Evening.
And the traumatized conventual attempts to flee to her dockside home, not before getting pounded into oblivion by a drunk Lex.
This had better be good.
As a guard captain checks on the deposed dock worker, we follow behind Lex entering the float yet again to witness another brawl between the publican, orc bouncer, and guard captain.
Let's get this over with.
Let's get this over with.
Deciding it best to wait until the next evening to meet with Lex. Entering the next night, before Lex is too boozed up, we find Hieronymus on the second floor, and he half remembers us from our previous encounters.
You look familiar. Do I know you?
And then asks,
What do you need?
Hieronymus Lex, by authority of the Imperial Council and Countess Malona Umbranox, you have been reassigned as the captain of the guard in Anvil. Here are your sealed orders.
I've been reassigned. This is outrageous. The Grey Fox had a hand in this. I know it. I am bound by duty and honor to obey this order. After all these years, he has finally won. Maybe fate will be kind and deliver him to me in Anvil. I'll leave at once for Anvil.
True to his word, Lex trudges towards Anvil, where we will visit him soon enough, and our quest updates. Hieronymus Lex was shocked to learn he had been reassigned. Now the Thieves Guild will be safe from his persecution. All I have to do is get back to Screever to collect my reward. But what of Lex's replacement in the Imperial City? The new Black Horse Courier edition reads, Servatius Quintilis was recently promoted to Watch Captain to replace Hieronymus Lex. Captain Lex's career was marked by frequent tirades against the mythical thief and master criminal, the so-called Grey Fox. At the same time, Hieronymus Lex announced that he'd been retained by Countess Malona Umbranox of Anvil to be her new captain of the guard. Captain Quintilis is a practical man who does not believe in the Thieves Guild or its imaginary Grand Master, the Grey Fox. He has promised peace and order in the districts under his protection. Guard patrol routes will be posted so that all citizens will know where to find a watchman when they need one. When asked if this would also make things easier for thieves, Captain Quintilis responded, Never! Criminals are dumb. Wouldn't be criminals otherwise, right? Stands to reason you smart courier boys should just leave the crime fighting in this city to professionals like me. Congruently, when approaching the new guard captains he greets.
You new here? I'm Servatius Quintilius, officer of the Watch. Just stay out of trouble, and we'll get along just fine.
And when asking of the city,
I aim to keep an eye on things here in the city. Take it slow. Get to know the people. Try not to get off on the wrong foot.
And when famously asking about the Grey Fox,
he's just a thief. He's supposed to be the head of the Thieves Guild. Oh, what a joke. Can you imagine a bunch of thieves trying to form a guild? Keep moving, scum!
Prior to returning to Anvil, we allow Lex some time to settle in, and instead find our way to Screever for our reward, to which she greets.
The esteemed cat burglar honors me.
Good news for the Grey Fox. Hieronymus Lex has been reassigned.
Well done, Hunter. Hieronymus Lex will no longer be a thorn in the paw of the Thieves Guild. The Grey Fox shows his gratitude. You are being promoted to Shadowfoot, and may now use Orin of Castle Anvil as your fence.
Orin? The blacksmith? Who would have thought?
Shadowhide the Hunter.
Our quest and updates. Screever thanked me for my help in this delicate matter. Hieronymus Lex will no longer be a threat to the Thieves Guild or the Grey Fox. But what of the Anvil guards? Well, when returning to the seaside city, we find Lex thoroughly embracing his new role and Anvil Guard Captain outfit as he eagerly spreads rumors with the Countess.
Yes? And Elindaris may or may not have killed his wife, and it may or may not have been an accident, and I doubt we'll ever know for sure.
I've heard others say the same.
Speaking to him, he absent-mindedly greets.
You have my ear, citizen. Let me introduce myself. I am Hieronymus Lex, the new captain of the guard here in Anvil. You look familiar.
How much more do we have to meddle with this man's life before he recognizes us?
Carry on.
With Lex squared away, what of the overlooked, lazy cousin lover, Captain Langley? Well, approaching him by his favorite statue, he still introduces.
Langley, captain of the Anvil Guard.
So, Captain Langley. You seem quite chipper, all things considered. And taking it you agree with how Hieronymus Lex runs things?
He's our new captain. I've never met a finer man. Just go away.
Wow, unexpected. Perhaps we'll find them both hand in hand staring longingly at the mermaid statue before long. In this chapter titled Turning a Blind Eye, we'll be exploring how to unlock the hidden history of the Grey Fox's cowl, and the surprising way to steal the Grey Fox's mask early in the game. But first, we must meet the infamous thief, and to do so, we'll be exploring the quest Turning a Blind Eye, which can only be received after completing Taking Care of Lex, after which we see our contact Screever in our home in Breville a final time, who welcomes.
The esteemed cat burglar honors me.
We then ask, so, any other special jobs we can take on?
I have no more jobs for a thief of your skill. You have no need of the doyen to provide you work. However, there are rumors that the Grey Fox himself may call on you soon. Wait for contact from him. Keep the guild fences busy. Shadowhide the Hunter.
Stunned, the Grey Fox himself will finally call on us. Our quest updates. When I'm in the cities, I'll have to keep an eye out for messengers from the Grey Fox. He could call for me at any time. I should wait in the Imperial City if I want them to find me quickly. Heading to the drenched waterfront district, we're soon stopped by our old competitor, Methradel, who informs.
I have a message for you from the Grey Fox.
What is the message?
The Grey Fox has a task for you. Meet him at Helvius Cecia's house in Bruma. Shadow hide you.
As the thief wanders off, we note in our journal, Methradel sought me out and delivered a message from the Grey Fox. I'm to meet him at the home of Helvius Cecia in Bruma. He has an important task for me. Finally, I'm going to get to meet the head of the Thieves Guild in person. Arriving at Bruma's East Gate in the evening, we search to the south for this Helvius's house, and a middle-aged Imperial stops us outside.
The Grey Fox is waiting for you.
Really? Where is he?
He's inside, downstairs. Don't keep him waiting.
Cautious, as we aren't so sure what to expect, we see a nearby guard who ignores us and wonder how many are on the infamous Grey Fox's take. Inside Cecia's house, we find the top floor empty, and, true to his word, inside a downstairs bedroom sits a man by a fire, wearing the unmistakable grey cowl of the Grey Fox. Approaching him, he insists.
Come, we must talk. I see you got my message.
We can then respond rudely. You're lucky I wasn't busy.
Curb your tongue, Shadowfoot. I am the Grey Fox. If you ever want to become a master thief in the guild, you had better learn respect.
Otherwise, it is an honor to finally meet you.
I have need of your special gifts. There is an item hidden away in a remote monastery. I need you to go get it for me. The monastery is extensive and well guarded, so you should make sure to be well prepared. Should you succeed, I will pay you well for your services.
We can admit, well, this is a monumental task. I'm not adequately prepared, I'm afraid.
Preparation is the key to success. Come back to me when you are better prepared.
Or I would be honored to help.
Capital. The monastery is called the Temple of the Ancestor Moths. It is where retired blind moth priests go to wait out the rest of their days. I will mark the location on your map. Look for it in the far northeast of Cyrodiil, beyond Cheydinhal. I need you to acquire Sevilla's Stone. It is a large crystal with special properties that I need to gain advantage. Remember, do not shed innocent blood. However, There is no blood price for slaying the stone's guardians, human or inhuman. When I receive word that Sevilla's stone is missing, I will be here, waiting for you.
With our quest imminently waiting, we pause and further pry. Look, we've been waiting a long time to meet the infamous Grey Fox and learn more about your strange cow. However, he immediately dismisses.
I don't answer questions about myself, particularly when they come from a Shadowfoot. Shadow hide you.
Speaking of the cow, there is a hidden way in this quest to learn of its history from the Grey Fox itself, and we'll also explore how to steal it later in the video. But for now, the Grey Fox and his departing words, "Shadow hide you," are poignant indeed, as the Daedric writing running down the centre of his headpiece, when translated from Daedric text, actually reads, "Shadow hide you," meaning the motto likely predates the guild itself, but who exactly etched it on the mask? Well, we'll have to learn later. However, attempting to speak to the guild master about this, he dismisses.
Don't you have something to do? You're a sneaky-looking sort. Shadow hide you.
Leaving, departing Helvius' house, our quest updates. The Grey Fox has given me the task of recovering Sevilla's stone from a monastery known as the Temple of the Ancestor Moths. It is in the mountains somewhere north of Cheydinhal, in the farthest corner of Cyrodiil. Killing the human guardians of the stone will not put a blood price on my head, but killing innocent people will. The Grey Fox has promised me 500 gold coins. Arriving in the northeastern section of the Dural Mountains, we come across a settlement beset by butterflies fluttering carelessly about. And our quest updates. I have found the Temple of the Ancestor Moths. Now I have to locate Sevilla's stone. Maybe I can persuade one of the monks to help me. To the north we see a stone temple, and just east of it, a small graveyard and a sizable crypt by its side. Directly east of where we stand is a small quarters, no doubt to house the rumoured blind monks. Once inside we see signs of life, but no monks, as there is a roaring fire by two nearby beds. Directly to our right is yarn, silks and freshly made clothes, as if a large portion of time is dedicated to textiles of all things. I guess they're going to keep warm. It's only by the southwestern wall we immediately learn the origin of the yarn, as the book Pension of the Ancestor Moth reveals. To be read by all novitiates of the temple. The Order of the Ancestor Moth is as ancient as it is noble. We nurture and celebrate our beloved ancestors, whose spirits are manifest in the Ancestor Moths. Each moth carries the Firion of an ancestor's spirit, loosely translated as the will to peace. The Firion can be sung into the silk produced by the Ancestor Moths. When the silk is in turn spun into cloth and embroidered with the genealogy of the correct ancestor, clothing of wondrous power can be made. Adepts of our order are gifted with prescient powers. The wisdom of the ancestors can sing the future into the present. For this reason, our order and our order alone has been given the privilege to interpret the Elder Scrolls. These writings exceed even the gods, both Aedra and Daedra. Such insight to the inner fabric of reality comes at a price. Each reading of the Elder Scrolls is more profound than the last. Each leaves the priest blind for longer and longer periods of time. Finally, the last reading achieves a nearly sublime understanding of that scroll's contents. But the priest is left permanently blinded to the light of this world. No longer can he read the scrolls. This monastery is dedicated to the service of these noble members of our order. They now live out their lives with the ancestor moths that they so love. Their underground demesnes are well suited to the moths. They raise and nurture the fragile creatures, singing to them constantly. They harvest the silk and spin it into bolts of cloth. They weave the cloth, embroidering it with the genealogies and histories of the ancestors that spun the silk. This is their new life. As they tend the ancestor moths, so we tend the blind monks. While they toil in the dark, we serve in the light. They need food and water, we provide. They need tools and furniture. We provide. They need secrecy and anonymity. We provide. They need purveyors to sell the fruit of their labours. We provide. At one time, we also provided protection. Many generations ago, Gudrun came to our temple. Newly blinded by visions of what was to be, she brought with her new teachings. The visions of the ancestors foresaw the need of the monks to defend themselves. They train and practice the teachings of Gudrun constantly. They are the masters of the sword of no sword, the axes of no axe. As a novitiate, you will learn the teachings of Gudrun. You will learn the ways of the peaceful fist. You will learn to serve the blind monks, and you will learn to provide. In time, you may attain the peace and insight of the ancestor moths. Utterly perplexed at the tales of these monks, their apparent blind counterparts they care for, and the supposed utilization of Elder Scrolls no less, a recurring item we've heard about when serving the Thieves Guild. It's then we begin to search for answers and head to the temple up the path. Once inside, we see 3 monks in white robes in various states of prayer. Approaching Brother Holger, who faces us, he scolds.
Shh! This is our time for silent prayer. You may wait outside or quietly in here. We usually finish around the 11th bell.
Post 11th bell, we dutifully follow the monks after prayer time and stop one Brother Hridi on the stairs who questions.
What can this peaceful monk do for you, stranger?
I'd heard of a beautiful stone the blind monks have here, a Sevilla stone, I believe.
I've never heard of it. Why do you ask?
Oh, I suppose you haven't heard of the blind monks either.
I don't understand what you mean. We can see just fine.
After raising Hridi's disposition through conversation, he opens up.
Go ahead. I'm with you completely.
Great. You know, we've already read The Pension of the Ancestor and are really only intrigued by the idea of blind monks and Elder Scrolls. And you serve them, yes?
We serve the retired moth priests from the Imperial City. The work they do leads to progressive blindness. They live in utter darkness in the secret catacombs. Of course, it doesn't affect them because they're blind. May you always wear soft silks.
So the brothers do open up, and thus we seek out Brother Holger in the monks' quarters, and he questions.
I hope you have found your stay here pleasant. What can this peaceful monk do for you, stranger?
Hello, brother. I was actually looking to learn about the Sevilla stone here.
Who is this, Sevilla? A former lover, perhaps? I don't know anyone by that name.
Yes, a former lover. Here's something you may also love.
Go ahead. I'll take that, and thank you very much.
And he suddenly shares.
I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I know you are trustworthy. The blind monks in the catacombs guard the stone. It's said to have magical powers. Don't tell Hridi I said anything. I could be banished for telling you.
Don't worry, I won't say anything. Where are those catacombs, though?
Well, all right then. I'll show you. Please be discreet and don't bother the other monks. May you always wear soft silks.
Curious, we follow the monk over to the northeastern catacomb building. Once inside, we see a shrine with the monk's signature silk offered to their deity, and following past the tombs embedded in the wall, we find Brother Hrolger at the end of the hall unlocking the door for us. On his way out, he instructs.
There are torches in the barrel.
A quest then updates. I've entered the catacombs of the blind monks. The Grey Fox hinted that the true guardians of Sevilla's stone would not be subject to the blood price. I'm betting that also means they won't be too happy to see me. I better be careful from here on. Entering the catacombs, we catch a glimpse of an exiting monk as we sleuth down the hall on his trail, past the large well-lit prayer room illuminated by fungi, it seems. Although clearly blind as they do not detect our presence. If we decide to brazenly brush up against one, we quickly learn they're not at all defenseless.
Filthy pickpocket. What did you take?
Ancestor! Got my hand!
What's the matter, getting tired?
So much for peaceful fist. Instead, delicately lifting a key from a prelate, we sleuth past the many monks and edge our way deeper into the bowels of their coveted catacombs, past all manner of traps, until we find the Shrine of the Moth, guarded by a single sentry standing by a floating dark crystal and in between two slabs. Although we're clear to kill this monk, however, as we approach the unsuspecting monk, drawing our sword, a dark, well-kind stone buzzes to life in the center of the room and turns a menacing red before flinging a deadly ice blast in our direction. The monk, clearly addled by this revelation, does not grasp the gravity of his situation as we turn the deadly crystal's capacity for carnage to our convenience. As it exudes a blast that kills the poor prelate where he stood, and as we collect his robes and sword off his crumpled corpse, we then turn to collect the sacred Sevilla stone before the dark, well-kind crystal can end our trespassing. Our quest then updates. I have Sevilla's stone, now to get back to Helvia Cessia's house in Brumar. It should be noted, as we exit the cave system, our quest marker attempts to point us the way we came. However, to the northeast is a shortcut which holds an easily missed chest with random loot. However, the true boon is incredibly easy to miss as it's not only in the dark but not inside the chest. Instead, it's a slip of paper sitting on top of it, which says Instructions, the Grey Cow. And this is a critical piece of information needed for the Grey Fox to reveal the dark secret behind the cow early, as it reads. The grey cowl of Nocturnal shrouds the wearer's face in shadow. No light or magic of detection can penetrate its depths. To look upon Nocturnal's face without the cowl is to view the depths of the void. A man would lose his mind to see it. Recently, it has come to light that the grey cowl has gone missing. This must be at the whim of Nocturnal, for she could reclaim it easily. The Lady of Shadows has seen fit to reveal that a curse is laid upon the grey cowl. Whosoever wears it shall be lost in the shadows. His true nature shall be unknown to all who meet him. His identity shall be struck from all records and histories. Memory will hide in the shadows, refusing to record the name of the owner to any who meet him. He shall be known by the cowl, and only by the cowl. I'm directing a triad of moth priests to investigate this tale. They shall determine the truth or falseness of the story. They shall determine the present whereabouts of the grey cowl, be it in Tamriel, Oblivion, or beyond. All curses can be broken, even those laid by Nocturnal. The triad shall determine how this curse may be lifted, so that the moth priests may safely wield the grey cowl. So, the rumour that the cowl is a cursed Daedric artifact belonging to a Daedric prince Nocturnal no less, are true. And, knowing this, the monks wish to reclaim it for their own ends. Further perplexing is the fact that the Grey Fox willingly put it on his face. Now in desperate need for answers, and with note in hand, we leave the catacombs and return to Brumar, where Helvia Cessia brazenly states in front of his house,
"The Grey Fox is waiting for you."
Sure enough, the Grey Fox awaits us down in his basement, greeting.
Come, we must talk. I hear the monks were most hospitable.
Hospitable. That's one way to put it. They love that Sevilla stone, by the way.
My sources tell me that Sevilla's stone has gone missing. Do you have it with you?
We can then lie and say, let me go get it.
I had hoped you would have it with you. Go get the stone and return at once.
Otherwise, here is the stone.
Capital! Now I can see past the palace defenses. Oh, it's a good thing the Emperor didn't know they had this stone. He would have had it destroyed or taken it from them and kept it under lock and key in the palace. When I have learned what I need to know, I will call for you again. Let us leave Helvius's house now. He has served me well and deserves his peace.
It should be noted, if we killed any of the three brothers during the quest...
Help! Murder! Help! Murder! Oh!
the Grey Fox would deviate.
Now, for the bad news. You committed murder to retrieve the stone. I am forced to remove you from the Thieves Guild until you pay the blood price. You may pay me now, or Armand Kristoff later, should you choose to return to my good graces.
Forcing us to pay our way back into the Guild's good graces.
Capital. I hereby reinstate you into the Thieves Guild.
We do, thanks to the note, however, have a special dialogue that won't be seen unless it's in our inventory, asking, "How did you receive Nocturnal's cow?"
You think this is Nocturnal's cow? Where did you hear about that?
Ooh, just a lucky guess.
You should know better than to give heed to rumors.
Instead, we come clean, saying, "I found out from a note in the monastery of all places. Those monks were as interested in your mask as you were in their stone."
I see. I suppose there is no hiding it from you. No hiding. What a joke. My whole life is hiding. Everything in that document is true. My identity cannot be known. In fact, I just told you my true name twice, but I bet you don't remember it. You and I have even met before, when I was not wearing the cowl. To your clouded memory, he and I are two different people. My own family doesn't even know me. I would give much to be rid of the gray cowl and its curse. Shadow hide you.
With the quest concluded and the shocking truth of the cow finally revealed, which brings us to stealing the cow. It is possible to steal the grey cow from the Grey Fox, provided that you have advanced through the Thieves Guild questline to the stage where you've met the Grey Fox. Now that is important. First then, we must exploit the permanent bound items glitch to obtain a weightless helmet. Now this is done by conjuring a bound Daedric helmet, having it be damaged and repairing it before it disappears, allowing the refreshed helmet to be dropped at 0 weight, which only works without the unofficial patch, mind you. Although you can also use other weightless helmets/hoods, such as the Mage's Hood, to steal the cow. So I guess you don't have to glitch it. But second, we can then reverse pickpocket the Grey Fox and place the bound helmet in his inventory, striking him once to prompt him to equip the bound helmet.
Help! Help! I'm being attacked!
Now you may also strike a conjured creature 3 times and he will come to your aid with his new helmet on. The Grey Cow will now be unequipped and can be stolen from his inventory. He, of course, has an incredibly high sneak rating, even without the cow, so save first as you're extremely likely to get caught. Although we will be immediately expelled from the guild, notably the Grey Fox has foregone one Daedric artifact for another much more ridiculous looking one. Outside, the citizens of Bruma are stunned.
You're the Grey Fox.
Unfortunately, so too are the guard.
You're the Grey Fox. You're under arrest for all kinds of stuff. You're wanted dead or alive. I'm choosing dead. Then pay with your blood. It's the Grey Fox. You're under arrest.
In this chapter titled The Arrow of Extrication, we'll be exploring, discovering the strange contents of the biggest slaughterfish in Oblivion, plus misplaced racism in Coral, and finally, can you beat Farthest Aaron in a foot race to his tower, even though the wiki says it shouldn't be possible, and the annoying consequences of killing this NPC. To explore these questions and more, we must first begin the quest Arrow of Extrication, which naturally begins after Turning a Blind Eye has concluded, as we leave the Grey Fox in Bruma post a little independent thievery, and our quest updates. I've reached my goal and fenced over 700 gold worth of goods. When I'm in the cities, I'll have to keep an eye out for another messenger from the Grey Fox. He could call for me at any time. I should wait in the Imperial City if I want them to find me quickly. Travelling to the Imperial City, we cross its main bridge across Lake Rumer towards the waterfront and are suddenly intercepted by a familiar-sounding Argonian.
It's good to see you again. I have a message for you from the Grey Fox.
What is the message?
The Grey Fox has a task for you. Meet him at Malintus Ancus's house in Coral.
Wait, Amusei, you joined the Thieves Guild? Last time we saw you, you barely escaped the clutches of that demented vampire in Skingrad.
Yes, I did. After you saved me in Castle Skingrad, I vowed to join. I was having no luck on my own. Now I am running errands for the Grey Fox himself. I owe you much for your help.
We can then ask as he saunters off. Wait, are you at least happy running errands?
I am honored to be entrusted by the Grey Fox himself to run these errands. May Shadow hide you.
Happy that the hapless Argonian finally caught a break. A quest and updates. Amusei sought me out and delivered a message from the Grey Fox. I am to meet him at the home of Malintus Ancus in Coral. He has another task for me. It seems Amusei has finally straightened up and joined the Thieves Guild. He's even trusted enough to deliver messages for the Grey Fox. Traversing the cobbled streets of Coral, we find in the southwestern nook of the city a lone Imperial by a well who urges,
Don't keep the Grey Fox waiting.
What's that?
The Grey Fox is waiting for you.
Inside Malintus' small shack, we see a figure draped in shadow to our left. Lighting a torch, he welcomes.
Welcome. Let's talk. I have need of your services once more.
We can then unwisely state, I resent being summoned here, there, everywhere. Why not just get your messenger to tell me?
Whelp of a Shadowfoot. You had better learn respect if you want to advance in the Thieves Guild.
Otherwise, more wisely, I'm listening.
My work with Sevilla's Stone has revealed that I need something special for my plans. It is a small item in the possession of a powerful court wizard. Will you do this for me? I will pay you well.
Taking time to prepare, he warns.
Then make your preparations. I will expect you to return soon.
And when we return, ready, we admit. Sounds lucrative. I'll do it.
Capital! Bring me the Arrow of Extrication. It has a key-shaped head. Braville's court wizard, Fathis Aren, recently acquired this unique item. You may kill Fathis if necessary, but not in the castle. My spy network will tell me when you have it. Return here with the arrow when you do. Now, we should get out of Malintus' house before we wear out our welcome. Shadow hide you.
While wearing out our welcome in the Ancus residence,
the Grey Fox protects you.
We contemplate the name of the wizard we're about to steal from. Fathis Aren. Why is that name familiar? We then cast our mind back to our run-in with the Dour Dunmer when working for Screever back in Braville.
If you'll excuse me, I don't have time for you right now, or ever. I'm Fathis Aren, Count Braville's staff wizard. I can teach you conjuration. Anything to relieve the tedium of castle patronage. Far be it from me to criticize my patron and sovereign. Braville obviously flourishes under his wise and beneficent rule. Leave me alone.
Now, before we begin the quest, it's actually worth noting Ari Malintus Ancus. Townspeople of Coral are quick to spread slanderous rumors about the situation between Glisdale the Dunmer, his roommate, living in sin with Malintus.
I don't understand what Glisdale is doing with Malintus Ancus. I mean, have you seen her? And have you seen him? I just don't get it.
It is awful, her poor mother. What is Glisdale thinking?
I don't see a problem with those two. It's a bit odd, but that's their business.
I can't believe that Glisdale would live with that Malintus Ancus. Shameful. And her being such a lovely girl.
I don't see a problem with it. Perhaps they're in love.
Approaching the Dunmer, Glisdale first, she'll greet.
What is it now? I'm Glisdale. What do you need?
Oh, not much. Hadn't seen you and Malintus around Coral before.
My housemate Malintus Ancus and I are well known in certain circles here. But you don't travel in those circles, do you? shadow hide you?
Of course, these circles she speaks of are most likely the local thieves in town. Congruently, Malintus greets.
I'm Malintus Acris. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Yourself? It's not every day you see a Dunmer and Imperial living together.
Glistel and me, we keep an eye on things here in Coral for certain interested parties, as a public service like. Shadow hide you.
The public service he speaks of is obviously being under the employ of the Grey Fox. Misguided rumours be damned, but it's an enjoyable part of Oblivion's rich gossip mill nonetheless. Back to the task at hand, we look in our journal to check our quest instructions, being: the Grey Fox will pay me 500 gold coins to steal the Arrow of Extrication. It was recently recovered by Breville's court wizard, Farthus Aaron. There will be no blood price for killing Farthus, so long as he doesn't die in the castle. I should start my search in Breville. As night falls, we arrive at the broken-down bog of Breville. Crossing the rickety rope bridge, we then locate behind the lonely suitor lodge the beggar, Cosmus the Cheat.
Have mercy. Just 1 coin.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Hello there, Cosmus. The Grey Fox has sent me to locate one Farthus Aaron. I'm hoping you know where to best happen upon the cantankerous court wizard for a private conversation.
Everyone knows he's the court wizard, but I reckon you want to know more. Is it worth a few coins?
Not today. This comes from the Grey Fox himself.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm sorry. Does 20 coins sound fair?
Fair enough. Farthus is also the wizard in the tower southeast of town. He keeps his most treasured items there, not in the castle. Only Farthus can open the door to the tower, but there is supposed to be a secret passage somewhere in the castle that leads him to his tower.
Before we leave, we can again select the same dialogue for a decidedly different read worth a listen.
What are friends for? Farthus is also the wizard in the tower outside of town. He keeps his most treasured items there, not in the castle. Only Farthus can open the door to the tower, but there is supposed to be a secret passage somewhere in the castle that takes him to his tower. Blessings of Mystara upon ye.
Our quest then updates. A beggar in Breville told me that Farthus Aaron has claimed the ruined tower southeast of the city for himself. The door to the tower is impenetrable, but rumour has it that Farthus uses a secret passage from inside the castle to get to it. Entering Castle Breville to locate its court mage, we see the lone ruler of the swampy settlement and remember rumours we'd heard as the upper class may express their less than friendly opinions on Regulus and his son. For example,
it is fashionable to make fun of Breville and Regulus Terentius. Personally, I think it is poor sport to mock the poor and disadvantaged.
With Regulus Terentius for a father, what do you expect from Gellius? The acorn never falls too far from the tree.
True to his reputation, when we first meet him, he will rudely introduce himself with
Regulus Terentius, Count Breville. Good of you to introduce yourself, stranger, but no point, really. I'm the Count, and you have no business talking to the Count, right? Good. All straightened out. Off with you, then.
Hello, my lord. It's fortuitous I found the Count, no less, as I'm looking for your court wizard.
Yes, Count of Breville. Are you a foreigner? Do yourself a favor. Learn the basics about the places you visit. There. Problem solved.
My apologies. Say, I'd heard that there was a powerful conjurer under your employ. A Farthus Aaron, he goes by, I believe.
He's the court wizard. He has a room in the north wing. Gloomy fellow. I've heard he consorts with Daedra. I'd steer clear of him if I were you. Farewell.
As a quick aside, when attempting to learn how Farthus managed to consort with Daedra openly, a dangerous undertaking in a city no less, and how everything in Oblivion's writing seems to be interconnected, especially in terms of macabre consequences for actions. It only takes talking to a few NPCs to make Breville's questionable leadership clear, starting with the man behind Count Breville, literally, his Khajiit steward, who skulks in the shadows due to her duties and greeds.
Dronara, I'm Count Breville's steward. I'm sorry, but please, I have too much on my mind to talk. The Count is too preoccupied with his pastimes to spend time on county affairs, so the burden lies on me.
Addressing the rumour that the acorn doesn't fall far from the tree,
He's seeing you.
Seeking out the Count's son, Gellius Terentius, we find him living a licentious lifestyle down in the local skooma den.
Surely you must know who I am. The Count's son. Do you mind? I have no desire to be further acquainted with every visitor to Breville.
When asked of Breville, he will display he is truly the Count's son.
Yes, Breville. How clever of you. You've already learned the name of the town and county. I see a great future for you in public service. Leave me alone.
To add insult to injury, we meet Gellius's little skooma-sipping strumpet, Roxanne Bridget, who greets.
Yes? Hello, I'm Roxanne Bridget. I help the boys. They get a little squirrely sometimes, find it hard to cope. So I help out.
Well, it seems you're enjoying yourself in Breville, and the Count's son's company, no less.
Me? I got no problem with Breville. Lovely town. That little prince, the Count's boy, he's sweet with the sugar. Easy street all the way. Farewell.
Now, I have covered in great length the wider implications of how the illicit substance skooma is muled around Cyrodiil and its gang ties, which will be linked at the end of this video. However, finally, the effects of these findings can be discovered in other castle inhabitants, as blacksmith Hans Blacknail greets.
Hans Blacknail, Castle Smith. It's a comfortable post. Gives me plenty of time to offer services to the public.
And shares of his time in Breville.
I was with the Count when he was young, and a shining star on the tournament path. I only wish he'd straighten his son out. Just leave.
The reason this conclusion is so profound is the Count's apparent total apathy towards his duty and son, which causes an imminent Oblivion Gate to be erected by none other than his once loyal and embittered blacksmith, who joins the ranks of the Mythic Dawn due to the state of his beloved city. Plus, a breakdown of all Mythic Dawn sleeper agents and their tragic stories is also linked at the end of this video. With my digressions for the video done, we have now set the tone for our dubious honour of hunting down the Count's Daedra summoning conjurer, who seems to be loosed on the city no less, in his private quarters. Heading up the stairs into the Lord's Manor North Wing, we quickly scamper to the first room to the left between guard patrols and our quest log updates. I found Father Siren's room in Castle Breville. Now, to locate the Arrow of Extrication. Inside the Major's sizable quarters, we find, luckily, the Dunmer has ducked out and begins searching, seeing a large bed separated from the living space by 2 sets of drawers. On the opposing side of the room, by an alchemical station and dining table, are 2 chests against the wall, both disappointingly empty. Frustrated, we note in our journal. I've searched both chests in Father Siren's room. Neither had the Arrow of Extrication. I'm beginning to think it isn't here. This room doesn't seem to have enough wizardly stuff for a wizard of Father's stature. I wonder if there's a secret chamber where he keeps his more valuable treasures. Becoming somewhat accustomed to secret chambers in these castles by now, we listen for the telling soft hiss of air escaping from the northern wall and pull the movable pillar arm to reveal a secret wooden door that leads to a wizard's grotto. Inside his grotto are quest updates. I didn't find the Arrow of Extrication in his room. I should explore this secret passage, though. It would be very much like a wizard to hide his valuables in some dark hole filled with monsters. Creeping down into the narrow tunnel, we catch what appears to be Father's. Getting closer, however, we realise it's a Tremora, allowed to roam unsupervised, and so close to the castle, killing the foul foe. We begin our descent down the dark serpentine tunnels until we find ourselves waist-deep in water. However, we see a light at the bottom of the tunnel. Casting a spell of water breathing, we consider this is probably a fiendish place to hide an arrow and plumb the cave's murky depths, believing we've seen a flicker of light and perhaps something valuable below. However, as we find ourselves forced to wriggle through a small orifice to the bottom, we spy in the gloom a large creature that stirs at our intrusion. Swinging our sword through the waters, we catch the creature at inside, though it should be noted, on harder difficulties, attacking this toothy beast will result in a quick death. Instead, if we expertly slash its scaly hide from above, dodging its snapping maw, we pause to see we just killed the biggest slaughterfish we've ever seen. Inside the creature's mouth, we dig out a near-perfectly preserved set of mixed chainmail armor, as well as a vest of warding imparting 8% shield on self. Also of note is what this fish ate recently, consisting of crab meat, dreg wax, presumably fish scales, human bones enough to fill a boat, including an oar and shovel to boot. Now here's an interesting factoid that is probably pertinent here, though it may not be. A stone's throw away we can find a trapdoor leading to the Nibbin Bay, which if we swim to the surface we find we are near a strange door. Congruently, during the quest The Hunter's Run, linked at the end of this video, we found bodies were being transported via boat to the nearby Caldwell Chapel in Nibbin Bay. Now I like to hope at one point this giant slaughterfish was loosed upon unsuspecting necromancers who were ferrying corpses, and they lost more than their oars and shovels, but their lives as well. Whatever the case, somebody got eaten by this slaughterfish. Diving back down into the giant slaughterfish's lair, before we surface in the wizard's grotto, we find an alternate path just beneath the water. Following said path, we happen across a Dremora kinreeve, attacking it via stealth before it can fully react, but not before we're scorched by its wicked burning blade, aptly named Purging Flame, which we, after it's felled, claim as our own. Atop a final set of stairs, we see two conjurers in the employ of Aaron who taunt.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make. This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death! Die, Care!
Dispatching the first lackey with our new scorching sword, we press the female conjurer against the exit before she goes down in a satisfying huff, leaving us to enter Father Aaron's tower proper. Inside, we find an open and crumbling tower and realize we must be in Father's inner sanctum with its nigh impenetrable door to the south. Spying an errant scamp on the second level, we loose an arrow before it can alert its master. Cautiously climbing the stairs, we see the summon was not alone as a Flame Atronach sentry checks its comrade, too late to stop its own impending doom. To the northeast, we then find bones of Father's victims, bleached by the unrelenting sun, a grim reminder of Aaron's impunity, equaling that of the most sordid of necromancers left unchecked. And as we search an eastern alcove for the reputed arrow, we ruminate that this is undoubtedly why the Grey Fox has no qualms about us putting down this crazed conjurer, or his ilk. Sleuthing up to the third penultimate level, we peer through the droplets of rain and see the outline of a being with its back turned. Knowing this is probably a trap, we head up to the top level for a better vantage point to nearly stumble into a silent clanfear, the bony reptile shrieking during its descent to the depths below, turning to what now appears to be Aaron, and his personal Daedra assistant ambles out of his laboratory, and we snipe the rapacious reptile before its claws can find its intended mark. Now, with just the Dark Elf left between us and the arrow, we leap across the broken rooftop, attempting to break open a final chest in hopes it holds our prize. Disappointed, we creep our way into Father's makeshift laboratory as he studies whatever sinister concoction he's free to create without the prying eyes of his guildmates. Opening a container to the northeast, we find more alchemical supplies. Disappointed and empty-handed, we know the thunderstorm will only hide our intrusion for so long, and thus we tepidly reach behind his armor into his tunic and lift his personal keys instead as the Dark Elf lunges with his dagger and we spy the exact chest we need far too late.
Ha! No one steals from Father.
Now in this fight, whether we want it or not, although we find to the advantage of the high ground, Aaron continuously summons scamps to his aid and flings deadly bolts of energy, including destructive spells of disintegration that renders our first bow momentarily useless. Overwhelmed by the Mer's unrelenting assault, we move to the highest level and Farthest follows, slashing our midsection with a dagger. We see our own blood slakes his blade.
This ends here!
Retreating and wounded, we hide behind a pillar on the level below and realize Farthest believes himself victorious as he holds the high ground, and thus we await the perfect moment and let loose a final arrow that finds its mark true on the demented Dunmer's flank. With an audible crunch, Farthest Aaron is no more, as he lies lifeless by his once prized Daedric debacle. We then find on the deceased Dunmer a lesser staff of ruin, boasting disintegrate weapon 25 points. This staff, the foul reason our verbose destruction. Also, the Ambassador's Cuirass resisting normal weapons 9%. And finally, the keys to the tower, the underground lair and presumably his lockbox. Now, prior to looting the fallen elf's lockbox, let's quickly explore some, in my opinion, fascinating alternate routes to complete this portion of the quest, as well as the repercussions for choosing to do so. Now, we can have Aaron live, if we'd somehow forced him to flee from combat, and he would exclaim,
"Take what you will, just spare me!"
Likewise, it is possible to sneak past him. However, it takes an incredible amount of stealth/skill generally, and requires added invisibility or chameleon to get to the chest's contents. And if you're wondering, well, what happens after the quest if he's spared? Well, his aggression towards us still spikes if he sees us in Breville, and although he may stop to have a chat in his quarters. When asking about rumours, he has the gall to put down the Mages Guild RE necromantic practices.
I accept your surrender.
Good day. I don't know what Archmage Traven has against necromancy, but the first thing he did after taking over the Mages Guild was to ban its practice. Goodbye.
However, when our back is turned, we start to believe perhaps he isn't as forgiving as he had led us to believe. Also of note, an unfortunate ramification of simply murdering Aaron can be painfully stumbled upon. As if you're part of the Mages Guild before the quest, we can hear rumours in the guild and reference of Farthest' skill in conjuration.
I understand that Father's Aaron is quite the conjurer.
I don't have any interest in learning about conjuration, but I hear he's very good.
Therefore, it is advisable to raise his disposition to maximum pre-quest, as he will generally yield to you when confronted and go about with his horrendous experiments as we loot him. However, if we show aggression, he may turn on us, forcing our hand to kill him. The real pity here is that this is one of the few times in Oblivion the guild business intersects, and we will promptly be ejected from the Mages Guild for killing one of their members, which, if it's ever happened to you, is incredibly annoying to pay the exorbitant price of re-entry. So now we've taken pains to enter the tower and show all the different ways to deal with Aaron before we search for the arrow. The question remains, could you simply beat Farthest Aaron to his tower altogether? Well, as stated by the beggars, The exterior is locked tight and requires a key which the wiki states Aaron has on his person, but unfortunately for us, he doesn't have the key to the tower until the quest begins. Now, the wiki also posits he has a schedule to wander the roads after the quest's begun, but then it quickly contradicts itself, saying he has no wandering package. However, I have found a way around this seemingly impossible robbery conundrum. See, when we first received the quest from the Grey Fox in Coral, if we were to use the console command to teleport to Aaron, he would simply stop his daily schedule in Breville, become hostile outside of the city, and stalk towards the tower, which means we have a potential window to intercept him. Or do we? Well, I put this to the test and learned quickly speed was the key. You have to bolt to his tower, attempt to avoid any angry wildlife, and I was lucky enough to find Aaron thankfully tangling with a highwayman outside his keep. It's ironic there are a few highwaymen on the path there. No doubt thanks to the Count's never-ending mismanagement of his city. But here's the rub. Aaron being hostile means we're forced to defend ourselves.
Yeah!
And if we murder Aaron, our quest would update. I've killed someone while attempting to get the Arrow of Extrication. Murder is against the Thieves Guild code. I'll have to pay the blood price for it of 1,000 gold coins per person killed. I can pay Armand. Why? Well, the developers seem to have anticipated this trick, and even though we have the Grey Fox's blessing to kill fathers outside of the castle, it's only after we had searched his quarters does the quest stage set to 26, which means he's free game. So we would then have the much more difficult task of having to stealthily intercept the malicious mage, pickpocket his tower key off Aaron, and enter the tower via the front door. So what about the Arrow? Back at his alchemical station, we're free to collect his wares. However, wasting no time, we look inside his chest and find a bronze necklace, key to his tower, various soul gems, and knickknacks, but most importantly, the key-shaped arrowhead, and we note in our journal. I found a key-shaped arrowhead, but not the whole arrow. This must be what the Grey Fox is looking for, or at least as close as I'm going to get. I should take it to him. Now, it also should be noted, after the related quest, Breville's citizens will start to say,
I heard that someone broke into the wizard's tower. What kind of a fool would take on Farthus Aaron?
Did you hear what happened? Someone robbed the wizard's tower. Oh, Farthus Aaron got what he deserved if you ask me.
Returning to the Grey Fox in Coral, Ancris predictably greets.
Don't keep the Grey Fox waiting.
Inside the Imperial's house, the Grey Fox welcomes.
Welcome. Let's talk. I've been waiting.
About the Arrow of Extrication, I take it.
Do you have the Arrow of Extrication?
Not really.
Well, go get it.
You didn't let me finish. Not really, because I've only got the arrow's head. Now, is that a problem?
I'd hoped for the whole arrow, but that is not your fault. I will have to have it repaired. This arrowhead advances my plan to... never mind. I may have need of you again in the near future if my plans hold. Here is your reward. I am also promoting you to Master Thief in the Thieves Guild. Farthus Ools of the Imperial City will be your new fence. Shadow hide you.
Wondering what exactly the Grey Fox plans to do with the arrow. We're sure we'll find out soon enough. In this chapter titled The Boots of Springheel Jak, we will be exploring the easy-to-miss proof of the many Grey Foxes. Also, how you can fortify acrobatics by 50 forever. And, can you beat this quest before it even starts? To explore these questions and more, we must first begin the quest, The Boots of Springheel Jak, which, after completing the Arrow of Extrication for the Grey Fox, we note in our journal, when I'm in the cities, I'll have to keep an eye out for another messenger from the Grey Fox. He could call for me at any time. I should wait in the Imperial City if I want them to find me quickly. Waiting for our contact down in the waterfront by a poster of the infamous thief, several hours pass before a familiar figure approaches.
I have another message from the Grey Fox. You must be very important.
You say. It's good to see you again. What is the message?
The Grey Fox requests a meeting. Please travel to Ganradel's house in Chedenhall. May Shadow hide you.
Our quest and updates. Amuse has given me another message from the Grey Fox. I'm to meet him at Ganradel's house in Chedenhall. Dutifully entering the dark and dreary Dunmer settlement, past the abandoned house near the east gate, we bump into the Bosma, who informs.
The Grey Fox is inside. I wouldn't keep him waiting if I were you.
Inside her abode, we're flanked by two dogs, Daisy and Luna, and the Grey Fox sits by a fire and urges.
Have a seat, please.
Before we're seated, we take one glance at the dogs' beds in the corner and see what appears to be human femurs. Mentally noting not to act aggressive near the dogs, we sit by the master thief, and he begins.
Come, we have much to discuss.
You know, I hate to say it, but giant dogs kind of put me on edge. Why not just have your messenger tell me what you need? I hate being summoned like this.
I have no patience for impertinence. Maybe I should reconsider what I was about to offer you.
No. Money is always welcome. Trust me, I'm eager to hear your plan.
Further use of Sevilla's stone has revealed that I need another special item to move forward with my plans. I need the boots of Springheel Jak. He is a famous thief that died some 300 years ago. Legend has it that he was buried with his boots on. Find out where Springheel Jak is buried and bring me back those boots. Will you do this for me? It pays well.
We can then reply, buried boots? I think I might need more time to prepare.
This task can wait, at least for a little while. Return when you are ready.
Or a cheeky bit of grave robbing. You better believe I'm ready.
Capital. The Earl of Imbil is the only descendant of his line that I've been able to locate. His name is Jakben, and he lives somewhere in the Imperial City. There might be a clue in the Earl's house. Shadow hide you.
Although we have questions about our mission, when approaching the Grey Fox for a second time, he dismisses.
Not now. I need to think.
Ganradel then enters her home complimenting.
You look like a bright one.
We then catch the Bosma saying, It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ganradel, was it?
Ganradel. I train dogs. And people. Prefer dogs. People. I teach them advanced acrobatics. Up and jump. Dogs. I teach them to bite people.
It looks like those who don't jump quite high enough are further incentivized by dogs biting at their shin bones. Say, Ganradel, what do you think of Chedenhall?
You got your people and you got your dogs. Dogs are loyal and stupid. People are smart and devious. I'll stick with dogs. Farewell.
Accurate assessment. I can see why the Grey Fox likes her. Leaving before her pooches get hungry, we note in our journal. The Grey Fox has asked me to find out where Springheel Jak is buried. This famous thief died 300 years ago. He's rumoured to have owned a pair of magical boots. The story also says he was buried in those boots. A relative of his, Jakben, Earl of Imbil, lives somewhere in the Imperial City.
What is it, citizen?
Knowing the beggars are our best bet at ferreting out this Earl of Imbil, we travel to the city's arboretum. To the northeast is our old friend Lathjar the Laggard, slumbering without a care in the world until we rouse him.
I can eat for a day with a single coin.
Hello, Lathjar. I'm actually looking to find Jakben, the Earl of Imbil. I assume you've heard of him.
I know of him. Would you, loan me a few coins?
Come now, old boy. I don't think so. You can drop your beggar act. Or have you forgotten who saved you from that cell in Skingrad when you were one scamp hair from becoming vampire food?
I heard he moved to Bruma. I'd look for him there.
Fine. Forget it. Have 10 gold coins on me.
You are most gracious. The Earl of Imbil has a home in the Talos Plaza, facing the Center Plaza. He's an odd one, keeps to himself mostly, Only goes out after dark. A real night owl.
Blessings of Julianus upon ye.
Catching Lathiar's true voice momentarily as he goes back down for his nap, we can't help but wonder if that fake voice malarkey has ever truly helped the beggars or just made them look foolish to tourists, as they can seldom keep their act straight. Pondering this, we depart the Arboretum to the Talos Plaza district. Arriving under the watchful eye of the imposing dragon statue depicting Akatosh, we soon locate the Earl's Manor, and an Imperial commoner waltzes out the front door. Intercepting him, he questions.
What can I do for you?
Hey, sorry, I'm trying to find Jackman, the Earl of Imble, and noticed you just wandered out of his house. What relation are you to the Count?
I am Gemellus Axius, his servant. Master Imble has his home facing the central plaza of the Talos Plaza district. He is a very private man and does not leave his home often. He has a rare skin condition that forces him to sleep during the day. If you wish to contact him, wait until nightfall. Even then, I doubt he will receive you.
Skin condition? Like an albino? I think I'd remember seeing one of those about the city.
The Earl is perhaps not well known in the city. He's a private man and keeps to himself. You too.
Now in search of the creamy Count, we see we were correct about the entrance to his abode, but the door is locked tight. Maybe Gemellus is right. And so we duck in the brush across from his home, waiting for the Count to come out for his evening constitutional. Just past the stroke of 10, the unmistakably pasty Earl leaves his home, and we vault over the stone slab separating us, and spark a torch in our haste, as the Count somehow precognitively knows we approach and casually greets.
How do you do? Jack Ben, Earl of Imble. We do not know one another, and given your modest social standing, I doubt we ever shall. It's so kind of you to favour me with your attention. Please excuse me if I seem unappreciative of the honour. Was I insufficiently clear? I beg your pardon. You do not interest me. We will not be having further social discourse.
Left to take in his unseemly pallor and social barbs, the Count departs on his nightly stroll, and we are free to return to his manor, veiled in darkness as we fiddle with his unnecessarily hard lock until we hear the satisfying click of success. Inside the Breton's spacious sanctum, we find ourselves in a lightly furnished foyer. To our left and right are stone stairs to the rooms above, and we make haste to the eastern staircase to plumb the hopefully unguarded basement. Deep inside said basement, among the wine cellar and clutter, we find no sign of a burial site, except a strange, breezy, ramshackle door leading to supposed catacombs below. Unable to break the lock without a key, we once again hunt down the Count's manservant, Gemellus, for more details. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, we find ourselves in his living quarters, and unlocking the first door to our left reveals Axius's private quarters. Nestled in a nook, the Imperial sleeps soundly, and we lightly lift off his person 121 gold and the Imble house key, though notably he holds no key to the catacombs. Also of note, Gemellus was meant to have specific dialogue about said key when interrogating him about Springheel Jak, which was,
"Thief! Help! Please, don't harm me. What is it you want?"
"I'm looking for the crypt of Springheel Jak."
"I don't know this Springheel you're asking about. However, the entrance to the family crypt is in the cellar. Take what you want. Just spare me. Only the Earl has the key. I've been warned never to enter it, on pain of death. He is somewhere in the house. Flee, thief, while you still have the chance. Take care."
So the Earl has the key, eh? Imble must really take out his albino rage on Gemellus. But we can tell he's all bluster. Searching the room adjacent for the Count's quarters, we find instead a private study which we can unlock thanks to the Imble's residence key. Inside, we find no signs of the Count or a key. However, his library suggests he does have somewhat of an interest in the Thieves Guild. In the next room over, we find ourselves in a spacious dining hall with expensive silverware lining the shelves and supper ready on the dining table for the Count and perhaps a handful of guests. But the guests are nowhere in sight. To our right, by a smaller, more intimate setting, we see a human skull displayed openly on a corner shelf, and do not like what this possibly portends. Making haste, we then climb the steep steps to Jackman's personal study, which we unlock again thanks to his servant's key. Inside, we scan the musty, cobweb-infused, high-domed room. Reaching past the handful of wines on his desk, we slip our hand inside his jewellery box for good measure. Pilfering some valuables, we then notice his desk is also locked tight. Inside, all we find is a bowl and inkwell, but perhaps most importantly, a book on Imbil genealogy, which respectably reads, "The Imbil family traces lineage strictly through the male line of heirs, as any right-thinking noble would. Therefore, this family genealogy does not record the inconsequential female offspring." We then peruse a litany of direct descendants and bastards that oddly stops abruptly a few hundred years back. Our quest and updates. I found a book of Imbil family genealogy. No mention of Springheel Jak's burial location. Maybe the Earl himself can tell me with a little friendly persuasion. It should also be noted this book, and when you find it, is integral to learning more about the multiple grey foxes, which we will investigate later. Departing the study, we find our quarry has strolled into his dining room as we descend the stairs, and with a dumbfounded realization, he cowers.
What do you want? I'll do anything you ask.
Listen to me, you effete Earl. I want what's in Springheel Jak's tomb. Don't make this ugly.
Take everything. Just spare me.
Just answer my question.
The family crypts are under the house. They give me the creeps. I have the key. Take it. Just don't hurt me. I'm still alive.
Bewildered, Jackman scurries into his study to no doubt hide, and our journal updates. What luck! The family mausoleum for the Imbils is in the basement of Jackman's house. The poor Earl was so terrified, he told me everything I needed to know. He even gave me the key. Now to find those boots. Delving into the unlit catacombs, we immediately see a figure stalking ahead. Dousing our torch, we crouch and loose an arrow at a charging skeleton. Breathing a sigh of relief, the skeleton begins to reform in an unholy act of retribution, and we destroy the foul revenant once and for all. Now, wary, poor Jackman's family crypt is haunted. We slowly edge forward, looking at a side tunnel momentarily and see figures of... Before we can react, another skeleton bashes our flank.
Come to me, sweet flesh! This ends here!
Sweet flesh?
You're pathetic!
Burning the fiends, we see that they react to fire violently, and also see they're not cannibals, grave robbers, or even Jackman's re-risen family. But vampires? Why would such foul creatures be in his crypt? Looting the fiends, we then begin to search the nearby coffins, and after exploring each wing of the tomb, head north and here.
Who's there?
Unlocking the wooden door, a skeleton hero bears down on us, followed by a large orc wielding a two-handed glass mace.
Yeah!
Do your worst!
Downing the orc with an arrow, we focus on the skeleton, and are then hit in the midsection by a ferocious lick of lightning. We then take out the skeleton hero as the orc taunts.
I'm going to bleed you slow.
Backing up into their nest, We drive our Dremora blade hard into the ghoul's guts. Seeing this was no mere vampire whelp, but instead their matriarch, did they too covet the boots of Springheel Jak? Does the Earl even know what's below his house? Deciding it best to keep moving, we enter the final eastern room and locate Springheel's resting place. Expecting a vampire to burst forth from his coffin, we pry open the lid and then see boots were not in the tomb of Springheel Jak. I did find a diary though. Maybe it can provide a clue. Opening the musty diary, it reads, I knew a man who was a great thief. He dared steal from Nocturnal herself. How odd that I cannot seem to recall his name. I think we were friends, but I'm not certain. In 3 days, I will venture into Taran's crypt. Grave robbing alone is dangerous. Maybe I should try to find a partner. Didn't I once know a great thief? I begin this second entry in the second volume of my diary on a momentous day. Actually, it is night. The night when my second life begins. It will be forever night for me. I have become one of the children of the night. A son to Mother Wolf and brother to Bat. I am Nosferatu, a vampire. Tonight is the first night of the rest of eternity. I rediscover this diary today. It's been 13 years since I last wrote in it. With an eternity before and the blood hunger ever pulsing in my veins, there is little urgency for diaries or much of anything. Amelia is calling to me. I must go. Has it really been 89 years since I last wrote? The pages are getting fragile. I have rediscovered purpose. Though it took nearly a century, I finally gained some control over the blood frenzy. I think I will try to establish a life among the living in one of their great cities. I had forgotten about this diary. I won't bother to calculate how many decades it's been since I last wrote in it. The cattle of this city know me as Jakben, Earl of Imble. Centuries ago I knew myself as Springheel Jak, the famous thief. I seem to recall having a famous partner, but his name escapes me. No matter. I've grown beyond friends and partners. I rule the night here in the city. After discovering this shocking revelation, our journal then updates. I've read Jakben Imble's diary, or should I say Springheel Jak's diary. Now I understand why the boots were not in the tomb. Why bury such a valuable item when you can wear it? Even more shocking it seems that Springheel Jak may have known the Grey Fox himself. They may have been partners in crime several centuries ago. As we turn to leave the crypt in search of this vampire Jakben, a menacing figure appears in the doorway and taunts.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make. Fool! I am no effete noble. I am a vampire, a lord of blood. Die, damn you!
Realizing the whole sissy noble act was for show, we slash at his summons and hit Jak with our own burning blade, which we've learned is deadly to vampires, and quickly slam the door between us and our inevitable death at the hands of his glass great sword. As we're backed into the crypt's entrance, we let loose a final arrow and...
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Miss. Yet poor Jakben's corpse crumples backwards in a hideous contortion. We then realized the fire was slowly burning him from within. Retrieving his glass claymore as our own, and his fancy mithril armor plus 846 gold, we end up lifting the boots of the fallen vampire, and our quest updates. I have the boots, now to get back to the Grey Fox in Ganradel's house in Cheydinhal. Before we hand over said boots and explore their peculiar properties, there are a few things to note about our fallen friend Springheel Jak, whose body lay slack before us. The first is obviously Jak was a vampire, but let's pretend his appearance wasn't a dead giveaway as soon as we met him. There is an amazing reference left by the developers to be found. See, if we'd spoken to his manservant about Jakben when intruding, we could ask,
Please, Don't harm me. What is it you want?
Where is your master?
The master is not at home. He is out in the city tonight, searching for his supper. If you value your life, intruder, leave before he returns.
Congruently, Jackman was supposed to hunt for supper on Maundus, Midas, and Fredus, but a bug stopped him from doing so. However, the unofficial patch restores his nighttime stalking of prey, as he can be found in a nearby garden with his claymore at the ready. But then that begs the question, can you simply steal the boots, opting to spare the head vampire? Well, I waited until Jack was out for a bite during the evening. However, you cannot steal the boots off his person because he doesn't actually seem to wear them, and though aesthetically it does appear so. So, like the Grey Fox's mask bug, I was forced to turn Jack hostile via frenzy spell.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Then, when he'd regained his composure, waited until his back was turned, and voila, we have his boots. Now, if you're wondering, can I steal the shoes before the quest even begins? The answer is yes. As soon as we receive the quest from the Grey Fox, we can then simply inform him that we already have the boots. However, only if the unofficial patch is installed. Otherwise, it's likely to break your game, I'm sorry. Bounding to the next fun fact if you're a fan of folklore, these stylish boots of Springheel Jak offer a whopping plus 50 to acrobatics, and if you equip them, then hand in the quest to the Grey Fox, you may actually retain the enchantment permanently. Now, if you're also wondering why Jack specifically could bounce like a flea, it's evident Jackman, Earl of Imble, was given a clever name on purpose, as by removing the appellation of Earl of and spaces from his name, you're left with Jack Benimble. Divided properly, it reads as Jack Be Nimble, as the famous thief Springheel Jak is a reference to Springheeled Jak, a character from English folklore, as his unique boots would be quite useful for jumping over candlesticks. Or better yet, as explained by rapper Eminem.
Cause you can be quick, jump the candlestick, burn your back, and chill on a hill, but you still ain't Jack.
Once the quest is concluded and before we visit the Grey Fox, it should be noted, being a high-profile murder in the Imperial City, the Black Horse Courier will report Vampire Nest in the City, a newspaper article on the discovery of a vampire lair in the heart of the Imperial City. A nest of vampires was recently discovered in the home of the Earl of Imble. The Courier is shocked to learn that Earl Jackman, a local noble of previously unblemished reputation, is revealed to have been one of these vampires. Responding to a tip by the Earl's servant, the Imperial Watch raided the Imble estate and slew all of the foul creatures. Captain Quintilis has categorically denied the rumours that most of the terrible creatures of the night were already dead by the time the Watch arrived. However, residents of the Imperial City can be heard gossiping.
Did you hear that the Earl of Imble's house was robbed?
And more accurately,
the Earl of Imble was attacked and killed in his own home. I heard the body burned in the sunlight.
Finally, we then return to Genradel in Cheydinhall, and she informs outside her home.
He's waiting inside. The Grey Fox seems very anxious to see you. Go inside.
Inside, the Grey Fox gestures.
Have a seat, please. I assume you found Springheel Jak's tomb.
Boots of the Springheel Jak is right.
Do you have the boots?
We can then lie. Look at my feet. No, I don't.
Don't waste my time. I'm not in the mood for it.
Otherwise, slipping off the springy sandals. Well, here you go. Here are the boots.
Capital. This may be the last piece of the puzzle. I need to spend more time with Sevilla's stone first. I am truly indebted to you. If all goes well, I may call upon you for one last task. The danger will be great, but the reward will be greater. For now, here is your reward. Let us leave Gondredal's house and go our separate ways. We have overstayed our welcome.
The Grey Fox then shoos.
You have work to do. Go on. Get out of here.
However, there is one question that popped up that we missed and will not return if we don't address it in the first dialogue with the Grey Fox, and only will pop up if we'd actually picked up the Imbil genealogy book. Regardless, we can then inform the Master Thief. You know, we learn of Jak's true identity, and that he's over 300 years old. Plus, he used to be your partner, no less. When were you going to tell us that you were a contemporary of Springheel Jak?
Did I know him personally? Of course not. He lived 300 years ago.
But the diary mentions you. He even forgot your name, as you had said the Grey Fox is cursed to be forgotten.
Ah, it seems you have stumbled over a bit of history that few in the Thieves Guild ever discover. I am not the first Grey Fox. That Master Thief died sometime shortly after stealing the Grey Cowl and receiving Nocturnal's curse. However, another thief in the guild picked up the cowl and assumed his identity and the curse. No one in the guild knew it was a different person. Over the centuries, there have been dozens of Grey Foxes. To the rest of the world, he seems immortal and unchanging. I am hoping to be the last.
Our quest then ends on the burning question to be concluded in the final episode. I learned that the Grey Fox is not immortal. The Grey Cowl of Nocturnal has been passed from Master Thief to Master Thief for close to 300 years now. The original thief that stole it from Nocturnal is long dead. So, who is the current Grey Fox? Hello and welcome back. In the final episode of the Thieves Guild questline, we will explore the unheard dialogue from the Grey Fox on the curse of the Grey Cowl, and what happens if you fail the ultimate heist. To explore these questions and more, we must first initiate the quest, the ultimate heist, which we begin when loitering by a poster of the Master Thief in the waterfront district, and are soon approached by an Argonian messenger, Amise, who informs.
I have another message from the Grey Fox.
What is the message?
The Grey Fox requests a meeting. Please travel to Athralo's house in the Imperial City Elven Gardens. May shadow hide you.
Departing for the city, our quest updates. Amise has given me another message from the Grey Fox. I'm to meet him at Othrello's house in the Elven Gardens district in the Imperial City. Entering the Elven Gardens district, we look up in awe of the looming white gold tower and, veering left, dart through a flowery alley to find a lone Dunmer blocking our entrance, who intercepts.
The Grey Fox is waiting inside. Get inside! The Grey Fox is not a patient man.
Once inside his spacious two-story dwelling, we see the Grey Fox seated at a nearby dining table, finishing an evening meal, and he directs.
I've been waiting for you. Have a seat.
Seated, he proposes.
Are you ready for one last great heist?
What do you mean, the last heist?
This is the big one. This is the heist that will be written about and talked about for decades to come. We are going to steal one of the Elder Scrolls from the Imperial Palace. Are you ready for this challenge?
What? An Elder Scroll? How is the buyer even paying?
There is no buyer. This is for glory, not for money. Our names will become legend. I also have a personal need for this particular scroll. As for your compensation, I ask you to trust me. If my plan works, you will get a reward worth far more than mere money. Will you do it?
We can then choose either. This is too soon. I think that it's actually too tough for me.
I understand. I don't want anyone taking on this job unless they feel up to it. Return to me when you are more confident. Take your time.
Mulling over the idea, our quest updates. The Grey Fox intends to steal one of the Elder Scrolls from the Imperial Palace. The audacity of the theft is astounding. When I am ready, I should come back to him at Othrello's house. Returning, he then questions.
Have you decided?
You know what? It would be glorious to be remembered through the ages. When do we start?
Capital. I have worked for 11 years planning this heist. Sevilla's stone provided the last bit of information I needed.
What is the plan?
The Elder Scrolls are kept in the Imperial Palace, behind a door that cannot be breached. Sevilla's stone has revealed a path around this door. You will have to travel the old way. Once used as an escape route for Imperial Emperors, it has been forgotten for centuries. To unseal the entrance, you must sneak into the basement of the palace and activate the Glass of Time. Whatever that is.
Whatever that is? Not much of a vote of confidence. Where is the actual entrance, then?
In the Imperial sewers. Here is the key for the gate to that section of the sewers. I picked the pocket of Okato himself to get it.
It seems if Okato had taken the Emperor through the old way, he may have survived. By the way, what is the old way?
My scrying with Sevilla's stone has provided clues, but not the details. I know the tools you will need there, but not the obstacles themselves. The boots of Springheel Jak will allow you to leap to an unreachable place. They will also protect you from a long fall. The arrow of Extrication is the only way to unlock the final door. Take them both.
Okay, we've got boots for leaping and falling, and presumably the remade arrow for unlocking. Is that all you know?
Once you're inside the palace itself, you need to find the reading room. The blind priests will deliver a scroll to you there.
How did you manage that?
I arranged for the notable Celia Cameron to want to read a particular Elder Scroll. Don't ask how. However, she will be unavoidably detained. You will take her place. Do not speak to the priests. They're blindfolded and will not realize it isn't her unless you speak. As the Guildmaster, I am waiving blood price for anyone you killed during this heist. However, I can't stop the Watch from putting a price on your head.
So, then we take an Elder Scroll from the blind monks that think we are some notable female, and we cannot make a sound. Also, they're the blind monks that we tangled with previously to steal Sevilla's stone, and they went blind from reading the Elder Scroll too much in the Imperial City before being put out to pasture in their temple deep in the Jural Mountains. I can't remember all of this.
I've written it down for you in this book. I've chosen you because you are the best. Good luck.
We then received the plan for the big heist, Boots of Springheel Jak, and Restored Arrow of Extrication, attempting to get further information from the Grey Fox. He scolds.
You should be on your way by now. Good luck.
I guess after 11 years I'd be impatient too. But why does he need the Elder Scroll? Departing Othrello's abode, we note in our journal, the Grey Fox intends to steal one of the Elder Scrolls from the Imperial Palace. The audacity of such a theft is astounding. The Grey Fox has laid out the plan for me. It's not simple, but he's given me a written copy for my reference. He's even set aside the guild rule of blood price for this heist. Now, I just have to execute the plan. The first step is to infiltrate the Imperial Palace and activate the Glass of Time, whatever that is.
Speak.
Arriving at the Green Emperor's Way, we now fully appreciate the foreboding tower's menace as it dares us to attempt to breach its treacherous, unknown innards in search of an elusive Elder Scroll. Entering the palace's large double doors, an elite palace guard to our left warns.
All visitors to the Imperial Palace are asked to keep their voices down, especially if Council is in session.
Seeing the council chamber in front of us, we ignore the locked room and recheck the plans the Grey Fox had given us, being 1. Activate the old way using the Glass of Time. It is located inside the Imperial Palace. I do not know what it looks like or exactly where to find it. Detailed plan indeed. However, if there is one thing we know about off-limit areas, is that guards love to bark warnings when they draw near. Finding the single sentry stationed at the end of the hall, he then instructs.
Remember, trespassing in the Imperial Palace is a serious crime. Do not venture beyond the first and second floors.
Ah, so the basement must be off-limits. Naughty, naughty. Casting a charm spell, the guard suddenly prompts.
All visitors to the Imperial Palace are... Move along.
And we sneak away to breach the hard lock to the Imperial basement. Apparently, our mind trick working. As soon as we enter the basement, we see a guard approaching and slam ourselves against the nearest pillar. If that guard had turned in our direction, or even half pretending to be awake during his rounds, our heist would have been over before it even began. Trailing the guard, we quickly learn why he was so lackadaisical in his duties, as we see piles of clutter in the dark befitting the most benign of basements. Probing around the many crates while listening out for the guard, we come up with common clutter and not much else. Dejected, we decide to instead follow the guard's path, skirting around said clutter, and find the outer hall, which holds an insanely large wooden throne. Bewildered, we momentarily check on the guard and approach next to the throne, an equally large club, imagining for a moment a creature big enough to wield it. Next to the club is a giant crystal ball that would surely put Sevilla's stone to shame, and finally, in the southern corner, we locate what must be the fabled glass of time. Touching the hourglass, it suddenly activates with swirling energies and our quest updates. I've activated the glass of time. According to the Grey Fox, the door to the old way in the Imperial sewers should now be open. Now, I just have to find it. Successfully scampering out of the palace unseen, we make a beeline through the Arboretum past our old friend Lathia the Laggard.
A coin for an old beggar?
To the exposed grate leading to the southeast sewer tunnel below, in search of the old way. Before entering, as a quick aside, I've chosen to download the Shrouded Cowl mod. Although I do tend to keep things pretty mod-free, I believe a face-obscuring piece of cloth is an apt disguise when committing the ultimate heist, plus it obviously looks badass.
Hello there. What's new with you?
Inside the dank sewers, we begin our crawl through the foul excrement, thankful for the cloth that shields our nose, and dispatch the dreary denizens therein, soon finding ourselves at a large metal door leading to beneath the arena's bloodworks. Once inside, the raw sewage smell is replaced by the copper smell of blood that wholly invades our nostrils. In front of us, we spy a macabre display of corpses lashed to the walls and realize the source of the smell, looking underfoot to see a small stream of blood carried from the bloodworks above. Opening a grate to our right, we see skulls hanging from the archway as a warning, and inside the den of a lone individual, no doubt consumed with ill intent.
Die, Imperial, die!
As our attacker goes down with a huff, we draw nearer to see it was a vampire. Sick of tangling with these undead fiends, as we examine a nearby hanging corpse above a fire, the pieces begin to fall into place. The dead must be thrown from above after being beaten to death in the arena matches. The vampires down here, with their steady supply of blood from the bloodworks, the city's rejects have no doubt nestled quite nicely undisturbed in this section of the sewer, until now. Dispatching a group of the ghastly ghouls as we delve deeper into the bloody sewers, we finally find ourselves at the end of the winding tunnel and, using the Imperial sewer key gifted to us by the Grey Fox, see a cobweb-laden manhole cover and our quest updates. I found the sewer entrance that the Grey Fox told me to look for. Now I need to find the old way. Inside the palace sewers, we perform a number of silent executions on the remaining vampires loitering about, before descending down past the drainage pools that lead to the final sewage outlet, revealing a crumbling stone wall that has been exposed to show the remnants of a strange old door. A quest, then updates. I found the old way. This is clearly a long-abandoned sub-basement of the Imperial City. It looks like it's going to be a long journey to get into the Imperial Palace this way. I need to find the door that connects to the palace interior, If I remember correctly, I will need the Arrow of Extrication to unlock time in order to open that door. Inside the aptly named basement, we pause as we see a single wraith loitering below. Firing an iron arrow proves ineffective, and the wraith rears up as we switch to the supernatural searing silver arrows. Deep in the sub-basement, we then explore its twisting halls, which for context for viewers, personally I think Oblivion's dungeons can become somewhat repetitive, so when I say it was an agonizingly winding set of tunnels full of a variety of undead, well, you get the picture, but I also wanted to use more of a floating cinematic camera to soak in the atmosphere instead of watching me fight a few dozen of the same skeletons and ghosts back to back, while also showcasing some of the highlights of the dungeon. Escaping the tunnel, we emerge in what appears to be the remnants of a cavernous Ayleid ruin, soon seeing 2 push blocks on an out-of-reach second level glimmering in the darkness. Dispatching the denizens of the room, we see to our left a broken staircase and cross the hall past 2 inactive dark Welkind stones, seeing an archway leading to the exit. However, as we approach the grating, we note that the gate is closed shut and must be opened remotely. Remembering the Grey Fox's instructions, we read the note and point 3 reads, "Inside the old way is an entrance to the heart of the Imperial Palace. Sevilla's stone was only able to scry the 2 most important obstacles. For one of them, you'll need to use the boots of Springheel Jak." Returning to the stairs, we indeed divine we will require Springheel's slippers once more, and equipping them can easily activate the 2 switches to the left and right, which unbars the grate, and our path to the Hall of Epochs is now open to us. Inside the Great Hall, we see in front of us 3 Ayleid statues in reverence to a long-forgotten cultural icon. Ascending the stairs, 2 dark Welkind stones menacingly glow at our intrusion, and our quest updates. There must be some secret way to open this door. I'll bet this is where I have to use the Arrow of Extrication. Most likely, I have to be standing in a special place for the keyhole to open up, though. It will be somewhere with a clear view of this pillar. Turning about, we indeed see the pressure pad that lay between the 2 dark Welkind stones, now seen more as a beacon for our cause. However, as we approach the area, we notice these walls look like they're meant to move. Maybe the place I need to stand to fire the arrow is behind them. I better look for a way to get through them. Now, to move these pillars, we could follow each adjacent hall for a switch, and it should be noted the ultra-rare blade skill book Fire and Darkness, which is the only copy in all of Cyrodiil, can be found during this quest in a side room in the second southern Hall of Epochs. However, we, as an expert master thief, equipped with the boots of Springheel Jak, decided better to hop around the stone obstacle in a display of acrobatics, so deftly and quick that it would make Jakben, Earl of Imble, blush, if we hadn't already burned up his body like a candlestick.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Standing on the pressure pad, our quest and updates. This must be the spot. Standing on this pressure plate opens the pedestal at the far end of the room. I should practice with normal arrows a few times before trying the Arrow of Extrication. I only get 1 try. Stepping on the platform, the Ayleid pillar spins to reveal a Welkind-like stone in its centre and a small keyhole, which we then dutifully notch the Arrow of Extrication and fire it in the hole as per the Grey Fox's instructions. Successful! Our quest updates. I've used the Arrow of Extrication to activate the door and open the secret way into the palace. There is no telling where I might end up. I should take care to extinguish my lights, muffle my footsteps, and be stealthy as I enter the door. Ascending the stairs towards the exit, we're shocked to see the twin Ayleid statues come to life and bear down on us. Forcing us back into a corner, the Goliath ancient elves show a single weakness as our burning blade visibly cripples the mace-wielding male. and so we toss a fireball that drops him where he stands, and his sword-wielding female companion soon follows. Attempting to pick up her Ayleid longsword, the ancient weapon crumbles to dust in our hands. Passing the trial, we then proceed to the stone door to the Imperial quarters. We then find ourselves in the Imperial Palace barracks as a half-dozen guards spill out of the room for duty. We look behind us briefly and see our point of entry has all but disappeared. Very sneaky. Tiptoeing now through their sleeping quarters, we see the remaining sleeping palace guards and think better of robbing them with our prize within arm's reach. Instead, following the patrol past their mess hall and finding ourselves in a familiar corridor. It should be noted, if we happen to veer right, we could find the door that leads to the council chambers, and possibly guards will be hot on our heels.
Trespassing in the Imperial Palace is punishable by death or prison. Your choice.
Attempting to charm said guard, we try. I don't have any gold. Can't we just forgive and forget?
Then pay with your blood!
Unfortunately, half the garrison joins in on the fun.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Now, knowing the deadly stakes, let's instead explore heading left, where we soon find ourselves at a wooden door to the Elder Scrolls Library. Littered across the floor, we find crumpled paper as if someone was discarding some work they were dissatisfied with, leaving the palace guard thoroughly busy and distracted, giving us time to slip past him. Opening the central door, we then see it leads to the Elder Scrolls Library. However, heading southeast, we soon find a blind monk by a grate, and creep past him to learn the door to the library is inaccessible and opened elsewhere. Thinking on our feet, we spy a lever next to the monk and skirt back around the inner wall behind him to pull the lever, unlocking said door. We then reread the Grey Fox's directions, being, I've arranged to have a particular scroll made available in the chamber. The blind monks that care for the scrolls are expecting Celia Cameron, but you will take her place. Just find the chair assigned to visitors to the library. You must not speak, or they will know it's not her. Just let them bring you the scroll. Entering the library, we see a spectacular circle staircase ascending to the second floor that must be the top of the tower. To our left, a female blind priest bows.
Welcome to this holy library, Lady Cameron.
Ever mindful to keep our mouths shut. Before we do attempt to receive said Elder Scroll, it is here that we can fail the quest and deal with the very real ramifications, which we will soon explore, though it should first be noted, without the Shivering Isles expansion pack, the book Feyfolken 3 is only available during this quest, and it's found on the first shelf to the left. Also handy for a quick escape are the scrolls on the farthest bookshelf to the right, being Superior Detect Life, and the Shadow Scroll below it. Dallying no more, we muster up our courage, sitting in Celia Cameron's place in the chair by the great fire, and our quest updates. I've seated myself in the reading chair. Now, I just have to wait for them to bring me the scroll, so long as I don't speak to any of them. The priests seem to be assuming I am Celia Cameron. The priestess then descends the stairs deferentially and announces,
Celia Cameron, I present to you the Elder Scroll you requested.
Picking up the fabled scroll, we glance at its characters momentarily, appearing to be nothing but benign runes and constellations, but quickly begin to feel some slight ill effect of trying to divine the scroll. Putting it away, our quest and updates. I have the Elder Scroll. This is the treasure of the century. My name shall be known across Tamriel for the theft. Now, to get it back to the Grey Fox. The way back is blocked, so I'll have to go upstairs to find a way out. Even though they're blind, these monks will not be easy to sneak past. Ascending the winding stairs, we are cautious to not alert the monks. already feeling that one slip could potentially spell the might of the entire Imperial Dragon Cult somehow crashing down on us. Exiting via a hard lock through its western door, we then skirt past the preoccupied palace guard and up into the blind moth priest's living quarters. And it should be noted, we could rob the monks here, but with an Elder Scroll in tow, it's simply not worth the risk. Instead, we find ourselves being forced to go up before going down. On the floor above, we see we're inside an Imperial Battle Mage's chambers. The thief in us has us pause momentarily to marvel at the contents of the display cases, as a human skeleton with a pickaxe is in the closest case, and while the case next to it only boasts a paltry silver dagger and sword. To the right of the entrance, if we break into the cases, we could find worthwhile potions, and the case to its right boasts not only a few soul gems, but also the Battle Axe of Depletion, a guaranteed magic item, and an item used to drain magicka. No wonder the mages had it under lock and key. Inside the private quarters, we realise we're inside none other than our Kato's bedroom, and find one Breton battle mage with her back turned named Evangeline Benique, although we could simply just kill the Breton. Then looting a corpse of a greater staff of burden and Frosty Warhammer of the Glacier. I personally prefer to keep our stealth intact in case the guards are alerted, and instead we opt to sneak past her, finding a faux door inside a fireplace just like the palace guard's quarters, and see it hides a secret escape in a chute below. Now equipping the boots of Springheel Jak for the dark descent, opening the flue, our quest updates. I've escaped from the Imperial Palace by jumping down a chimney chute in Okato's bedroom. I hope the Royal Battle Mage won't mind me misusing his ash flue. I can only hope my fall doesn't end too abruptly. I wonder if this is what the Grey Fox said I would need the boots of Springheel Jak for. And then we fall. As we land, the boots disintegrate on impact, and it should be noted if we would want to retain the hideous moccasins, we can either make sure to either A, fortify our health, let's say in this case with some Cirilli Brothers wine, aka a little bit of Imperial courage to make the fall, or simply have high enough acrobatics, in which case we can then make the drunk descent and barely feel the impact on our now broken ankles. Darting down the hall, we realise we are indeed following the Grey Fox's final step reading. Once you have the scroll, retrace your steps and deliver it to me. Of course, the chances of something going wrong with this plan are very high. When that happens, you'll have to get creative. So, before meeting the Grey Fox with scroll in hand, what happens if something does go very wrong? Well, if we had indeed bumped into a monk ruining our disguise, our quest would have updated. The moth priests are onto me. I have to get out of here. The way back is closed. My only hope is to go forward and hope I can find another exit. Fleeing the scene, sans Elder Scroll, we can actually find a disappointed Grey Fox at Othrello's, and he will scold.
You don't have the scroll? Then we have nothing to talk about.
However, what happens if, despite there being no blood price for this mission, we decide to cut down a monk prematurely before receiving the Elder Scroll? Believing ourselves immune to any blood price, our quest would then update. I got into a fight with the monks. The heist is ruined. There is no way to get the Elder Scroll now. My only option is to flee the palace. I'm certain the Grey Fox will expel me from the guild. I don't think they'll let me back in. We're then forced to fight as the priests come barreling down the stairs. Escaping the palace by cutting a bloody swath through the monks, we then seek refuge in Othrello's house and find the Grey Fox has completely vanished from Tamriel. And it should be noted, even if we teleport to him, we land where he once sat, though he's not there.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get!
Then we learn Othrellos and Mandil, seeing our disgraced presence, will become enraged at our return. Unfortunately, that is the bitter price of failure for the ultimate heist, as we'll be completely removed from not only the guild, but be disgraced and reviled in the eyes of the remaining members. And we learn this when travelling to the waterfront district. Finding non-essential Thieves Guild members will tend to flee or openly attack us on sight.
Showing your face was the last mistake.
However, the remaining essential Thieves Guild members will not even acknowledge us as a former member, and when approached, simply sneer in disgust.
Go bother someone else.
Now, if we didn't botch the biggest heist in history, we could instead follow the Grey Fox's instructions, tracing our way back out of the sewers. However, funnily enough, blindly following our quest marker makes us take a slight detour, believing the quickest route out of the sewers is via the Best Defence's basement. Once we break through the basement to the store, the owners Maro, Rufus and Venado look on in disbelief as we casually waltz out of their store. Returning to the Elven Gardens district under the guise of night, Othrelos breathes.
The Grey Fox is waiting inside. Get inside. The Grey Fox is not a patient man.
Once inside, the Grey Fox, clearly excited, urges.
You're back. Have a seat and tell me everything.
We then take a seat and produce the Elder Scrolls on the table, much to the thief's disbelief.
You have the scroll. I can hardly believe it. The odds were clearly against you. Capital job. Capital! I have spent 7 years learning how to translate this scroll. Even so, I will need a while to decipher what I have sought so desperately.
So, I got the job done and I wasn't seen to boot. What, happens now?
Still thinking about your reward, eh? I have not forgotten you or your loyal service to the Thieves Guild. You'll just have to trust me. Give this ring to Countess Umbranox in Anvil. Say nothing about me to her. I need to know how she reacts to it. It may provoke anger or tears. If she asks, just tell her a stranger wanted her to have it. Then report back to me on her reaction.
The Grey Fox then slides a wedding ring over to us. Perplexed, we attempt to gather counsel, but he simply states,
You should be on your way by now. Shadow hide you.
Emerging from Othrelos' house, sans reward. Our quest then updates. The Grey Fox has yet to pay me for stealing the Elder Scroll from the Imperial Palace. To get my reward, I have to present a ring to Malona Umbranox, the Countess of Anvil, and gauge her reaction to it. I don't understand what this has to do with the Elder Scroll, but for now, I'll trust him. Doesn't seem I have a choice. Entering Castle Anvil, we see the solitary Countess upon her throne, and catch to the left of the entrance our one-time quest giver, still a stranger to us. Approaching him, he questions,
You should be on your way by now. Shadow hide you.
Seems he's here to make sure we deliver this ring. Wait, the Grey Fox said the ring was to be delivered on behalf of a stranger. Guess we'll find out why soon enough. Proceeding to the Countess, she flatly questions,
What do you want? Make it quick.
Well, don't ask why, but I was sent to give you this ring from a man who is no doubt a stranger to you.
This ring belonged to my husband. He's been missing for over 10 years. For some reason, his name and face escape me at the moment. How did you get it? Do you know his whereabouts? Why are you showing it to me?
Look, just take it. It's a gift from a stranger.
My husband's wedding ring. I never thought to see it again. What I wouldn't give to see him once more.
The Countess then springs up out of her chair, declaring,
He looks familiar.
By the power of the Elder Scrolls, I name Emmer Deriloth as the true thief of Nocturnal's Cowl.
You're the Grey Fox? I've been betrayed.
I am the Grey Fox, but you have not been betrayed.
But...
I am also your missing husband, Corvus.
Corvus? Is it really you? 10 years I've waited for word from you. Why did you hide from me?
10 years ago I inherited this cowl from the former guildmaster of the Thieves Guild. I became the new guildmaster, but I also received its curse. Whoever wears Nocturnal's cowl shall have his name stricken from history. Once I donned the cowl, no one in all of Tamriel could recognize me. With the cowl, I became the Grey Fox. Without it, I was a stranger, even to you.
You mean you were unable to return?
I've stood right next to you, and you didn't even know it. I cried out to you, "Here I am! It's me, Corvus!" But you just looked at me, confused.
You have broken my heart for a second time. I cannot let the infamous criminal mastermind, the Grey Fox, become the Count of Anvil. If you try to announce yourself as Corvus, I will deny you. I will deny you before the Emperor if I have to.
I guessed you would say these terrible things to me. That is why I brought my friend along. From this moment forward, I renounce my life of crime forever. I'm passing the grey cowl of the Thieves Guild to its new guild master. The grey cowl is now yours. You are the new guild master of the Thieves Guild. You will find that history has been altered tonight. Such is the power of Nocturnal's curse that lifting it can alter time itself.
Time altered? As promised, first, let's explore the unused dialogue option, "I don't want the cowl's curse," that was supposed to appear at the end of our conversation with the Grey Fox after he finishes talking with Malona, to which he would respond with,
The curse has been broken. Of course, the thieves will only recognize you as their guildmaster when you wear the cowl. However, when you remove the cowl, everyone will know you as yourself. Fortunately, the cowl still has the power to hide your alter ego from them. They will not realize that you are the same person that just took off the cowl. To them, the Grey Fox just vanished into thin air.
Satisfied, we will obtain the Grey Fox's prized artifact without the Daedric curse. We then query, "You said lifting the curse altered time, so what is different?"
If Emmer Derloth had not stolen Nocturnal's cowl, the Thieves Guild would never have fallen on such hard times. Because of the curse, he was unable to operate in the normal world of business and society. He could only act as the Guild's figurehead. That has been undone. If you go to the Imperial City, you will find that the Thieves Guild has a guild hall on the site of the ruins of Derloth.
And, just like that, as promised, when we exit the castle, we feel something in the air, something different, and our quest updates. The Grey Fox, who is no longer the Grey Fox, but is now Corvus Umbranox, has given me the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal. I am now the new Grey Fox and the new Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild. Due to the magic of the cowl, the thieves of the guild will not notice the change. However, since the curse is lifted, I can remove the cowl and be recognized as myself again. Interestingly, the cowl's magic makes it so that anyone seeing me remove the cowl does not associate me with the Grey Fox. Turning back to the castle, we open the large double doors to see the Count and Countess now sit side by side, with Corvus's throne looking as if it was always there. Approaching the duo, we pause and study the infamous cowl, noting that once we don it, we will effectively become the Grey Fox, and the artifact imparts Detect Life for 120 feet, Fortify Sneak 25 points, and Feather 200 points. However, the duo don't seem to recognize me at all. It's only when donning the cowl, the Countess then shoos.
Leave my husband and I alone, Grey Fox. Your presence only stirs up evil memories.
Turning to Corvus, he compliments.
The new Grey Fox. The cowl suits you. Me? I am much happier without it.
It should be noted, although we had previously showcased the rumours spread by other counts and countesses about Count Corvus's disappearance, such as,
I've never heard the Countess mention her husband. I believe it is something of a sore point with Lady Milona.
Malona Umbranox, Ariana Volga, and Narina Carvane seem to rule their counties perfectly well without male assistance.
Milona Umbranox is better off without that irresponsible husband of hers. The most honourable thing he ever did was to disappear and leave her alone.
the Bosma innkeeper main lawn at the Flowing Bowl would offer a different rumour.
The Count went missing about 10 years ago. No one knows what happened to him. Lady Milona rules County Anvil. Her ladyship has no intention of remarrying. Liked her first Count well enough, I guess, and doesn't fancy a replacement.
When Corvus returns, if asked for rumours, Main Lawn will then say,
The Count went missing about 10 years ago, but just recently he reappeared. It's a bit of a mystery, but the Countess seems pleased. Farewell.
Unfortunately, it's not all warm welcomes, as the guards will immediately pounce on us, threatening.
You're the Grey Fox. You're under arrest for all kinds of stuff. You're wanted dead or alive. I'm choosing dead. It's the Grey Fox. You're under arrest.
We then hightail it out of the castle. However, as promised, if we remove the mask even mid-fight and yield, the guards will immediately forget the 500 gold bounty on our head and infamous identity.
That the best. Let's get this over with.
Now is for everyone's favourite ex-Imperial Watch Captain Hieronymus Lex, found back inside the castle interior, and when he finally catches the Grey Fox, he will exclaim,
You're wanted dead or alive, Grey Fox. This will be easier if you're dead.
Better yet, if we resist arrest, he further says,
I'll make captain for this.
We almost don't have the heart to tell him that he's already a captain.
You dare oppose the might of the Imperial Legion?
I wonder where he placed his sword as he impotently pummels away. After exiting the castle, our quest then updates. History has been rewritten. I should go to see the new Thieves Guild Hall in the Imperial City waterfront. The Grey Fox, or Count Corvus as he's now known, told me that I get to run the place. Returning to the waterfront, we can then experience different reactions from citizens therein as we approach them wearing the cowl.
It's the Grey Fox. I can't believe it's really you.
As I live and breathe, the Grey Fox. It's an honor. You're the Grey Fox. You're the Grey Fox. Please, don't hurt me.
Plus, perhaps my personal favourite dialogue is exclusive to the denizens of the waterfront district, in which they'll thank.
You're the Grey Fox. Thank you for everything you've done to help us here in the waterfront.
Awaiting till the evening, we then enter the Garden of Dariloth, expecting a welcome from the thieves, but instead see the once inaccessible area now holds a small garden, complementing a large wooden double door. Entering with our Guildmaster key, we find ourselves in Dariloth's basement, and we see among the clutter Thieves Guild members milling about as if they'd always been there. To the right, behind a locked door, we also locate a half-dozen lockpicks. Upstairs in Dariloth's house proper, we see in the entrance a large round table with 7 seats, no doubt, for clandestine meetings. On the floor above, we again use our key to enter our personal guild master's quarters. Of note, a double bed sits in the east corner, which we can use to rest, and then we also spy atop the bookshelf the familiar Sevilla's stone used to scry the very elder scroll that made all of this possible. The room also boasts personalised storage, which, unlike the rest of the house, will not disappear. Waltzing over to the western corner of the room, we marvel at the Grey Fox wanted poster. It's not long ago it seemed the Grey Fox was more myth than man. Now, well, we ourselves are somewhat living a legend. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and thank you so much for the Lawbringer tier of Patreon supporters on screen that makes these RPG lore movies possible. I look forward to covering more of your favourite dark lore, so make sure you like and subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching, and until next time, Traveller.